Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Fox's Prey, Hunting the Wild Hollow. What the hell is this? Ishida breathed incredulously. Stupid, ugly, dirty. Renji glanced up from his place on top of a broken pile of masonry and raised a hand in greeting. Yo. What took you guys so long? Knowing the two of them, they were probably busy arguing about who should take the lead. Rukia spoke from her place on the sand beside him. Upon spying the loss of the Quincy's limb, though, her expression morphed into one of concern. Ishida-san, your arm. It's alright, he hurried to assure her as she rushed over to him, finally able to tear his sight away from the disturbing scene before them. Anohana-sama healed the worst of it. I just need to find Captain Kuratsuki and... Dirty, stupid, ugly, stupid. Against his will, the bespectacled warrior found his gaze being drawn once again off to one side. Together with a dumbfounded Ichigo, he continued to stare. Swallowing back his bile, Kurosaka managed to utter, I'm sorry, could somebody please explain? Captain Anohana trotted past him to join Byakuya and Zaraki where they stood eyeing one another warily. Nimue Kuratsuki and Isane Katetsu were standing between them, apparently to prevent any words from being exchanged that might be taken the wrong way. Yachiro Kuzugishi was hopping excitedly next to a plainly distraught Hanataro Yamada, who was having no luck preventing her from poking and prodding him in ways that could be considered friendly or just invasive. Mayuri Kuratsuka was nowhere to be seen. As for Chad Yasutara, ugly, dirty, stupid. Catching the looks the newcomers were directing to his left, Aburai cast a glance over to where the remaining member of their party was currently occupied. Oh, yeah, he responded carelessly. About that, you see, this is what happened. The dumbstruck expression on Yami's face was replaced by irritation, and he swung a fist lazily into the wall beside him. The three of them turned their attention away from the sudden disappearance of gargantuan spirit power above their heads and back to the enemy at hand. Damn. The Espada grunted. Here I've been doing nothing but napping and eating, building up some good ryotsu. His lips curled in a snarl, and before their eyes the remains of his shirt erupted from a sudden burst of muscle pressure. And you little shits are all I get to use it on. Renji studied their opponent. He took notice of the 10 tattooed on the left shoulder. And then he looked over towards the right. Hey, looky there, just like Urahara said. With that, a plan came to mind. Because when you got right down to it, Renji was getting just a little bored with rushing into things and flailing around blind. Time for them to have the upper hand for a change. With that, he coughed quietly, the old signal to get Rukia's attention. She made eye contact. Aburai shot a glance down at his right arm, then moved his hand and rested it lightly on his Zanpakuto's sheath. His old accomplice looked appraisingly back at the fuming Aaron Carr. That unspoken connection that existed between the two of them kicked in, and she understood his plan. Rukia was always quick on the draw with this sort of venture. Time to get things started. Either of you two fought one of these Espada before now? The 6th Squad Lieutenant asked casually. The brutish Hollow's eyes narrowed at his tone. Yes, came Rukia's reply. Between them, Chad did not respond. He was concentrating intently on the colossal figure standing before him, one he had challenged before and lost. Everybody knew that miserable story, and his other duel with a member of Aizen's death squad hadn't yielded anything worth mentioning, so he decided to keep quiet on the subject of battles fought. Can't say I came out on top in my own tussle, but this guy's obviously the weakest of that crew, Aburai continued, withdrawing Zabumaru. So that being said, let's be done with him quick and go help our friends, nah. Red eyebrows shot up on Yami's forehead, giving him a slightly quizzical look. What's that? He uttered from deep in his double timpani-sized chest. You think that I'm gonna lose? And the right arm flashed down to the soul cutter on his hip. To measly little fucks like you. Please forgive us, mighty Hollow Master. The muscle-bound figure paused. Before him, the tiny Shinigami woman had dropped to her knees, raising her hands in supplication. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she was trembling like a wind-blown leaf. I beg for your mercy, on my knees. If you see fit to grant us our lives, my wealthy brother will reward you most handsomely. He shall grant you an estate in each of the quarters of Rukanga, 500 servants to wait upon your wishes, 20 tons of gold, 50 tons of silver, a herd of 1,000 horses with manes that shine like copper, 20 black bulls with horns of gilded ivory and hooves shot in platinum, a rich cloak studded with lapis lazuli, ambergris, and fine nephrite, a statue of yourself in purest bronze, silks from the Orient, snow from the Himalayas. Both the human and the hollow present gaped at this craven display in utter amazement. They were frozen like statues themselves. And Renji struck. Zabumaru extended, transforming into its Shikai without his spoken command, as only one who has achieved Bankai can do. It streaked across the way while their enemy stood agog at his victim's sudden whimpering fit. That enormous guillotine blade of a tip was aimed at a specific spot on Yami's right arm. A place where a thin band of scar tissue stood out on the deep brown skin, running all around the watermelon-sized bicep and triceps. This was the spot where Ichigo Kurosaki had cut the Espada's arm off in their first encounter. History repeated itself, as Zabumaru plowed into that exposed weak point, now braced across the giant's chest, and sliced straight through it. Yami's arm came off, to swing back and forth from its firm grip on the handle of his undrawn Zanpakuto before thudding to the ground. Its owner stared down at this turn of events in complete shock. As he did, Rukia flashed over the space between them. Her begging had ceased in an instant, and Sode no Shirayuki was now gleaming in her hand. Before the behemoth could respond to any of this, she was at his side. Her sword licked out, cutting the straps of her target, which she then pulled free. The tiny Valkyrie danced swiftly away, Yami's spear-sized Zanpakuto and sheath now clutched to her chest. "Hey!" He bellowed and charged forth, forgetting about the pain of his mutilation in favor of the more immediate realization that he had been effectively emasculated by this little bitch. As he did, though, Sato Yasutura's armored fist crashed into the bony covering of his jaw. Yami staggered a bit, then whipped around and backhanded him with his one remaining arm, sending him flying. The Mexican brawler rolled across the dunes several yards away, and the enraged gorilla continued his pursuit of the person responsible for denying him his full power. "Holy crap!" Ichigo whispered. "I guess it's true," Uriah blinked dazedly beside him. "The Arrancar are just like Shinigami in a way. If they lose their Zanpakuto, they've pretty much lost the greatest chunk of their power. Preventing them from drawing is the simplest way to beat them." A tiny furrow of discomfort appeared between his eyes. "Now why didn't I think of that?" "Wait," Renji grinned cheerfully. "There's more." It felt like he had broken his hand as soon as he connected with the ugly bastard's face. Apparently his strength had not increased to the point where he could take on even the weakest of the Espada yet. In addition, the brute had then proceeded to fling him away with as little effort as the first time they had faced off. The only noticeable improvement was that he had not been maimed by the attack like before. That didn't mean it hadn't hurt horribly. Not just the impact, although that in and of itself had felt like a cement truck and all of its family had collided with his warding brazo derecho del gigante. Some bones might be broken there, along with the ones in his left hand covered by brazo izquierda del diablo. But as previously stated, this was not the primary source of his distress. For the last 15 years of his life, Sato Chad Yasutura had lived with the unacknowledged but still secure impression that he could handle anything that people threw at him. His incredible size, strength, and durability had served him well in the face of virtually hundreds of unprovoked physical assaults from the most dangerous, unprincipled and malicious fighters that could be found among the youth of Mexico and Japan. In addition, once he applied himself, he had found that he was more than capable of achieving victory in the face of the exams and assignments that his teachers cared to present to him. He was not a weakling, and he wasn't stupid, no matter what people might think of him. He was a very strong and dependable person, in his opinion. But ever since his entry into Soul Society, Chad's image of himself had suffered some pretty serious blows. After waiting without a scratch through the ranks of the regular Shinigami, he had been confronted by Kiraku Shunsui, first seed of the 8th Division. The laconic captain had proceeded to utterly humiliate Chad in combat, avoiding all his vaunted attacks and swiftly laying the young fighter low without any effort. He had nearly died that day, and it was only due to his opponent showing mercy that he did not. Things only got worse after this. Upon being released from prison, he had reached the top of Sokioka Hill, where a mere glance from the silver-haired criminal captain at its peak had served to immobilize him, helpless as a child. A few months later, there had been the fight with Ulquiorra and Yami, in which he was almost beaten to death and had to be saved by a girl he had tried to protect. Several days after that, he came close to being impaled by an attack from an Aaron car that he hadn't even seen coming, rescued this time by Ichigo, who told him in not so many words that he could no longer be depended on in a fight. Upon recognizing this fact, he had sought aid from Kisukura Hara, who proceeded to enlist Renji Aburai's help in effortlessly pounding the living crap out of him every day for a few months. They had called it training, and it certainly helped, he had to admit. When they entered Hueco Mundo to rescue Orium, the first fight Chad engaged in he won handily. The second actually involved him getting his ass handed to him once again, but a sudden revelation about the full nature of his power had allowed him to come out on top in the end. And then of course, he had been thoroughly bitch-slapped by an Espada, and when the guy decided it wasn't much fun knocking around someone who couldn't put up a fight, he let his little toady finish the job. So again, Sato Yasutura wound up kissing the pavement. Or sand, in that case. And what was the result of all this? Simple. He was sick of being bullied. Chad had taken enough punishment from spiritual monsters of all different shapes, sizes, and temperaments now. And he was tired of it. So much so, he was willing to do pretty much anything to keep from being shown up as a loser again. He was not a bully, regardless of how he might appear. His grandfather had taught him to never raise his fists to intimidate or weaken others for his own gain. And Ichigo had helped him to find a way to still fight and remain true to that principle. His heart was good. Maybe he simply didn't want to be a burden in this mythic struggle between virtue and villainy. Or maybe, just maybe, what he really wanted was to once more have his friend Kurosaka consider Yasutura to be someone he could depend on to protect the people and things he held dear. Sato knew what was at stake here. Right now, his home of Karakura was under attack by bloodthirsty demons. A little closer, his friends Renji and Rukia were up against a deranged killer with no compunction about slaughtering them. And he was lying stretched out in the dirt. This had to end. So resolved, the determined pugilist rose to his feet. A little groggy, but he could at least stay upright. His arms were afire with pain, but Chad ignored this, and it seemed to work. With that, he began to move in the direction of the sounds of combat. Farther off, Renji had gone Bankai. Yami's iron skin had proven resistant to his Shikai aside from that previously exploited vulnerable area. Hiyo's Abamaru now loomed large against the skyline, and swung down screaming at its enemy with tremendous speed and strength. Sato had vast experience in how powerful that thing really was. In spite of this, Yami still connected with his fist. The snake skull cracked and flew back, shrieking its continued defiance. The Decima then kicked loose of the last remnants of the ice that clung to his legs and took off in pursuit of Rukia again. The Espada was absurdly strong and durable, but in the end, his speed was nothing special. Even encumbered by the weight of his pilfered weapon, Rukia was able to stay out of his reach. The loss of his arm seemed to have affected his sense of balance as well, and when she dodged lightly away from another lunge, the roaring brute stumbled in the sand and went to one knee, bellowing in frustration. At this point, the lieutenant had completed his preparations, and fired off his baboon bone cannon. The blast lit the entire desert red, and without a doubt there was a remarkable amount of energy behind it. Certainly if Chad had been faced with such an attack, he would have been hard-pressed to survive it. But apparently in spite of being a dim-witted lout of a sentient being, Yami still had some sense of how to fight. His own Siro managed to pour from his mouth moments before the blast would have hit, meeting the assault full in his face. An explosion of colliding powers sent sand and smoke up in a geyser, and the earth shook beneath them. Hiyo's Abamaru collapsed in pieces around its master, momentarily spent from the assault. Not 5 seconds later, though, the Hollow General came charging out of the wreckage. His face was blackened, and his eyebrows and sideburns were ablaze, but he appeared to be otherwise unharmed and even further enraged. "You scrawny little bitch, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, and when I do, my sword isn't the only thing I'm gonna stick inside you, you hear me, you puny slut." Geez, did this guy have a limit on how angry he could get? As for Chad, that last comment had served to stoke his own wrath. He wasn't dumb. He was certainly smarter than Yami, because after all, who wasn't? So he understood what the half-mad Hollow was threatening the Kukaki princess with. His grandfather had also taught him that no one had the right to strike a lady, much less force themselves upon one. I will not let that happen. I will not be proven less than that monster. I swear it, Abuelo. I'm smarter than him, I'm better, I know it. And if it turns out that I'm not stronger, if for whatever reason my own strength isn't enough, then... Marching towards battle, Sato almost tripped over something. Looking down, he saw a severed arm, the massive fist clenched in rigor. I think I'll borrow somebody else's. That's called fighting smart. Yami Realgo was firing off ballas from his remaining hand in pursuit of Rukia, frothing and cursing insanely, when someone spoke in a soft, determined voice behind him. Hey! Ugly! The inhuman beast swung about with a roar, raising his fist, right before its mate crashed into the side of his face. The ogre's head snapped violently in the opposite direction of his spin, and the mandible mask remnant shattered. It almost felt like his neck was about to break. When he came back about, shock written large all over his face, it was to see a grim-eyed Sato raising Yami's missing arm with both hands. You looked. And so saying, the human fighter swung down, bringing the solid arrow-tempered appendage smashing into his hated enemy's skull. The Espada's nose erupted, sending blood and bone pushing back into his head. For once he was simply too astonished to be angry. He was being beaten, by himself. His own punch. Dumbstruck by the implications, he could only watch in amazement as his weaker adversary hefted the horrific club once again. This time, he sent it plowing into the other side of Yami's head, destroying the remaining pieces of both his jawbones. One massive knee hit the sand. His head was spinning, and he shook it violently to try and erase the confusion. Just how in the hell? A grunt from before him was his only warning, and the spirit of destruction looked up to see his fist coming straight down again. He tried to raise his arm, but found that he couldn't quite make it in time, and that jackhammer of bone and muscle bashed him right between the eyes. Stupid, Sato whispered, sweating and trembling, his own muscles fired with a force that he had never previously experienced. You're so. And he connected again. Stupid. And. Another massive blow. Ugly. You're. Yet again. Dirty. And stupid. Swing the arm. Ugly. Crush his skull. Stupid. Make him stop. Dirty. Don't let him hurt anyone. Ugly. Not Rukia. Dirty. Not Ichigo. Ugly. And especially not me. Stupid. Sato kept right on swinging, even after Yami had fallen flat on his back and lay staring open-mouthed at the sky. Every curse now was punctuated with a strike to the thing's head. Stupid, ugly, dirty, ugly, stupid, dirty. This went on for some time. Further parts, Rukia and Renji could only watch in morbid fascination. So that's that. Lucky for us, the only part of that dope that didn't grow bigger in the last month was his brain. We're talking dinosaur relativity, here. Lieutenant Aburai leaned back and continued to watch thoughtfully as Sato pulped what was left of the Decima's face into pudding within the bowl of its skull using only his bare hands, having discarded the meat hammer a while back. No sense trying to stop it, really, might as well let him just work it all out of his system. I mean, this looks like it's been building for a while, we're talking months of frustration here. He turned towards Ichigo once again. What about you? You kill your guy this time? No. The spiky-haired fighter seemed to have recovered his composure. He got away, and he took Orium with him. We have to get out of this world and go help the other Shinigami against Aizen. Ulquiorra will be with his boss, I know it. That's what we're waiting on. Rukia trotted on over, with her brother Byakuya close behind. She had escorted Ishida to where Nemia waited, staying to observe the lieutenant of the 12th apply the limb rejuvenation formula. Once his pain-filled curses at the procedure were spent, a brief conference with the captains had gotten everyone up to speed. Right now those two have to come to an agreement of some kind to get us out of here. Who? Kurosaki asked, glancing between the Kukaki siblings. Byakuya adjusted his glove officiously. The Hollow Woman and Kurotsuka Teiko. His jaw dropped. Huh. The former Tercera broke off from listening to her fraction detailing their personal conflict and turned to regard the outlandish Shinigami who accompanied them. You killed him. Oh my, yes, Mayuri shot back over his shoulder while rummaging around in the cart. The memory of the deed made his smoky golden eyes twinkle with mischief. Nilil regarded him intently. She drew in a deep breath, and let it out. You look like the type who would make his victims suffer. Was that the case here? Assuredly. You can see the look on his face, if you are so inclined. I have it around here somewhere. He began to poke about for that specific specimen jar in preparation of the unveiling. Thank you, no. Knowing it happened is enough for me. Nilil Tuadolshvang picked absently at her white coat which she had stripped off of Neutra Jiraga's corpse. That made 2 down. There was no one left to really hate anymore. So then, if hatred is out of the question, what is left to motivate me? I would like to be of assistance to your group, Shinigami Captain. Mayuri looked up from his work. He seemed honestly surprised at the offer. My. Has no one explained the situation to you? We Shinigami are not permitted to truck with hollows, that's rather what this whole escapade seems to be about. If you would like to offer yourself and your cohorts up as specimens in my research, that I could happily accept. The 2 Arrancar clowns sought protection behind Nilil's solid form, and he continued. Anything else would only lead to trouble for me, I hate to say. Apparently this would require some further explanation. Whatever you ransacked from that little rat's lab, it won't be enough to form a Garganta. Now Kurotsuka paused. Without looking back, he simply said, are you casting aspersions on my ability to understand new technology? That wouldn't be something I could forgive so readily. Prickly one. If he had been a hollow, his theme would have been hedgehog. The Octava was a vainglorious pest. I doubt the intervening years did much to change that. Anything you have there might have been of interest to him, but in terms of truly productive work, he actually made only 1, maybe 2 contributions to Aizen's efforts. She moved to stand by his side, and noted how Mayuri quickly pulled the tarp down over his purloined treasures before she could see what might lie within. Quite a suspicious character, in more ways than one. I would be of more use to you than anything you have there. I must admit I'm curious. Those disturbing features, so similar to a hollow's, revolved to regard her closely. How would someone such as yourself think to be of service in this situation? You don't strike me as the scientific type. The skull-capped head cocked to one side. No, I'm not a scientist. I'm a hollow. Who better to fashion a Garganta? Ridiculous. And the white-scaled hand waved in dismissal. I already attempted to force several of your brethren to perform such a feat. The results were unsuccessful. The system Aizen used to close off our efforts seems to extend to the hollows as well. In short, Hueco Mundo is entirely encapsulated for the present time. No one can enter or leave until I determine how to correct that procedure. Actions spoke louder than words. With that, Nilil gestured, and in the space between them, a small dimensional tier big enough for one person to stick their head through opened up. Kurotsuka slowly came about and studied this endeavor. The system you speak of, she explained quietly, is one that was developed in my time. And it has a loophole. Specifically, the Espada themselves are capable of circumventing it, by passing through a secondary dimension Aizen created for this purpose and then proceeding to their original destination. A 2-step trip, instead of one. That's how the top 3 made their way into the human world when Aizen called them, and it's how Schiffer escaped a while back. Regardless of my misfortune, my status was apparently never officially revoked. Whether by oversight or intention, I'm still the fastest option for getting out of this mess that you have. He was looking at her now in a way that could only be described as dissecting her with his eyes. Maybe this wasn't a smart move, Nilil thought. Then the elite Shinigami stuck his hand into the open portal, and withdrew it. He flexed his fingers experimentally, and when nothing seemed to register as off, murmured in a far-off tone, of course, I must insist on certain conditions being met before I am willing to allow any of my colleagues to undertake such a venture. His clearly met gaze sought her out. To ensure your cooperation is genuine, of course. I won't have it be said that I was cozened by a pretty face, now. No, I suppose you wouldn't. And she gave him a slight, sad smile. In response, Mayuri grinned wickedly. I'm finding you more interesting, my dear. Let's make a date for experimentation when all this is over. So now he's interested in me. Wonderful. Why do I always attract the crazies? Speaking of which, I wonder how Jin's doing? It was only a slight sound that awoke him, but a soldier's instincts carried over even at home. In these uncertain times, it didn't pay to become complacent. So resolved, he stole swiftly out of bed, making sure not to wake his wife. A knife under his futon was retrieved just in case. Outside, the rest of the town was quiet. Not even so much as a dog barking in the street. Officers of the law patrolled the lanes even at this time of night, ensuring the peace of the Tokugawa era. He himself was a part of that good fortune. And when someone was fortunate, it tended to attract envy. Hence the caution. The warrior crept down the halls of his home. The sound had come from his son's room, that much he was certain of. The infant boy had been put to bed hours ago, but still, he might have come awake again, although usually that involved him crying and making a fuss. Normally he would have told his spouse to go check on their child. But something felt off. Sliding open the door to the nursery, he could see nothing unusual. Moonlight fell through the slats of the window. Scanning the shadows, he could detect nothing out of the ordinary. Taking a step forward, his foot came down in a puddle. Startled, he glanced down. Water? Bending down to touch it, he found something sticky and warm. When he brought his fingers up into the moonlight, the smell was unmistakable. Blood. Horror touched him, and the anxious father dashed to his son's crib. The awful mess within it caused him to scream like a mad thing. Turning, he caught a glimpse of movement, and his deranged brain could have sworn there was a flash of red at the door. He tore out into the hall, whipping his head back and forth in search of his quarry, knife at the ready and breath gasping in and out of his lungs. Nothing. Looking up then, he found his wife standing at the open door to their bedroom, confusion and fear written large on her face. She opened her mouth to speak, and blood gushed out. Before his eyes, he saw her lifted into the air, choking on gore that erupted from her suddenly torn throat. With a cry he ran to her, striving to grasp hold and bring his beloved back to earth. A blow knocked him down the hall. Tearing through the flimsy wooden screens, his head collided with a support column, and for a moment he lay dazed. Then sharp pain lanced through one of his hands, followed by the other. The same sensation blossomed in each leg. Blinking away the tears, he looked over to see that he had been pinned to the wooden floor. By arrows. His own arrows. From this position, he was forced to watch as the woman he loved was dragged into the room and torn to shreds right in front of him. He could smell the stink of his own loosened bowels, but it did not register. Unfortunately, his brain did recognize the sensation when sharp fangs tore into his belly. The soldier of the shogunate died in misery and excruciating torment, but not for a good long while. A report for this incident pertaining to that particular culprit was filed in a special government storage facility in Kyoto. It shed no greater light on their quarry than all the others. A similar report was handed over to the 2nd Division in Soul Society, and they knew exactly what they were dealing with. And so, the Godi I-13 took measures to end the existence of the hollow code-named Riptease. "Excuse me," Daiichi spoke softly to the Onmitsukido member seated near him, "can I ask you a question?" The black-clad ninja peered out of his face mask with eyes like a shark. He gave no answer in return. Seated in a small blind on the edge of the glade, both men had been told by their respective heads to remain here unless a call for backup was made. A joint collaboration between the 11th, 4th, and 2nd squads, it had taken nearly a year of preparation for this operation to come about, culminating in one carefully orchestrated nighttime attack. As such, there could be no conceivable room for mistakes. The military workings of Soul Society must be respected. But for all that, the member of the 6th unit of Squad 4 could not keep himself from chatting with his newly assigned partner. He might just be a healer, the lowest in terms of authority of the Shinigami world, but Daiichi appreciated the value of conversation. Even if this fellow clearly didn't. Why do they call this thing Riptease? Again, An answer was not immediately forthcoming, and Daichi settled back into his spot on the covered branch of a tree. Because the healer gave a start when the silence was broken by someone other than him. It likes to torture the prey. This was the most his silent partner had spoken that night. Perhaps it was time to finally perform introductions. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Daichi. I know. A swift cut off, followed by an awkward pause. So, what's your name? Silence. Then, FON. Apparently nothing more would be forthcoming by way of a first name. Still, you take what you can get. Nice to meet you, FON. Have you been a Stealth Forces member long? This is my first mission. That could have explained his willingness to talk. He was a newbie. Maybe the stress of this venture was telling on him in the same way it was me. Not that you could tell by looking at him. The man hardly seemed to breathe, so quiet and unmoving was he. Are you nervous to be given such a big assignment your first time out? No. Eager. Daichi shifted slightly to get more comfortable, but froze when FON cast him what could have been a warning glare. Message received. Don't get comfortable. The sight of those gimlet eyes left him feeling like anywhere might be safer than right here. To dispel that unwarranted feeling, he tried talking again. My wife is upset I got assigned to this case. She knows how many of us have fallen to this thing. It made for a lot of arguing these past few weeks. How did your family take it? Peering out of their enclosure at the dark mountain forest, FON replied back in a murmur. They knew it was my duty. Oh. Duty. Yes, I understand, as a Shinigami you have to divorce yourself from your feelings and focus on. I am not divorced from my feelings. At this, the man in black turned and regarded his shorter and distinctly weaker colleague, and in his previously unreadable eyes there was now something very intense. This is not my duty as a Shinigami, it is my duty as a FON. This filthy creature killed my great-grandmother and my elder brother. We must eradicate it or the shame on our house will not be absolved. That is why I am here. Daichi stared, surprised. Off in the distance, the cry of a hollow was heard. Outer and middle ring, this is the inner ring. Daichi flinched as the Tentiakura spell made it sound as if one of their officers was speaking right in front of them. The target has been sighted in the 16th cordon. The campaign will commence on this spot. And just like that, the contact was broken. Both men sat quietly. It's here, the medic spoke, surprise in his tone. It's really here. How did they know where to find it? A month ago we determined this to be its primary territory. FON had removed his soul cutter along with a collection of knives and was proceeding to sharpen them. It has a wide hunting range, but even if it goes to Hueco Mundo, it always comes back to the forest region within this prefecture. His throat had gone dry, and Daichi coughed, feeling more anxious than he could ever remember. Why? Unknown. Maybe it's searching for someone. Or something. It doesn't seem to have a nesting ground that we can pinpoint. That's why the scope of this operation is so wide. Daichi shivered, and his thoughts went back to his home in Soul Society, where his wife and newborn son were waiting for him. The image of them sitting together, not knowing whether or not he would return alive, caused cold sadness to settle through his bones. Now more than ever in his life he wished he could see them once again, he wished he could go home. I hope I'll be able to help. The look FON turned on him was filled with scorn. And how do you plan to do that, since you have neglected to bring your Zanpakuto? Daichi flushed. Well, actually, to tell you the truth, we have lost sight of the target. All units, prepare to be engaged at a moment's notice. Oh, dear. Life Giver and Life Taker stayed where they were. Daichi noticed that his knees were shaking, and hugged them together. Shivers went up his spine. FON returned his weapons to their hiding places before going back to sitting perfectly still. 8th Unit reporting in, we have found the target and are now engaging. Report to the 5th Cordon 2. This is the 2nd Unit, the target is now in the 11th Cordon, requesting backup. 9th, it's in the 9th Cordon, all units converge on this spot at once. Both men exchanged looks of similar apprehension. What's happening? Daichi whispered. What always happens, FON murmured back. It's tricking us. This is the 3RD unit. We've found the remains of. I think it's the 4th unit, I can't tell, they're dead, all of them, how did it get them all? We're losing. Astonished, the Shinigami doctor looked down at his trembling hands. How? How could the splendid tacticians of the Soul Society be outwitted by a mere hollow? They were trained, disciplined, experienced warriors. It made no sense. What could one fallen soul do against all that? It was then that he realized he was sitting in the tree alone. FON. No one there. Darting his gaze about, Daiichi could see no sign of his accomplice anywhere in the vicinity. Where is he? Did it get him? Am I going to die next? I don't want to be here, I want to go home and be with my family. Why did I have to be a Shinigami anyway? But I am. And so is he. He's one of us. So I suppose I had better go help him. Without giving any thought to their orders about staying put, the Death God moved out from behind the cover of his hiding spot and went in pursuit of his accomplice. FON squatted on a game trail. The signs of animals using this route were old and worn. Apparently the beasts living in this region had come to recognize that they were straying into a predator's vicinity, and had moved on to safer pastures. It was instinct that told them to do so. The same thing screaming at him that he was in danger now. But Shinigami are not ruled by instincts. So with iron control, the scion of his house remained where he was. All units, regroup beyond the second line. Perimeter, report any activity, whether confirmed or not. The enemy is somehow confounding our perceptions and. Thank you very much for that notice. Idiots. He couldn't believe that all their preparations had culminated in something like this. They had almost let the bastard go. Almost. Fortunately, he was here. He let such thoughts fade away, and focused everything on his senses. Not just the soul perceptions. That was where he was certain everyone else had made their mistake. Instead he worked through sound, sight, touch and smell. Sifting the textures of the mortal world through his ghostly perceptions. He could tell, through them, what many would have missed. It was coming. A presence. Drawing closer, announcing itself for him, hidden as he was in the shadows of the forest. FON drew his weapon. It was approaching from the east, and he moved swiftly to intercept it. Patience. Breathe in. Still yourself. The sound of movement. Let it come. The feel of the trees shifting. Almost there. The smell of. Oh, come on. Daiichi materialized down the way, looking anxiously all about. His needy gaze was filled with panic, and sweat glistened on his skin. Passing through the trees, he searched one way, then the other, apparently quite lost. FON exhaled slowly, and stepped out of hiding. The medic spotted him, and came running over, relief exuding off of him in waves. Hey there. Why did you leave your post? Weren't we supposed to stay in our positions? The assassin smiled behind his mask, and said calmly, I had to take a leak. His associate paused. What? You heard me. Right then one of FON's hands whipped out and sent a knife burrowing into Daiichi's chest. He screamed. And exploded in blue fire. FON watched this display. At the conflagration's core, there appeared a shadow. The blaze died down, revealing something that was neither beast, Shinigami, nor human. Hollow. It stalked toward him, a perverse assemblage of twisted parts. Sprouting directly beneath the head was a pair of small black arms whose clutching six-fingered talons reached over and yanked the knife out of its shoulder. A silver pelt covered the rest of the body, which had 4 legs in a configuration that was almost reptilian. Its tail was segmented and ended in a black stinger that practically announced itself to be venomous. The bone mask bore a certain resemblance to a fox, and from within those empty sockets there gleamed red slits of eyes so thin they might not have been there at all. But looking into them, FON was certain it could see very well. You obviously like to hide your true nature, the eager Avenger spoke. I won't ask what became of my colleague, clearly you encountered him after I left. Your magic is clever, Kitsune. It even made you smell like him. But you don't seem to recognize that you carry another scent on you. The scent of my family's blood. That is why only I could find you. There is just one thing that can wash that taint away, your own. The creature didn't respond, only began to prowl around him. Fon did the same, so that they were circling each other. Don't worry, he whispered, a savage grin spreading over his face. I won't call for any of the others. This is my kill. If Daichi had bothered to respect that, he might have remained alive. I, Dao Fon, will make an offering at his grave, after I'm done with. His brother's killer made no noise when it attacked, but he was ready for it. Kido flared, a Zanpakuto keened, and the fight began. Daichi was lying on his side, a terrible cold seeping into his body. While searching for Fon, he had been approached by a wounded man whose bearing marked him as one of the 11th. Rushing over to aid his fellow, the devoted doctor had been shocked when something sliced through his jugular, and he collapsed spurting blood all over the forest floor. The medical training he had spent years learning seemed to desert him at this point, and he could do nothing but press his fingers to the wound in a vain attempt to halt the escape of his life. How could this have happened? Blue flame burned close by, and then Riptise was crouching beside him, its feral eyes hungrily feeding on his obvious confusion and fear. As he struggled to comprehend this situation, one idea alone seemed to take precedence in his mind. When Daichi saw the hollow reach out with its sharp claws to finish him, he found himself speaking that thought aloud. I want to go home. The Black Hands paused. They watched one another for a while, there in that tranquil forest turned deadly perilous. After a time, Riptise remembered how to speak, something it had not bothered to do in what seemed like a very long time. Me too. Then he bent down and licked some of the blood off Daichi's face. By the time he stood up, he had already taken on the appearance of his latest victim. There was no need to deal the final blow with this one, he would be dead soon enough. All that mattered was his escape. With that, the doppelganger had disappeared into the trees. Daichi couldn't bother to be surprised by this. He was still thinking about his loved ones off in the land of the dead, anxiously looking forward to his return. A terrible feeling settled over him as he realized that this would never happen. His life had come to an end. No. Not yet. I'm not dead yet. I haven't failed them. There's no need for them to give up hope. Not quite. Healing energy then sparkled around his palm. More blood gushed out, and he could feel his life force fading with it. He recognized that were he actually attempting this on anybody else, it would have been obvious to those in his profession that it was a wasted effort. Give up, inform the family, and let friends and drink console you in your grief. However, in this case, the family was his own. And he couldn't bear the shame of thinking how they would react when learning the manner of his death, getting his throat slit and bleeding out like a pig in the woods. Everyone always laughs at us men of the fourth. Anohanateiko says we mustn't take it personally. And I didn't. Because I knew the things they said about us weren't true. Weak. Cowards. Useless. I've heard it all. They even say that about us when we die right beside them out in the field. Well, not me. My son will not grow up thinking that his father died a coward. I'm not afraid of anything anymore, except that. And I'm going to prove it. The wound had closed by this point. But the damage had been done. There was hardly a flicker of spirit power left inside him. There was no way to undo the loss. That alone would be enough to kill him now. But something more was driving Daichi, staving off the end for as long as possible. Until then, he had other things to worry about. And so, without bothering to acknowledge that he was already dead, the death god stood and tottered off into the woods. Less than a minute after the fight began, Dao Fon lay as dead as his brother. Soldiers, Riptise thought to himself disdainfully. They're all the same, thinking everybody's weaker than they are. Even Shinigami. Haven't I proved to these idiots by now that I'm not to be taken lightly? To deal with me, they'd better send one of their captains if they want to stand a chance. Maybe I'll beat him too. Although who knows? Maybe it'll be a girl. The thought made him chuckle. He then swallowed the blood off his claws and departed, leaving the horribly mangled body behind. Daichi was close enough to feel when the battle began, and also when it ended a short while later. his slow, stumbling steps turned in that direction. In what felt like hours to his fogged brain but was actually no more than a few minutes, he came upon the site of the FON family's duel for honor. The corpse's skin was cherry red under the pall of blood, and its lips were pulled back from its teeth in an expression of agony. Poison, the healer recognized. He recalled the information they had collected, and that certainly seemed to fit with the reconnaissance team's findings up to this point. There was no doubt that Riptise had been here. So much for avenging your brother's death. Guess this means I'll have to do some avenging myself. Looking down, he saw FON's Zanpakuto still held loosely in his grip. Daichi didn't bother to think that there was nothing special to this blade now, no guardian spirit of any sort since its master was dead. All he saw was a weapon, and the recognition that he himself was without one. With that, the vengeance seeker picked up the inanimate object, spying a trail of blood leading out of that scene as he did. Heart slowing, life fleeting, he followed it. On his way out of the trap, Riptise found himself confronted by a pack of Shinigami. Stumbling slightly, making an effort to appear pained and pitiable, he approached them. Hey! A girl noticed him first. Wearing that green band across her chest that signified something he did not know, she gambled through their group. What happened? Are you all right? Before she could come a few steps, though, one of the others garbed and masked as he now was grabbed her by the arm. Who's there? The man demanded in a tone that dripped caution. FON, the hollow coughed, secretly delighting in how that last fool had chosen to proclaim himself. Deo FON. It's FON. Someone else cried. Your shoulder. The girl gasped as more of their party turned to look. Did it get you? It came out of nowhere. The actor slumped against a tree, giving an impression of intense weariness. He let a deep and abiding regret sink into his words. The other man. Daichi. It killed him. Cut me. Then it ran. He noticed how the female covered her mouth in horror at the mention of the name. Which way? One of the other masked fighters, apparently the leader here, spoke out to him. East. An auspicious direction. Everybody knew that. Maybe if any of them survived the next few seconds, they might get the joke. Not that he intended to leave one of them alive if he could. Staggering forward, Riptise drew closer to his prey. Inform the other units. The leader spoke quietly to his cohorts. Try and coordinate the sightings to get an accurate reading of its location. Over half of the assembled hunting party then sped away or began performing those ridiculous little chants. Their quarry watched these efforts with mingled amusement and disappointment at losing the chance to kill more of them. Daichi. The girl, a slight, snub-nosed little thing, looked to be on the verge of tears. Oh, no. I knew him. I know his wife and his little baby, I can't. She swayed slightly in disbelief, then shook her head, apparently remembering their predicament. Dislodging the hand of her compatriot, she headed over to Riptise, who exulted at the sight of his target drawing closer. Removing her green chest strap, she prattled on once more. Please forgive me, I shouldn't be getting emotional out in the field. Heaven knows we of the Fourth have a bad enough reputation as it stands. Here, let's get you taken care of. No, he exulted as she approached him, all sweetness and innocence. Let's get you taken care of. Do you feel lightheaded from any poison? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Kian. The Shinigami looked up from her bag, and her mouth fell open, dark eyes growing wide. Yamada-san. She blurted out. What? Riptise turned around, just as Daichi Yamada swung his sword and decapitated him. The disguised body burst into blue flames. An instant later, the torso crumpled, followed immediately after by a spent Daichi. The impact didn't hurt, but before anyone could make a move, a hideous scream erupted in the night. Riptise's head hit the ground while the rest of it burned away to ash. Coming to a rest, the front of the mask suddenly burst, and a column of turquoise fire shot out, causing all nearby to turn their faces, shielding their eyes. The ghastly shrieking continued without pause. Daichi did not look away. It was only a few feet from him, so he could see clearly. He alone perceived that inside that burning mask, stretched in agony and terror, was the face of a silver-haired child. "Don't be afraid," he whispered to it softly, pityingly. "You're going home now. You'll be safe. There's nothing more to fear." The wailing died out, the mask and its wearer dissolving from this world. Daichi closed his eyes then. "My wife. Forgive my selfishness. I have to go now. Take care of our child. Tell him that his father did not die in vain. My boy. Live strong. Find someone to love and have children of your own. Your father will always be proud of you. I lived as a Shinigami, and so I died." And so, with regret but no fear, Daichi's heart stilled forever. Well away from the others, Ichigo was sitting propped against a boulder, carefully rewrapping the cloth covering around Zanjitsu, when Rukia came over and sat down beside him. "How are you taking it?" she asked. There was no need to ask what that referred to. The question could have covered a broad range of topics at this time, but he had a feeling he knew what she meant. And right now, he didn't really feel like being snippy with her about it. If he couldn't sum up his current condition, that would just be one more thing to worry over. And so the rebellious teen continued with his ministrations, before stating quietly, "I'm dealing with it. Ishida told me everything. I know what happened up there. That makes one of us." Some of the bindings looked a little crooked to him, and so he unwound them and started over. No sense in doing a half-assed job, right? If you can't do it right, you shouldn't do it at all, you weakling. Ichigo flinched at the thought, then with slow deliberation he shoved the monster down before proceeding with his work. Hopefully Rukia hadn't noticed. "Do you remember anything, Ichigo? Why is she wanting to talk about this now? Geez, for once, Rukia, can't you just leave things alone? I'm so damn tired." He didn't say that, though. Instead, Kurosaki replied, "Ulquiorra went bankai on me and put a hole through my chest you could have crawled through without any difficulty. The next thing I knew, the hole was gone and so was he." They remained in silence for a few moments. Her amethyst eyes moved to the idyllic painting that served as a horizon within this Colosseum, studying that mirage, perhaps in search of any flaw in its design that would reveal it to be fake. For his part, the substitute Shinigami continued what he had been doing before. "Ichigo." For a moment he was set to smash the hollow once more, before recognizing that voice. It served to give him the first feeling of peace and relief he had experienced in quite a while. "Hey, old man. I'm glad to hear it's you. I thought you might benefit from some time alone. Would you like to come inside?" He hesitated, considering what this might mean. "He isn't here now. I could stay quiet and you could think by yourself. Only a few seconds would pass outside. Would you like that?" Ichigo understood what Zanjitsu was offering, an opportunity to collect his thoughts, without anyone to trouble him, before heading out into what would no doubt be the greatest battle of his life. And that idea certainly had its appeal. He was feeling rather shaken by everything that had just occurred, more so than he was comfortable letting on even to himself. Ignoring it could prove more damaging and potentially fatal if that experience should arise again. "Yeah. Makes sense. Thanks for the offer, old man. But I think I really need to focus on what's happening now. I understand. You wanna stick around? Contribute to my end of the conversation? No. That would only distract you. And you need to keep your wits sharp around her. That's a fact. Hey, wait a minute. Are you implying I'm dull compared to Rukia?" "Yes." "What? Are you kidding me? She couldn't even figure out a flippin' juice box. She's totally naive. That old grocery store guy would have conned her into buying his rotten vegetables if I hadn't been there. She brought a window to decorate a closet, she. Are you two done talking?" Ichigo made an inadvertent squeak, and he stared at the calm composed figure seated at his side. "How did you? I have a Zanpakuto too, remember? She wouldn't stoop to invading on whatever you were speaking about, but apparently when my name came into the conversation, she couldn't help sneaking a peek. According to her, the serious part of your discussion is over. I thought maybe we could return to ours." The teen scowled irritably and blew the hair up off his forehead. "Can't I get a little privacy even in my own mind? Your mind is rather crowded, she pointed out, and turned to regard him. The look on her face was not quite condemning, not quite compassionate. Good facial control. Maybe her acting worked on so many people for a reason. Ichigo. He started. Yes. Do you know what happened to you on the roof of Las Noches? The boy stared at her, trying to find an answer to that question, but nothing seemed to be coming. He didn't feel like pointing out the obvious, so then all that left him with was nothing. No, he whispered. I don't. You became a hollow. A shiver went up his spine, and immediately he felt the need to refute that statement. No, I didn't. What must have happened was, you were put to death, Rukia continued, cold relentless inflection in every word. The Espada dealt you a mortal blow, and in the moment before the end you experienced what every living being does. Sorrow, anger, desperation, longing, and terror. You felt these emotions so strongly that they crowded out all the remaining vestiges of humanity from your heart. Between one heartbeat and the one that would have been your last, you gave up on being human, Ichigo. Suddenly he didn't want to talk about this anymore. What was she saying? No, that couldn't be right, it just couldn't. But apparently there was no stopping her. Like it had to be said. Just like every one of them you've ever faced. You now know exactly what they felt like at the moment they went from plus to hollow. No, I don't. I told you, I don't remember. He looked angrily away from her then, feeling as though he might start weeping like a little kid. Why was she doing this? They had to go fight Aizen, didn't they? Why was she telling him this now? It couldn't possibly help. Did she not understand that? Did she not understand me? I think it's good that this happened, Ichigo. Okay. Clearly she didn't. He turned a befuddled, angry look on her. Rukia was sitting on the sand, hands folded in her lap, face set, and stoic. But her eyes held that sad, perceptive look that came over her whenever she was speaking to him on something personal. It made him pay close attention to what she said next, in spite of how irritated he still felt towards her at that moment. Up until now, I don't think you've really bothered to stop and think about what separates a Shinigami from the rest of Earth's spirits. I have a feeling I'm about to find out, he spit acidly, regretting it shortly after but being entirely too pissed to take it back. It's something my Zanpakuto and I have discussed. The quality that we all share, from captains on down, is forgiveness. Huh. Now he knew she was losing it. Are you serious? You think your brother feels forgiveness when he kills folks? You think Zaraki feels forgiveness? I do. She said it so assuredly, too. Even Zaraki. You might even say, especially him. When he slays his opponent, do you think that he hates them afterwards? What? I mean, no, I don't. Hard to say if he really hated them before, but still. Neither do I. It's hard not to hate your enemies, Ichigo. I certainly can't do it. A lot of the Shinigami I know are like that. I think maybe that's where Zaraki has us beat. I don't think he really considers the ones he fights as his enemies. He kills hollows, and he bears their souls no grudge. That's harder than one might think. You could say that Kenpei Zaraki is the most basic example of a Shinigami that exists. No Kido spells, no need for robes or any of that. Nothing else thrown in. I doubt he's ever performed a Kenso for a regular soul in his life, but that doesn't alter the fact that he appreciates what we do differently than anyone else. He fights, his opponent is purified, and he moves on to the next. That's all there is to him. I think he does it because he understands some of what they must be feeling. There are things we don't know about Zaraki that allow him to disregard the normal hate and fear that we feel for the Hollows. And the average Shinigami nowadays does hate them. Very much. Because they are the primary threat to our lives, we want to view them as simple, basic monsters that must be beaten. The same way you did before your fight with Inu's brother showed you that wasn't the case. So that our job becomes that much easier. Listening to her wasn't helping him understand her point. Was she accusing him of lacking something that Zaraki didn't? Feeling more and more like this was a pointless exercise, Kurosaka settled his chin on his upraised knees and wished she would be done talking, or at least change the subject. But now, you have experienced to the utmost what our foes felt at the moment their souls collapsed. You've been there, right along with them. And I think, since you have, you are better equipped to face Sosuke Aizen and his men. Because you understand now why they were able to take these lost ghosts and turn them into slaves, and why it was so basically wrong a thing for a Shinigami to do. Rukia, he grimaced, feeling a headache coming on. What the hell are you talking about? In response, she took a deep breath and said, you've faced the worst that can happen to you personally. You may have become a hollow, Ichigo, and by doing so come to realize that it is nothing a sane person would willingly choose. But I'll never, ever believe that you'd permit yourself to become what those three are now. And what is that? This had better be good. Unforgivable. Staring straight ahead, Ichigo tried not to think about this answer. Unfortunately, that proved as productive as telling himself to not think about elephants. See? There you go. Elephants. And along those same lines, just what the hell is she trying to tell me, huh? That I need to be forgiven for something? That I shouldn't forgive them? Granted, there's a hell of a lot that those guys need to answer for in my book, all of them, Ulquiorra, Aizen, everybody. But now that I actually think about it, something tells me they've done a lot more crap than I'm aware of, even if raising a hollow army and using it to try and wipe out my town and my family is right at the top of the list. And they did it all while they were still respected and praised captains of Soul Society. So really, what exactly has changed about them? They were bastards then, and they're bastards now. Don't expect me to believe none of you picked up on it. Hell, I took one look at Jinichi Maru, and I knew there was a guy who should be behind bars where he couldn't hurt anybody. If they needed to have vengeance or justice or whatever done to them, it should have been centuries ago, or however long they've been around. It should never have been allowed to come this far. They ought to have been cut off long before I was ever born. How come nobody did that? Why did you all ignore what a bunch of psychos they were and let them lead you into battle against those hollows you claim to forgive so much? Hell, if anybody needs to be forgiven, it's all of Soul Society for letting this mess grow to the point where it got dumped in my lap. Ichigo's nails were digging into his arms, and he recognized that he was getting very worked up about this. He knew she was trying to help him here, she wasn't looking to confuse him or belittle his pain. But damn it, after what he had been through today, didn't he deserve some consideration? Moments before he had been willing to have somebody just point him in the direction of the three traitors and let him fly. Now he was being forced to think about what separated them from him, and what it might mean, and whose fault it was, and whether or not they deserved to be forgiven, or... His jaw was clenched, and absurdly there seemed to be tears gathering inside his eyes. He didn't want to think about any of this. It was so damn frustrating. What did she know, anyway, come to think of it? Little Miss Rukia know-it-all Shinigami, sitting there and going on as if I asked you to teach me something about souls and hollows. Things have changed. I'm not an ignorant punk anymore, I don't need you to whip out your stupid sketchbook and paint me a picture. When are you going to figure out that you don't know everything? Who are you to tell me about giving up, anyway, huh? You sat around in a jail cell waiting to be murdered by a bunch of stuck-up pricks without even trying to fight for your life. Don't tell me about losing heart, don't tell me about not being human, or I'll kill her. Ichigo froze. You heard me, King, do it. Kill the little bitch, don't let her talk to you that way. Put me through her throat, see how smart she sounds choking on steel. No. You shut up. You hear me? Don't wanna kill her? Fine. Hit her. Break her nose, crack her jaw, just make her shut up. Look at her sitting there, all proper and clean. Mess her up, why don't you? I can't stand listening to her going off like she knows anything about you and me, what we are, what we had, what we would still have if that pasty-faced clown hadn't sucker punched me at the wrong moment. Be quiet. I don't want to think about that. But you remember, don't you? After all, it was you. You finally saw how things are going to end between us, with there being no more difference between us. We were so alive, so complete. We didn't need a reason or a quest, we had everything we needed right there in the palm of our hand, it should have gone on forever. Damn it, get down. Back in your cage, you bastard, where you belong. There's no more cage, you dumb shit. There's no more separation. I'm your future, you can't get rid of me. There's no more hope for you. It's over. No. No, I won't let it. I'll die before I let you take me down. You can't die, King. I won't let you. Haven't you seen that by now? Where's that hole in your chest, Oh, wait, I mean my chest. He was crying now. There was a pain in his sternum, and he was scared that if he looked down, he would see the hollow hole there, bleeding out, letting him know that he had lost once again, that it had all been for nothing. He was weak. He was beaten. His family was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. I'm sorry. Dad, Karen, Yuzua, please forgive me, I'm sorry, I. Hunched up with his head in his hands, Ichigo felt it when Rukia's arms came around him. It was instinct that compelled him to grab hold and pull her close. He knew that here was a warm, comforting presence, and he wanted to hold on to that as long as it took for all the bad things that had been done to him today to just go away. It was a parent, a sister, a friend. Whatever you want to call it, it was what he needed right now. Kurosaki clutched the tiny girl in his embrace, tears running down his cheeks as he whimpered and mewled, drawing in shuddering breaths only to have them come out as sobs. I wish I was home. I want to go home. You are such a little baby. Ichigo. She said my name. Ichigo. I have known you for less than a turn of the seasons. In the last 150 years I have met great men, powerful men, admirable men. People who left me awed and appreciative of their qualities, who made me glad to have just been recognized by them, if only for a moment. I have felt privileged to be in their company, and have fought to defend them when need be. Her hands were stroking through his hair and over his back, and somewhere in his soul, the hollow growled at this intimacy. And now, I have met you. And I have come to know you. Not as well as I have, Ichigo. You realize that, don't you? The ache in his chest had transferred to his stomach, where it seemed to settle. We both almost died today, Ichigo. That gives a person a great deal to think about. I thought about our hearts. What they are, what they let us believe in. And watching you learn what you could do these last few months, made me see what we all do in a different way. Did you know that we behave differently for everybody around us? When I was sitting in that cell in Soul Society, after I learned you were alive, I thought about myself when I was with you. And after you saved me, I thought about it some more. Her robe was wet with his tears, but she didn't seem to mind. That was Rukia for you. She knew not to sweat the little things. Like private property, or lying your way out of a jam. It was Rukia at her best, in his opinion. You're the one lying here. She infuriates you no end. Sometimes it's all you can do not to grab her and slap her and. You fought so hard, and gave me a home in two worlds. I had never really known what that was like. Part of it was my own fault, for not realizing it was something I only needed to open my eyes to see. And when that finally dawned upon me, I thought about what I could do to thank you for it. It didn't take long to find the answer. And Rukia dropped her head so that she might whisper in his ear. I realized that I could love you, Ichigo. In an instant, the body in her arms went stiff. All crying ceased. Rukia held on all the more. A moment later, his grip slackened. He drew away, and stared at her in open, honest amazement. The teen held on to this presence, this moment. He didn't think about who might see them like this, or anything besides. Nobody and nothing else mattered. Rukia wasn't smiling. She looked completely and totally serious. Understand that what I'm saying to you has nothing to do with the war we're about to fight, or my anticipation about whether or not I expect to survive it. Know only that if I live, I will do everything in my power to make your life one that you can live in happiness and without fear. Fierce luminous eyes, pale skin, that black lock of hair that fell over her nose. He remembered how she looked right then with utmost clarity. The words she spoke next made sure he would never forget. I love you, Ichigo Kurosaki. There was a moment's pause. Then she simply stood up and walked away. The boy she loved sat and watched her go. Did you hear that? Shut up. Yeah. You did. And you know what it means, right? No. Don't lie. I can feel how scared you are right now. Idiot. That's not me, it's you. No. For once, it really isn't me. It's all coming from you. Because you just saw it, didn't you? Be quiet, King. Shut your sappy little pie hole right now, do you hear me? That was my future. Right there, you sorry piece of shit. The same kind of love that brought me into this world in the first place. No. Will be what takes you out of it. You. You sorry old bastard, help me stop it. Help me kill her. Don't you see? Don't you understand what it means? Without me, he'll die. We'll all of us die. Do you really want that? Fear of death? Is that what you think can motivate me to your side? How pitiable. It's the truth. Don't try to deny it. Forget about the damn future, think about right now. That last one wasn't even the strongest of them, there's 3 more, and that talking asshole Aizen to boot. You think Ichigo can do anything against them without giving me what I want? We've already seen this Vasered crap isn't going to cut it anymore. We're the same, aren't we? Help me now. And therein lies the difference between the king and you. What? Hope. You don't have it. But he does. Even in the face of certain death, Ichigo will look forward to something that will enable him to prevail. Yeah. Me. And if you were to lose, what then? Me? Lose? Impossible. Since you cannot answer, I will tell you. Ichigo would fight on regardless. He would fight, because that is what motivates him, his very basest instinct. Have you forgotten even that elementary lesson, the first one he used to bring you to your knees? Impossible. That's what they all say. Hopeless creatures like you. Remember Ulquiorra, how he reacted when Ichigo wouldn't give up even in the face of his full strength. He recognized that all his power would not be enough to get him what he wants. When next we meet, that realization may just prove to be his undoing. But we will endure. Words. It's just words, you know. If you keep following this holy hero crap, it'll only wind up getting us all killed. As long as we still win, that is acceptable. You fool. You stupid, heedless fool. Death means you lost. Not if you were fighting for something other than just to win. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? It's bullshit. You know your future, now. Shut up. I don't know anything like that. When the time comes, try and face your end with a modicum of dignity. It'll never happen. Nothing lives forever, you know. I do. I can. Off with you, now. The adults have things we must discuss. Fuck you all. And with that, the monster vanished into the darkness of his soul. Ichigo. Yeah? How do you feel now? He considered that question. Like I can take on the world, old man. That's what I like to hear. The Shinigami War Party of Las Noches and affiliated entities watched in anticipation. After making some adjustments and last-minute calculations, her collaborator gave her the signal, and Nilil made a gesture. The clear sunlit sky before them suddenly opened up like a wound, displaying a pure black void. Another 2 such pits then formed beside it. Now then, Captain Kuratsuka clapped his hands, positively vibrating with academic interest. As you can see, we once more have a means of vacating this inhospitable clime, and in record time. Are you all thoroughly impressed? A most timely accomplishment, Mayuri-sama, Rukia spoke up from beside Ichigo. He glanced down at her questioningly. You're a genius, Captain Kuratsuka. That came from Renji, and the orange-haired ruffian shot him a look that clearly said, "What the hell, man?" In response, the lieutenant raised his tattooed eyebrows laconically, as if to say, "What?" Anything to keep this wacko happy so he doesn't get pissy and drop us into hell. Mayuri bared yellow teeth in satisfaction at this perfunctory but undeniable praise. Splendid. Now, on to other matters. He ran a hand over the glowing crystal ball before him, and the portals widened further. Owing to the fact that I do not completely put my faith in anyone whose nervous system I don't own, and to limit the possibility of an ambush, we are taking this trip by 3 different routes. Udalshvank didn't seem bothered by this offhand slight, though her Fraxion casually made identical rude hand gestures at the Shinigami scientist from one side. This indirect method we are using is the same our enemies employed, though with some personal modifications. There will be no need for any of you to concentrate on forming Ryotsu bridges, that task will be overseen on my end. This means you will not have to deplete yourselves any further before entering into the battle site. Bear in mind, and he raised a finger warningly. You will be dropped directly into the middle of the fight, through the barrier that has been erected around the facsimile of Karakura. There is no way to tell what might have transpired in the time since the showdown began. I take no responsibility for what happens to you after you are out of the Garganta. Know only that your journey to that battlefield will be as precise and peaceful as a walk down the street. Stop using sissy words like that, Kenpeka grumbled where he squatted. You'll spoil the mood. So then, Captain Anohana spoke up. All that remains is for us to divide into 3 parties and proceed. Captain Kukaki and I have already decided on the arrangement. She stepped out in front of the group and turned to regard them all. Abarai Fukotaiko, you will join your captain, Kukaki-chan and Yasutara-san to be the first through. These 4 slowly moved together. Ishida-san, Zaraki Teiko, Kuzajishi Fukotaiko, and Yamada-san will comprise the second. Ichigo flinched a bit and cast a look down at Rukia, but she was already moving away from him. Speaking out could lead to some uncomfortable questions vis-a-vis her brother Byakuya, so he decided not to bring it up. Finally, Kurosaka-san, you will accompany me and my lieutenant so that we may see to your replenishment before the fight. Wait a minute. The math in these groups was a little off. Hey. He perked up then. What about Nell? And for that matter, what about Mayuri and Nimue? How did you just refer to me, you dolt? Mayuri hissed, clearly distraught at the informal manner of address. Welcome to my world, Byakuya Kukaki spoke as he strode regally toward the dimensional vortex. These parties were determined in terms of total Ryotsu, not numbers, Retsu replied to the question, and for reasons of security in regards to the Garganta, Kurotsuka-sensei and his lieutenant will remain behind with the young lady and her men to ensure that nothing goes amiss during our transfer. Once we are safely across, he will join us on the other side. Ichigo glanced uncertainly over at the green-haired Espada. Call him old-fashioned, but the thought of leaving her here practically undefended with the devilish doctor didn't sit too well with his sensibilities. In spite of the way she looked right now, and the way it made certain parts of his body react without his consent, he still couldn't shake the impression that she was no more than a child in need of protection. Feeling his eyes upon her, Nelia looked over and favored him with a smile. The next thing he knew, she had glumped him in one of those fiercely possessive hugs. He gagged, feeling things grinding unpleasantly within his body, not to mention what was grinding rather pleasantly against him. Lucky bastard, he clearly heard Renji mutter, and desperately he chanced to glance over to see how Rukia might be responding to this situation. She had her back turned, whether by chance or choice. However, before he could concoct anything by way of an explanation, his affectionate attacker's voice murmured in his ear. She sounded completely calm. No need for worry, Ichigo. I'll be fine here. Surprisingly enough, I know how to deal with dangerous men. Just don't ask any questions when I get there, and take care of yourself until I do. Just what the hell was that supposed to mean? Ichigo. Huh? He stirred. Something in her voice had changed, and Nell drew away a bit, her slate-colored eyes staring purposefully into his own. She looked more apprehensive now than when she had been fighting Neutra. You need to promise me something. Er. Who could say where this was leading? Not I. Okay. What? When you get there? And she took a shaky breath before proceeding, please watch out for Ichimaru. Come again. Why that guy in particular, he was just about to ask. But at this point she drew away from him, and went back to rejoin her cohorts before the question could be put to her. All right, then. Kurotsuka trilled. No more time for risque behavior. Prepare yourselves for the ride of your lives. Renji Abarai sat on what appeared to be a flying carpet composed of pure spirit power. The tunnel of nothingness down which they flew was headed towards a bright light off in the distance. So far nothing untoward had happened. All the same, he knew exactly what they were going to find once they got where they were going. And it wouldn't be nearly as sedate an environment as this. To prepare, he drew Zabumaru, checking the blade for any sign of distress. Nope, everything seemed to be all hunky-dory. A slight angle of the blade then, and he could see Rukia sitting next to her unflappable brother in its reflection. Get your head in the game, brother. We can't afford to waste time thinking about your love life. Or lack thereof. I was just wondering. Does she look different to you? Let us see. No. It's something I can't put my finger on. She looks, I dunno, calm? Focused? How is someone supposed to look before a battle? Shaking and scared. You know her better than that. It's got nothing to do with the fight. I think something major happened for her after we split up. More than what we went through, and it changed her. She looks. What? Spit it out. Dangerous. This thought apparently caused both of his guardian spirits to hold their tongues, whether from surprise or concern. For his part, the determined dogfighter continued to study his longtime partner with an intense scrutiny that would have been slightly embarrassing under most circumstances. Now, however, the sight of her filled him with something akin to peace. She's worth fighting for, he thought to himself. I know that I never told her that before, but when all this is over, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to prove it. Another tilt of the shaft, and Byakuya's face came into view. To everybody. Rukia. She blinked when he said her name, and glanced over at him attentively. Yes, Nii-sama. Are you well? Her lips parted slightly, and there was a tinge of confusion in her face, or perhaps hesitation. Byakuya knew a great deal about reading his adopted sister's moods, no matter how she might try to hide them. He had a long time to practice watching her from afar, after all. I'm prepared for what we have to face, Nii-sama. She had chosen to take his question in reference to what lay in store ahead of them, but he had meant it in terms of what was behind. That might have been a tactful request that he let the matter drop. But now was not the time for tact. You killed one of their generals. This was something he wanted to be clear on beforehand. She didn't appear proud at such an accomplishment. Hurt, and shaken. It was upsetting to have Rukia appear this way as a result of his prodding. He had hoped, after their newfound relationship that had resulted from her trip to the world of the living, that he would never have to see her distressed by being near him again. During his recovery from the injuries sustained on Sokioku Hill, he had found more than just Yoriuki being willing to approach him again. Following the reconciliation with his first lover, Rukia had started showing up to his sickbed as well. This was nothing like his visits from the cat goddess, and there was a particularly disturbing thought. Yoriuki had mentioned it in that context, she had claimed by way of a joke, but her sense of humor was of the piercingly aggravating type. His sister had, for assuredly the first time ever, looked at him without any trace of fear. When he had awoken that first day, to see her sitting calmly beside him, he almost hadn't recognized her. She had been dressed in her Shinigami uniform, and he had the distinct impression that Rukia was watching over him while he slept, to make sure that nothing and no one would harm him. The first attempts at conversation had remained somewhat awkward, filled with unspoken wishes and blocked by painful memories. But knowing what she meant to him in his heart, he had persevered, and apparently he meant enough to her to do the same. They had talked quietly at first about small things. What was happening in the clan, how she was dealing with being the head of the Kukaki now, and what their respective squads were involved in. He had already received such reports from Renji and his household staff, but hearing it from her was something of confirmation. Not to the veracity of their statements, but to the impression he had taken away from them, however they might have actually intended it to be, that his temporary replacement was doing quite well for herself at this time. He had complimented her on that, tersely, of course, so as not to display any improper affection. And he had found, somewhat surprisingly, that Rukia had a charming tendency to blush whenever he spoke well of her. Charming, and alarming. If this was how she looked when she was happy, then he would have to take steps to ensure that none of the past or present suitors who had expressed interest in her should ever see it. If they did, it would only serve to heighten their diabolical interest in her. No, this was something that must be encouraged properly, in controlled settings, where there was no risk involved. He would make sure of that. After all, his duty as her elder brother was to see that his little sister was kept clear of the designs of wicked and unscrupulous men. Especially teenagers. With orange hair. And foul mouths. And overinflated egos that made him want to have them caned to within an inch of their lives in front of a crowd of onlookers while he sat sipping tea and watching the clouds go by. But seriously, Byakuya had come to cherish the new life he was living with Hisuna's sister. He had slowly come to the realization that he hardly ever thought of her in those terms anymore. She was not just an obligation to his long-lost wife, or someone who bore a distressingly strong resemblance to her. This was Rukia, his sibling and fellow Shinigami. Both of these roles were therefore developed to a much greater and more comfortable extent than ever before. They had participated in certain artistic enterprises that had left him appreciative of her talents, and her for his. He had agreed to Rukia's suggestion that he sit in on one of her training sessions with her fighting instructor, Ayasukawa, and contribute to the proceedings. Her brother had done this without mentioning that he had veritable months of recorded footage of such contests, so this could hardly be considered his first time as an observer. Some things were best left unsaid. It was done to protect her. He loved her. This was not in an impassioned or improper way, of course. It was more the sort of affection that one extended to those people who had proven themselves to be a blessing in your lives at every turn. Parents, or close friends. Or a sister. Upon reflection, there were several times in his past that he felt he had not done enough to show his parents how much he truly cared for them. Byakuya Kukaki was resolved that there be no further such lapses concerning Rukia. She must never feel a surfeit of compassion from him. He would protect her. And he would kill anyone who threatened her, in any way. Hence his execution of the disgusting creature that had sought to defame and murder her back in Las Noches. That had been done swiftly and with more malice than he might have originally intended. But the only living witness to that display of his temper had been sworn to secrecy. Isane Kotetsu knew what would become of her if he happened to learn that her sister Kian had been using her information dissemination skills to spread such a rumor. The consequences would be dire. This was war they were in. And greater than his desire to see justice done to the vile reprobates behind it was his determination that Rukia come through it unscathed. So he had to say. You did well in defeating that opponent. And there was the blush. Swiftly he made sure that no one else could see it before proceeding. However, in the battle ahead, you realize that there will be enemies of a stature that you cannot handle on your own. I do not want to see you taking a cue from the Kurosaka boy and attempting to vanquish every opponent single-handed. Remember your position as part of the Godi 13. Work with your allies. Fight with them to achieve victory. Glory is something only idiots of the 11th are concerned with. Do you understand? She nodded in confirmation. I do, Nii-sama. I will remember my training, and see to the safety of my compatriots. Very good. Not for the first time, Urayu had to wonder what exactly those two Shinigami captains had been thinking when they lumped him in with this lot. A more disappointing collection of errant misfits he had not seen outside of a middle school cafeteria. Dressed in his pristine Quincy raiment in the midst of all these grimly dressed death gods, he felt like a disco dancer at a funeral. Flexing the fingers of his newly restored hand, Ishida suddenly heard a giggle beside him. Turning, he found himself being ogled by the cotton candy-haired child lieutenant of the 11th. She was sucking on a lollipop and twisting absently from one foot to another, never taking her eyes off him. A smile could be seen on her wet candy-coated lips. Another giggle came from her, and her eyes sparkled with something he was not sure he liked seeing in anyone, least of all a kid. Suddenly Yachiro popped the confection out of her mouth and extended it out to him. Want some? Ah. He was just about to refuse, when suddenly, the dark-draped mountain seated at the head of their transport quaked. That spiked head turned, ever so slightly, and one wide yellow eye glared a baleful warning directly at him. Of a sudden Ishida experienced the sensation of being picked up and broken over someone's knee like a twig. He blinked and shook his head. Damn, killing intent, illusions. He hated when that happened. However, the lanky magician was not stupid enough to disregard its meaning. And so, suppressing any shudders of revulsion, he leaned in and gave the gleaming lollipop the briefest possible lick. Kyuzujishi's face glowed and she hopped up and down, stuffing her treat back into her mouth. She then went humming and bouncing over to where her savage protector crouched, crawling up his robe one handful at a time. When she reached the summit, he distinctly heard her say in piping childish tones, "He's pretty, Kenny." A disturbing groan was Zaraki's only response, and Ishida found himself scooting as far away from that crazed killer as he could. Doing so brought him into the company of Hanataro Yamada, who apparently had the exact same idea a while back. Hello, the Shinigami whispered timidly, as though fearful speaking in his normal voice would draw the captain's ire. Hi. The 90-pound wimp curled in on himself like a pill bug. I really wish I could have had some say in which party I went with. I don't know what Ano Hinataika was thinking, putting me in here with them. Agreed. Ishida took off his glasses and polished them unnecessarily, just for something to do while they waited. I think we actually might have been safer back with Kuratsuki. She does have a gentle touch, Yamada sighed. What? He glanced over suspiciously, and his ally twitched. I mean, a gentle look, about her, is what I meant to say. He was fingering a spot on his stomach. Something told the Quincy that he did not want to delve too deeply into the meaning behind those words. So instead he settled for redirecting the conversation. Do you know how long a transport like this might take? No. The Shinigami shook his head. We usually travel by way of the Senkaimon and Hell Butterflies. I've never gone through a Garganta before today. And on our trip to Hueco Mundo, I was too concerned about what we might find when we came out. What awaits us at the end of this tunnel might be just as unpleasant. You don't have to worry, Yamada offered quickly, attempting to put on a comforting face. He had been told by many of his patients that he had no talent for this, but practice makes perfect. Because of the spiritual displacement pillars, your hometown is now safe in Soul Society, so all the people you love are under our direct protection. Aizen and his hollows will never get past the captains to reach them. You can count on it. Apparently this human was as unaffected by his attempts at cheer as his fellow spirits, so instead he chose a different tactic. So, do you have family in Karakura? Brothers and sisters? No, Ishida responded tersely. I am an only child. Oh. Me too. He twisted the fabric of his shiakusho between his fingers, his melancholy eyes drifting off to scan the side of the tunnel. My father died in the field a long time ago, when I was just a baby. He was from the 4th, like me, but he's actually somewhat of a legend in our ranks. He single-handedly killed a hollow that had slain over 100 Shinigami. Of course, he died doing it, but all the same, my mother and I never lacked for anything after that. It was partly due to his legacy that I managed to become the 7th seat in my company. Uriah was not exactly disposed to discussing respective parentage, so instead he merely said, I was taught by my grandfather. Was he a good teacher? The best. A nod of understanding. That's good. Your 12th squad captain had him killed, and for that he will die. Conversation stalled at that point. Nothing was said for a while. Then the archer stirred. Yamada-san. The death god started. Why yes. What your captain said earlier, about how we were divided up, was that really done for a reason? He sounded rather intimidating somehow. Of course, Hanataro was used to being overwhelmed, but usually it was the result of being confronted with much bigger, scarier-looking people. This guy wouldn't have been someone he would have figured could make him quake like this, but you learn something new every day. I think so. It's the reason Urahara-san gave for when he had us take 4 separate gates as well. He said that in order to maintain a level of secrecy for our arrival, and to prevent any possibility of the tunnel's integrity becoming distorted by all our riots, so we needed to proceed in small groups. I see. The boy remained silent. After a few more seconds, though, he spoke again. But quietly this time, like he was debating with himself. Tell me something. So Suke Aizen has been building up an army in Hueco Mundo for years now, yes. centuries, by our current estimates. And he supposedly has amassed a sufficiently large force to challenge the might of the entire Godi I-13. We're afraid so. The archer's glasses flashed. So then answer me this. When we arrived in Hueco Mundo, where exactly were they? Who? Yamada glanced around in confusion. The army of Hollows. While we were there, we didn't actually meet too many of them. And there certainly wasn't a sign of any large force gathering. There wasn't. No. Ishida now turned to regard him directly. There wasn't evidence of them anywhere. On top of that, according to what Nilil told us, once Aizen sealed off Hueco Mundo, only Espada would be able to move about freely. But she said she felt the three that were unaccounted for open a way out just a few minutes after he left. And considering how powerful they are, if the theory that Urahara mentioned about spatial distortion holds for them too, there was only a limited amount of followers Hollows that Strong could safely bring over with them. So that means, if the army was still back in Hueco Mundo, they wouldn't have any way to leave. Right. I guess not. This was starting to sound more and more disturbing. Just what exactly could it mean? So then. Yamada gazed at him blankly. What? If Aizen has gone to start a war on Earth, why didn't his entire army go with him? They stared at one another. I don't know. Neither do I. Uriah turned and glared ahead of them. And that worries me. To be continued. Chapter 22, Fox's Prey, A Growing Relationship. Aizen glanced over her shoulder. Are you doing all right back there, Kurosaka-san? Staring up at Anohana's face with his head resting in her lap, Ichigo responded in an uncharacteristically soft voice, yes, thank you, very well. Her hands were on either side of his head. The captain's eyes were closed, and so he was given the opportunity to observe her without feeling self-conscious. It was hard to believe that this woman was reputedly the oldest captain in Seoul society. She looked appealing enough to attract the eye of his classmate Mizuoro, his preference for older women being well established. Heck, this beauty could be right at home as the centerfold in any of Kigo's adult magazines. That is, if it wouldn't have felt like seeing your mom in one of them. Which it would have. There was just something about her that let you know she would care about you, and it would be wrong to take advantage of that. I hate to even think this, but no healing ever felt this good. Not when Orium or Rukia did it. This was like Yoryuki's restoration hot spring, only with a dash of affection and maternal nurturing thrown in. It ought to be illegal, being able to make a man feel this way and still look. Kurosaka-san. She spoke, and he gave a guilty start. Please tell me she can't read minds. If she can, I am in so much trouble about that magazine thing. Yes, ma'am. He whispered, anticipation and dread causing his breathing to go shallow. May I ask you a question? You're the one in charge here, lady. I won't stop you. Sure. Her eyes opened then, and the ageless mother goddess features turned down. This close, he could see everything in vivid detail. Was there some kind of prerequisite that all Shinigami ladies be some minimum degree of hotness? The guys certainly didn't have such a conditional decree. Do you think ill of us Shinigami? The question was completely unexpected, and as such he didn't have time to think how to respond. He just did. Yes. Apparently whatever she had been expecting him to say, it wasn't that, for her eyes widened to such an extent that he might have grown a second head. Perhaps he should add an addendum to that. Don't get me wrong, I like and respect a lot of you. But when I was in Seoul society, I couldn't help noticing that it was a lot like being in high school. There's a lot of ordinary folks, and a few outstanding ones, and there are more bullies than should ever be allowed. The people I talked to outside of the Siriti all said that the majority of Shinigami were jerks who would sooner beat you than look at you. It reminded me of history class, and reading about the samurai and what sort of monsters they devolved into when there weren't any wars to fight. All they did was abuse and kill folks. I think you guys have got to seriously change your society, or you're going to be seeing more maniacs like Aizen popping up in the future. Apparently Retsu didn't know quite how to respond to that, for she continued staring at him. The restoration of his power, however, continued uninterrupted, so clearly she wasn't that taken aback. And on a personal note, Kurosaka continued, I still haven't forgotten what you were going to do to Rukia. On his skin, her fingers shivered slightly. No. I imagine you haven't. He stirred in his black-clad seat. Can I ask you something? Of course. I remember seeing you there. Kiraku and Yukatake stepped up to stop it, but nobody else. Were you really going to stand there and watch her be killed just because that council told you to? And her lips lifted slightly in a self-deprecating smile. No. But you saw what happened to those who stepped out of line in our world, Kurosaka-san. Yamamoto was ready to kill the two you mentioned, even though he thinks of them as his own sons. And now, we are going to crush the three who betrayed us. Once that has been accomplished, do you think anyone will be willing to listen to you in terms of changing the rules? Of a sudden she leaned over, until they were staring directly into each other's eyes, and Ichigo found himself no longer focusing on how beautiful she was. Something different and more dangerous than a lovely healer was looking at him now. Tell me what you think your role in this war is going to be, Kurosaki Ichigo. Have you already determined for yourself that you will be the one who kills Sosuke Aizen and ends this conflict? You are the hero in a manga, sent to save our world, and therefore you will be endowed with the power to change it afterwards? That is an awfully childish way to view things, regardless of how powerful I now know you to be. But then, you have never really viewed war the way we have. Your generation among the humans is one still in its infancy, so I cannot blame you for it. But please, Kurosaka-san, no matter what happens today, no matter how aggrieved you may be when the dust settles, I ask that you do not rush heedlessly into another conflict in which you are one person against heaven. You attempted that once before, and while admittedly you did achieve success, I do not believe it would end so nicely for you a second time. No one died then, but they could have. If you tempt fate again, I fear you would not be so fortunate. The youth stared up at his elder. Out of all the things she had said, the one that surprised him the most was to learn that Retsu knew what manga were. It didn't make him any less determined, however. I'm sorry, Anohana-sama. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I think you genuinely care about the people who come into your hands. But I didn't believe in heaven before, and after seeing how Soul Society treats its souls, that hasn't changed. No matter what you might think, things are going to be different now. You can't have it your way forever. And suddenly there was fear. That's what he felt next, coming on him suddenly like a dark cloud blowing over a previously gorgeous sun. Anohana Retsu had lost any trace of affection, and what lay beneath left him chilled to the bone. Understand this, young one, she said in a low, toneless murmur. I was not consulted when any of this was first decided. Had I been, I assure you, things would have been different. Kurosaki had enough time to swallow, and then once more he was faced with the very picture of warm, compassionate motherhood. Now please, lie back and rest. We'll soon have you home, and then we will have to put such discussions aside for a while. I truly hope that we will be able to finish our chat in a more hospitable clime. The boy awoke in a warm peaceful plain with short brown grass under a sky filled with fluffy clouds. He came upright, and looked down at himself. He was wearing a dark blue kimono with red lines, finer than anything he had ever felt. The sleeves did not quite reach past his elbows, and observing his arms, he noticed that they did not appear as skinny as he remembered. Memory. The flash of the blade, the burning unnatural fire that consumed him. He remembered what he had been in death. But apparently, nothing before that. It wasn't supposed to be like that, was it? If he was where he thought he was, as he understood it, that part of his life should have been cleansed along with his sins. He remembered learning that much throughout the years, and he also remembered discounting it as a fantasy, just like the other stories that humans fed each other about how it was not so bad to die. He had known better. Enough to know that such a paradise would never welcome someone like him. Apparently, he had only been partly right. This place looked nice enough to be a home. Wandering about through the trees, he came at last upon a small lake, and bending down to cup some water in his hands, he got his first good look at his face in a very long time. When he saw red eyes still staring back at him, the water fell through his fingers untouched. On what had become instinct, he shut his eyes tight, then opened them a crack, Enough to see clearly, at least for him. Silverhair stayed just as he had remembered it, along with his face and hands. But as his lids slid higher, it became clear that his first impression had been accurate. His irises were the same color as what they had been following his fall from grace. Was this some kind of punishment upon him? A mark to let others know what he had been, and how they should avoid him as a result. He had never thought he would hate the sight of his own reflection. Apparently, he was still meant to be alone. A man alone. One man. Ichimaru. Yes. That could be his new name here. As for a surname. The sunlight flashed off Silverhair in the pool before him. Jin. Jin Ichimaru. That was the name people could call if they wanted him now. As for the eyes, he wouldn't allow that to be used against him. So decided, he narrowed them down to slits. Whole new life. Nothing to be afraid of, he remembered a voice saying that to him. Put on a brave face now, he told the figure on the water. And was pleased as his image smiled back at him. To Jin's annoyance, heaven wasn't everything he could have hoped for. For starters, there was none of the comfort he had been told to expect. Much to his extreme dislike, it didn't take long before he started to feel hungry. That wasn't something he recalled humans mentioning in his earshot. There was food at hand, if you didn't mind looking for it and shimmying up a tree when you found it. The first he ever found was a grove of persimmon trees. These juicy fruits proved too soft and messy to transport handily, and so he left them out in the sun to dry. After a few days, he had a collection of fine, light produce. Not to mention, the sour, bitter taste was a vast improvement over their ripe forms. All in all, it was a discovery. After that it became a matter of making a journey. With his provisions handy in case he started to feel weak, the solitary traveler began to explore the kingdom of heaven. In doing so, he found that walking did not seem to tire him out much. However, dirt still clung to him, a thing he decided early on he would no longer suffer. Though he maintained the image of a mere boy, at heart he had lived for quite some time, and he recognized that his wishes should be clearly delineated. Children got dirty. Adults did not. Let that serve as a sign to any people he met. As it turned out, these precautions did not bear fruit, so to speak, for quite some time. There was no way to tell for sure how long he wandered alone, true to his name. But it was enough to make him glad he had never been much for socializing anyway. And it gave him enough time to get a clear grasp of some of the rules here. There were animals, and plants. Apparently, he had no wings to fly, nor could he simply float as had been the case back in the living world. So far, Soul Society was turning out to be the land of false promises. It did nothing to improve his mood. The first people he found were in singularly poor shape. They fled at the sight of him, and he couldn't help but smile at that. Truth be told, upon encountering them, he had been somewhat afraid himself. It had been a long time since he had been called upon to engage in conversation with anyone without having to consider whether or not he could kill them were he to be attacked. Hollows were not social creatures at heart. Therefore, it was really a relief to know that if all else failed, he could still intimidate them. After a few days, he realized that whatever community he had stumbled across, it didn't seem like it was just him they were afraid of. More like everybody and everything. No one seemed to do much besides run and hide. It made for one-sided discourse. And then he finally met someone willing to stand their ground. "Gimme the food, kid," the filthy brute with the sword informed him. The unarmed crew behind him made no sound, but their faces revealed what they would do to him if he resisted. Jin had no desire to learn if he could still experience pain. So without a word of protest, he held out the cloth satchel containing his supplies. And he smiled through his fear. This caused some consternation among the thugs. Clearly they were not used to anyone directing such friendly features their way. It served to rob them of whatever courage they might have had. Even the usual menacing stare from their leader did nothing to motivate them in the face of this eerie unknown situation. With a disgusted snort, he then leaned down to take what he had earned. Jin gave it to him. Faster than the robber could see, fingers lanced out, punching into the soft hollow of his throat. It was a move intended to disable, giving him time to escape. Instead the silver hair was suddenly spattered with gore, as Ichimaru's fingers went through his skin like it was paper and tore out the back of his neck without any resistance. The rest scattered before the man's last dying wheeze. Jin stood there and studied his fingers, wondering what had just happened. It had been so easy. Did he really just kill that man? A spirit, killing another spirit? That was the hardest lesson to learn. Apparently, even here, he could still die. The feel of a sword chopping through his own neck flared suddenly, and the seeming child whipped around, searching for any enemy that might be creeping up on him. But there was nothing. The street was deserted save for himself. All the same, he felt greatly disturbed by what had just happened. He was clearly not as helpless as his form might let on. Still, Soul Society had once again failed to live up to his expectations. Right then and there, Jin decided that he would never again fall to anyone's blade. Death had claimed him for the last time. The sword he picked off his attacker's body turned out to be as soft and useless as a blade of grass in his hand, so he discarded it. He then proceeded to hunt down the men who had accosted him. They were quite slow by comparison, and soon he had one caught and bound, the better to answer his questions. Of course, this took some persuading on his part. He was not in any frame of mind to be gentle, either. Soon enough, he was given some idea of where he had found himself. This place of minimal civilization was known as Zaraki. It was the first of 80 rings, at the center of which was supposedly a paradise inhabited by the strongest spirits. The outer reaches where he had come from were considered too uncivilized to even warrant a name. Jin took that as something of an insult, that he had come out there. That information was something he decided would be kept to himself from now on. Another secret wouldn't make much of a difference. Of course, this necessitated he dispose of his captive. For the sake of relieving his boredom, which was fast becoming one of the biggest issues in his life, he decided to see how much fun he could have with that. As it happened, this turned out to be quite a lot. After this, he went back to wandering. Jin was walking down a street in the district called Inuyasuri. He had been here several times before. It was a good place to snatch anything he needed and get away quickly. For the sake of his privacy, he had chosen long ago not to draw too much attention to himself. After all, he knew who might be called in were he to make as much of a name for himself as he had in his last life. The sun was shining bright and warm, and he was just reaching back to his satchel to get a bite to eat, when someone came running around a corner, knocking into him before he could move aside. He caught a quick glimpse of a woman sobbing as he turned to watch her flight. "Bitch!" Ichimaru called out casually as she disappeared down the street. Her desperate flight made him curious, however. Was someone pursuing her? Was there anything worth investigating back the way she came? Turning the corner, the outcast found himself in a small field of grass between two houses. Apparently there had once been a home here, but all that remained now was a few stones strewn in no particular order. That and a fair amount of garbage. Before him was the back of another building, and nothing more. Rather mysterious, really. Then he noticed movement among the grass. Drawing closer, Ichimaru was somewhat surprised to see a baby, wrapped in a towel. A girl, by his guess. Crouching down before her, Jin found himself staring into a pair of wide blue eyes so dark they almost looked purple. The infant stared right back at him, moving and twitching slightly. She did not make a sound. On impulse, he leaned close and opened his red eyes wide. At this, the child began to cry. Laughing, he fell back on his rear, kicking his ankles up in the air. After a few seconds, though, the child stopped crying, and his eyes were back to slits. Well, that was fun. What now? If he left her here, there was little doubt she would meet some quick and messy end. Adult spirits didn't last very long in this region, after all. It was a poor place for someone to grow up, that he knew. Any decent soul would choose to take the infant's life into his care and make sure it came to a good end. Or at least a quick one. Still, there was something about this toddler. A vague impression he couldn't quite put his finger on. Regardless, it spoke to him in a way no one else he had met here had. Like the words that sometimes came unbidden into his head these days, in a voice he didn't recognize. So he debated for a while, as the sun went down and the girl twitched aimlessly at his feet. Eventually, Jin came to a decision. He stood up. Looking down at the waif who had ceased to regard him, he murmured, "We all gotta make our own way." Then he turned and left, heading home. He felt nothing at leaving her there. One day, Jin Ichimaru fell in love. While walking through the barren wastes of the lawless region beyond Zaraki, collecting some persimmons he had happened upon, he noticed a body lying stretched out, and to satisfy his curiosity, he went to investigate. What he found there was a figure about his size, with what seemed to be golden hair. Suddenly, that person turned their head through the dirt. Slowly. Painfully. Jin then looked upon the most beautiful face he would ever know. Whatever he had been thinking before went clean out of his head. Now he found himself hoping she might speak to him, notice him, be with him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to have someone's attention totally upon him. However, she didn't seem capable of doing much of anything. Lying there helpless. It suddenly occurred to him that she had collapsed from hunger. And that meant that she was like him. Without any consideration for what he was about to lose, his solitude, his food, and perhaps even his pride, Ichimaru took a persimmon from those clutched in his arms and held it out for her, smiling in a way that he really felt for a change. "Are ya hungry?" Much to his delight, Jin found Rangiku Matsumoto to not only be willing to speak to him, she was not intimidated by his appearance in the slightest. And so, they came to know one another. Working together, the two seeming children developed a new way to exist in this spiritual plane, and found that their lives were vastly improved by doing so. In the ruins of what once must have been a fine house, they made a home for themselves. This would prove to be the most carefree and wonderful time in the former Hollow's life. He prayed that it would go on forever. Their close proximity to an area of soul society well known for Hollow activity was a source of concern for Jin especially, although Rangiku proved to be much more fearless. Perhaps because she did not know them as well as he did. All the same, moving anywhere into the regular regions of Rukonga was not an option. Slaving under the yoke of whatever local gangs ruled in those areas held no appeal for either of them. And crouching in the shadow of the Shinigami's walls was even less desirable. The two of them labored under no delusions in that regard. And so, they courted the edge of disaster in their self-made domicile. One night, the boy was awoken by a sense of disturbance. Thinking it to be a Hollow come calling, he rose quietly so as not to wake Matsumoto and moved into a shadowy corner by the door. Peering around the edge, he waited for the intruder to make itself known. If he could kill it swiftly, there might not even be a need to disturb his beloved's rest. For several minutes, he crouched in readiness. Then something flickered on the edge of his vision, and glancing over, he found a cloaked figure standing at the center of the room. Before he could leap to attack, there came a whispering, and the next thing he knew, Jin's arms were pinioned behind his back and his forehead was pressed into the stone. The frightened fighter attempted to scream out, warn Rangiku in the hopes that she might escape. But even his voice seemed to have been cut off. Left with nothing to do and helpless as he hadn't been in so very long, Ichimaru found himself crying. Regrettably, this was something the fiend had not taken away from him. "You are in my home." No way to respond, whether in his defense or to plead for mercy. "Please, Rangiku, stay quiet. Stay still." Huddled under her blanket, perhaps the thing hadn't noticed her. If he kept its attention on him, maybe. "I can feel you. Both of you." Despair. It had seen her. He recognized now that they would both die, and that old familiar terror woke inside him. The desperate defender struggled, rage and hate mixed in with the fear now. "Leave her alone. Don't touch her, you miserable vermin, I'll kill you." To his elation, he felt the bonds begin to loosen. A low moan came from his throat as well. The cloaked form turned to regard him, perhaps in surprise, but Jin gave no consideration to what it might do next. Instead he struggled to rise, finding himself coming off the floor, the horrible pressure fluctuating and shuddering against his exertions. Then with a gasp, there came a detonation that seemed to derive from within his own being, and Ichimaru stood panting and sweating upright, glaring defiance and cold purposeful hatred at his tormentor. "You have power." A low-level spell, without incantation, but many others could not have broken it. "Impressive, youngster." He stared back, flexing his fingers in preparation to spring forward. The hooded head loomed over him suddenly, causing Jin to flinch involuntarily, and the cowl bent down. "This is no place for ones such as yourself. You deserve better than the barest dross our world has to offer." It turned slightly to regard Matsumoto, then back to him. "Wouldn't you like to see her safe from Hollows, Shinigami, and everyone else?" Warily, he watched that tempting figure, wondering what all this might mean and whether or not it might be a dream. From out of one concealing sleeve, something fluttered out. It looked to be a piece of paper, and as if by some magic spell, the parchment skipped and danced until it hung before him, floating in the air. "Take this, if you wish. Come to the Shinigami Academy. We will find you. And we will help you find the paradise they could not give you." Looking up, he found himself to be alone with his sleeping love once more. Ichimaru grasped the paper suspiciously, peering at what was written on it. There turned out to be 2 slips, with identical messages that read at the top, "Admission approved, Level 4. Shinigami Academy." Name _ the blank spot at the end was clearly meant to contain his name. He pondered this unexpected development for a time, then crawled back into bed. There was no sleep to be had that night, but when he awoke, it was to find the papers had not vanished with the dawn. Jin thought on the offer for a long time. Eventually, he decided for himself that there might be some merit to it. And in time, he was able to tempt Rangiku into some level of interest regarding the academy as well. It was only then that he revealed the tickets, though not how he came to have them. Instead he pretended to find them in a satchel that he had stolen while out in the Rukanga. She didn't question him. It hurt more than anything in his life, worse than death, even, and he never tried to make an excuse to himself for it. That would be his punishment. The academic introductory letters turned out to be of a sufficiently high grade that no one bothered to verify their authenticity, but not so high that anyone wondered to ask how 2 vagrants might have come across them. And their clear talent apparently brushed any such considerations aside. They answered some questions, took a few tests, and completed some forms. Then they went to school. Shortly after his investiture ceremony, Captain Ichimaru Jin was feeling just a little vicious one morning, so he decided to find someone to play with. The possibilities were endless, but on this glorious day, not just anyone would do. He really felt like he should seek out someone truly deserving of his cheerful company. For a moment he considered going to pay a call on the hunchback Yamamoto and seeing about bearding the old goat. However, such fancies he quickly dismissed. Regardless of the role he had established for himself, Sosuke would not be pleased were he to learn that his ally had gone and risked provoking their enemy for the sake of a moment's pique. Therefore, he must be a little more creative. Now, then. Who in this wide world of pompous rigidity and strict martial stoicism would best cheer me up? Xiaoman? Tempting, but she'd just end up taking it out on Rangiku later. So iPhone? She was nice to look at, from a distance, and the way she moved always made him think of how marvelous it would be to take her in his arms and break her body down into something much less fluid. Unfortunately, the Squad 2 captain was currently out on assignment in the mortal world. So then, how about the other new captain besides himself? Byakuya Kukaki. He had never really gotten a chance to speak with the guy before. A grand and gracious noble couldn't be bothered to parley with an insignificant lieutenant of no particular lineage. Of course, now that they were both high officers, there would be nothing suspicious about their crossing paths, nor would the frigid snob have any more excuse to separate himself. He had to behave with a modicum of courtesy towards his new colleagues. Yes, Jin knew exactly how that man's mind worked. Letting his finely honed senses expand out, he honed in on the unmistakable presence of the other first seat. Once this was established, he moved to intercept him, taking a lazy, unhurried route that wouldn't make anyone wonder offhand where he might be going. That is, unless they knew him. In no time at all, Ichimaru had found his quarry pacing along a covered walkway, apparently returning from another session of throwing his weight around the Siriti. He sauntered prissily towards Jin in his white coat, inflated with his own self-importance, one of his underlings trailing in his wake. The 3rd Division head noted the presence of an audience without considering much about them. Instead, he got right to work. Ho there, Kukaki Teiku. The archetypal aristocrat drew to a halt before him, that disinterested blank facade not altering by one whit at finding himself so accosted. Ichimaru Teika. He even managed to make that sound like an accusation. Jin exulted in his choice of opponents. This was exactly what he had been looking for. You're looking sharp today. How's that new command working out for ya? No trouble getting the old guard to take you seriously, I hope. My authority has not been called into question by anyone before today. Ha. Oh, he could see by that comment how much he had really rankled him. To drive the point home, he decided to make use of another prop close at hand. Ah, you know how it is, sometimes you gotta draw your sword to get folks to take you seriously. I trust one need not have to do so with you, 3rd Division Captain. You trying to threaten me, rich boy? He let it appear as though he hadn't heard anything, though. Hey, I heard you got a fresh batch of new recruits in today. Lots of 'em must be already gearing up to go out and do the Soul Society proud. This one of 'em behind you. For one brief second, Ichimaru thought he saw a flash of true anger around the other man's eyes. It was so delicious he almost missed what came next. Ichimaru Teika, permit me to introduce my sister, Kukaki Rukia. Byakuya gestured. The tiny soul standing off to one side raised her head, and Jin disinterestedly turned his own. Hello, again. Close. Very, very close. He had almost found himself saying it, but he managed to catch himself in time. Jin could hardly believe his own eyes. But those were exactly the things that told him he was certainly not mistaken, no matter how unlikely it might be. Peering back at him was a soft, unmistakable lavender hue. Recognition was immediate, at least for him. They belonged to that infant girl from so long ago. Sister. Byakuya Kukaki's little adopted sister. He remembered hearing something about this briefly, but the specifics were not jumping out at him. One thing alone was clear. So this is the path you chose, eh? Being a toy for this well-heeled pervert? Does he play with you nicely, little one? Are you a good little pet? Is this what I let you live for? And of a sudden, Ichimaru found himself very, very angry. He covered it without pause, so that neither of the two before him could pick up on anything, continuing to chat placidly with his colleague. But the flavor had gone out of it, and soon he made an excuse to withdraw. As he did, he brushed past Rukia, noting with intense approval how she shied away from him. That's good, princess. Shows you at least know that much. And you're right, things are going to get interesting between us. A decision had been reached for him in the last few seconds. I'm going to need to have a chat with her very soon. There's a lot I have to teach her. Get her to think about what we do with the life we've been given. Oh, yes, my little Rukia Kukaki. We've got so many things to discuss, you and I. Ma'am. The blue-robed student grunted with his face squashed against the grass. Do you think I could stand up now? Oh. Certainly. Hinamori Momo raised 2 fingers to her temples and murmured, dispel. At that, the shadowy ogre squatting atop her volunteer's neck evaporated like so much smoke. There was amused laughter from his cohorts as he sheepishly retook his seat, glowering and attempting to make light of being so effortlessly shown up by a girl half his size. This was apparently to no avail, for even knowing the rank of their instructor, it proved impossible to resist a chance to indulge in the whispering and poking that ensued. Stop that! The lieutenant's voice brought a halt to this behavior, uncharacteristically harsh for the tender-hearted officer from the 5th. Those responsible clearly felt due shame for their misconduct judging by their solemn demeanors. Of course, that was only because they had been caught. Rukia knew all too well how this game was played. Sitting in the back row of this temporary wooden amphitheater, the unobtrusive observer noted the hangdog expressions on these aspiring Shinigami, and reflected on how that insincere display was identical to the ones affected by many of her former colleagues at school. Left to their own devices, she had no doubt they would have continued to taunt and ridicule that fellow for much longer. This sort of behavior was not something they taught you at the Shinigami Academy. Apparently it just oozed into a person over time. That or there was some primitive drive urging them to demean their fellows in order to advance themselves in the eyes of others. This was apparently something Rukia lacked. She wasn't the only one. I have just shown you a technique that 2 current members of the Kido Corps developed while attending this institution over 50 years ago, Hinamori announced, black eyes flashing as she stepped across the green sward where her tutorial was being held. I did not do this to humiliate anyone in particular, and if you think that was my intent, then you can either leave now, or stand up and try to best me as well. Now, are there any further comments you would like to make? The answer was a resounding silence. Do I then have your permission to continue? Yes, sensei. All right, then. And the imposing disciplinarian melted back into a short charming young lady, a smile firmly etched onto her pixie-ish features as she managed to draw the attention of everyone sitting in that gazebo. Rukia let her own eyes wander about their strangely nostalgic surroundings. This courtyard was located on the academy training grounds, and had been reserved in order for Momo to present her long-awaited lecture on blending demon magic. Having harbored a lingering doubt as to whether or not said lecture was anything more than a ruse Hinamori had concocted for her benefit, the lavender-eyed lady had been pleased to be given an invitation to this very same event. Another had been presented to Yumichika during their last session together, but he had declined politely, informing them that his captain had arranged something of a camp for his division, to combat what he perceived to be flagging morale. It was hard to imagine any company more exuberant than the 11th, but Ayasukawa insisted his leader's instincts were sharp and not to be questioned. A promise to attend the second showing next week had served to keep any hurt feelings from arising, and they had parted amiably, the 2 instructors saluting their sole student's progress. This conference was the result of many months of collaboration between Kukaki and the lieutenant, and she was finding herself weirdly proud to have helped in its creation. It might very well be the only lasting impression she would ever make on these young people, even if her contributions were silent. One of the things her host had insisted upon was that Rukia would not be required to demonstrate anything before the students, something she had been grateful to learn. One less thing to worry about, after all. But the lecture was proceeding apace, and she tuned in to listen. Now, how many of you saw the demon holding down Mochizuki-san? Over 50 hands came up immediately, the entire assembly of cadets, save for the Shinigami in back. Have any of you ever heard of a spell that might summon such a familiar to fight for you? There was the sound of 100 arms coming back down. I'm a little disappointed in you all, Momo continued, pacing back and forth and raking her eyes over the class. Mercy, but she could be intimidating when she wanted to be, whether she knew she was doing it or not. Even from her position up in the wings and not an actual target of that comment, Kukaki found herself feeling incontrovertibly guilty. Some old habits never quite went away, she supposed. Who would have thought Momo had it in her to be so cruel? She glanced over to her left. From his place sitting beside her, Izuru Kira leaned forward and settled his chin in his hands with a smile directed at their fellow death god fluttering about on the sunlit stage below. Even through the lank hair falling over his eye, she could tell that he had not left off staring at their colleague since the session began. Rukia hadn't bothered to point this out to him, as past experience had shown that the Division 3 lieutenant was painfully uncomfortable discussing private matters. One could relate. So instead she kept the conversation on track. I've learned a good deal about Momo-sensei these last few months. She has depths that would surprise a lot of people who think they know her. Remember the nickname she got from Renji? Kira chuckled. As he did, the mighty Momo continued her condemnation. I say disappointed in that none of you recognized that no such spell exists. What you saw before you. She gestured, and suddenly standing right beside Momo was a picture-perfect copy of herself, moving in time and even mouthing the same words, was actually Kagami Tojiro. Heh. A knowing sigh escaped from Izuru. Broken mirror. The pair of Hinamoris continued. Capable of creating a small illusion for upwards of a minute, this trick requires heavy concentration, making it hard to keep an image solid and realistic, especially in the middle of a fight. As such, it's fallen out of use aside from a sort of party favor. But as you could see, it served to hide the presence of Bakudo number 38, Omori no Zaika. Mochizuki-san clearly failed to detect the spell coming at him, choosing to concentrate on the illusion of the imp around it. So when he slashed at his target, weight of guilt bound his hands and head in a pillory and brought him to earth. They were all enthralled by her explanation. This was another sensation Rukia had experience with. Whereas Kira had no impression of their fellow classmate in terms of her being an instructor, the other member of their little group was more than familiar with that aspect. Teaching a class, leading a division, really, they both amounted to the same thing. You had to earn people's respect either way, and in this world, the most effective way to do that was to prove to them your own superiority. Hinamori Fukotaiko certainly knows her way around Kido, Rukia spoke softly so as not to distract the students sitting before them. I've never met anyone of our age better, was Kira's response. She glanced over at him. She'll be glad to see you made it. Will you be staying for the whole session, Kira Fukotaiko? He gave a dispirited shrug. It depends on how long it takes my captain to finish his business here. At the mention of this, Rukia felt hot prickles in her neck and face. Attempting to affect an air of calm, she casually asked, Ichimaru Teiku is here too. We came to inspect some of the more promising recruits. He wanted to speak to their instructors afterwards, so he gave me leave time until he had concluded his meetings. Paranoia made her dart a glance behind them to the massive gate leading into this practice yard. She had been half expecting to see that frightful figure leaning up against it, watching her with his eager smile and air of cheerful malice. But there was nothing of the sort. All the same, she felt uncomfortable, and began to fidget. Her blonde neighbor noticed this and turned to her with a questioning look on his face. She fixed her eyesight firmly on what was taking place before them, and after a second, Kira left off his perusal to do the same. I won't let him scare me away, Rukia told herself. Certainly not just at the sight of his shadow. I have as much right to be here as anyone. And more importantly, I want to be here. So this is where I will stay. Blending bindings and figuring out effective strategies for old enchantments is part of the role of the Kido Corps, their lecturer made to inform her attendees. They continue their education into the mystic arts long after graduating. A truly new spell only comes along maybe once every 50 years, but in between then, there is much research, trial and error, and surprises both good and bad to be found. Once you have earned the right to wear the robes of a Shinigami, I hope this course will have fostered in you an interest for that division, so that you do not overlook it or think yourselves unfit for such a position. By the way, so many of them were staring at her with rapt and somewhat adoring attention. The Kukaki clanswoman had a feeling that a lot of these kids would be trying out for the 5th division regardless of what Momo said. Still, who knew? Something good might come of this regardless. Ah! The exclamation from Izuru drew her attention. A hell butterfly had alighted on his outstretched wrist, and it seemed by the look on his face the news was not good. Rising up, the lieutenant glanced down apologetically at her. Sorry, Rukia-sama. It looks like the captain finished with them sooner than I expected. Would you let Hinamori know I was impressed with what I saw? Tell her I would have liked to stay for the whole thing. Of course. She smiled back at her one-time schoolmate. It was good to see you again, Fukotaiko. The lesser nobleman nodded back, his habitually melancholy expression lifting momentarily. Then he vaulted over the railing behind them and trotted off towards the exit. Rukia went back to watching the officer's lecture. For the next 10 minutes, she found herself reliving the experience of sitting in a classroom, observing an experienced elder explaining everything they would need to know once they had left behind their textbooks and taken up swords to continue the traditions upon which this academy was founded. There was a certain pang, to be sure. After all, her education, along with its regular challenges and minor victories, had been cut short by the arrival of the Kukaki into her life. Not for the first time, she wondered what things would have been like had that day never happened. Most likely she would have gone on to graduate with the rest, but considering her grades in swordsmanship back then, perhaps a place in the Kido Corps would have been more her fit than anywhere else. Certainly she had developed a style of swordplay since that allowed her to hold her own in combat practice, and even triumph more often than not. But as her time with Hinamori had proven, Rukia's natural instincts favored magic over blades. Even if the Kido masters had denied her entry, at the very least, there was always the 4th, right? While Momo was busy dividing up 12 volunteers into teams of 3, a presence from behind got the attention of the other Shinigami. Turning about, she saw that Izuru was back once more. The realization that he was not alone made her heart sink with trepidation. Jin Ichimaru was walking 2 steps before his adjutant, who had donned that same conflicted look he always seemed to wear nowadays. For his part, the head of their division looked the same as ever. Silver hair and relaxed gait combined with a sense of danger that let anyone with a brain realize this was not someone you wanted to trifle with. As the duo approached, she saw him look up at her, and the smirk metamorphosed into a full-blown smile. Rukia shivered in response. Why did I have to act brave before? Why didn't I just obey my instincts and run at the first mention of him? He can't do anything to you here. There are 2 lieutenants and dozens of students to witness. Just cool it. If he decided he wants to break my neck in front of all of them, nobody would say a word to stop him. Don't even try to deny it. So no, Shirayuki didn't. In the time that elapsed, both senior officers had made their way onto the field. A hush of wonderment fell over the students at the sight of the white robe. Even from all the way back here, Rukia could see how Momo visibly flinched when she caught sight of who was coming towards her. They spoke together briefly, captain and lieutenant, his own subordinate hanging back with the crestfallen look of a man forced into a corner and seeing no way out. Then the 5th Division's second seat stood forward. Everyone, she called in a voice that did not quaver in the slightest, I am pleased to introduce to you Captain Ichimaru Jin of Squad 3. At his request, the captain would like to take over these proceedings for a brief while. Please show him all due courtesy. Silence descended on that field. The dozen potential assistants had retaken their seats at a sign from the instructor, and now only the 2 powerhouses stood at center stage. Jin laced his hands behind his head and smiled at them. So Momo here tells me y'all are thinking about what you want to do with yourselves post-academic wise. No one even so much as coughed to confirm or deny this. Smart bunch, Rukia thought, while inwardly debating whether or not she could slip away before the situation got any worse. Well, I've got some interest in your futures myself. After all, one day some of you might make your way over to my neck of the woods and join the 3rd. Each division loses a few hands every month, doesn't matter how we try to keep them alive. That means there's always new spots opening up for bright, eager young recruits like you all. He spoke so lightly one could almost believe his purpose here was entirely innocent, but there was no denying he had just casually informed them that the path they were walking on could end in a bloody death one day. There was some shifting and rustling among the academy attendees, but still no one spoke. And that's the reason I thought I'd stop by here and give you a few pointers when it comes to Kido. After all, what you learn in these walls today might very well save your life, as I'm sure the teachers are still fond of pointing out to ya. Yeah, assuming what they took from this was the firm conviction to keep as far away from you as they possibly could. And with that in mind, she found herself unconsciously inching off to one side of the stands. I'm gonna ask for a volunteer down here. Rukia froze. Please don't let this be going where I think it is. Kukaki-chan. Stiffly, she bade her neck muscles to turn and look down. Jin had thrust out an arm and was clearly beckoning her to join him. Every eye in the arena was now trained on her, and for a moment the harried young woman feared she might disgrace herself by bolting from there like a rabbit. Instead Rukia was surprised to find herself rising and descending down towards where her tormentor waited. Passing where Momo sat, she could not bear to look her in the eye, as it might be considered a sign of weakness. Therefore she missed the promise of aid that sparkled in those fierce brown depths. Coming to stand beside him, the tiny death god attempted to put on a brave face. Her gaze was directed out at the crowd of students, but she kept aware of any movements Ichimaru made on the edge of her vision. Everybody, I'd like y'all to say hello to Kukaki-chan. She's gonna be my helper for the rest of the performance. Even if that could be considered a command from a first-rank officer, no one seemed willing to make any sort of noise. They were all watching this scene with a disturbingly similar feel to the bullying from before. Mercy, it was like they were scenting her blood already. I don't want to be here anymore. But not just her. Somebody else is gonna have to bite the bullet and step up as well. Anybody care to volunteer? Not you, Lieutenant Hinamori, he said as Momo began to rise. I'm looking for a soul who's gonna take a lesson away from all this. All watched as Jin's head moved from side to side, a cobra dancing before its prey. It was hypnotic, in a morbid sort of way. Wondering on whom his eye was going to fall, and whether or not he would strike. You. The white draped arm thrust out, fixating on a cadet sitting with some others who had been doing the teasing earlier. The husky youth flinched but came immediately to his feet and snapped down in a bow. "I would be honored to assist you, Captain Ichimaru. I am Shouta Kuganta." "Sure you are. Now get down here quick, you're holding up the show." Some fumbling and elbowing through the stands later, the somewhat sick-looking student was standing beside his superiors on the stage. Now, the ringmaster of this performance addressed his enraptured audience. "I hear you're learning to be creative with Kido. That's a fun little hobby to take part in." He nodded to Hinamori, who sat up a little straighter in response to this potential slight, "but I don't want the bunch of you to lose sight of what's really important when it comes to cast-in spells. Namely, control. Some folks got it, others don't. Control of yourself equals confidence in battle, and let me tell you right now, I'd rather have somebody who knows themselves down to a T beside me in a fight rather than some overblown powerhouse with riot spilling out of his ears." There was some shifting in the seats, but still, no comments. Off to one side, it appeared that Lieutenant Kira was slightly disturbed, perhaps thinking he was the target of that jibe. But he was mistaken in that respect, Rukia found, as Jin stepped quickly over and stood behind her. "I knew it. He was always after me." Holding stock still, Kukaki strove to suppress her misgivings about this situation. But when long tapered fingers came up and cupped beneath her chin, it took every drop of her willpower to keep from screaming at the top of her lungs. There was a crackle of energy, and something glowed beneath her eyes. "Don't look down, Kukaki-chan." She hadn't even realized she was about to, but the command preempted her instinctive move. Absently, a thought occurred to her: why is he calling me by my last name? Always before he just calls me Rukia-chan. Was he trying to get people to recognize her as a noblewoman for some reason? Everybody see the ring around Kukaki-chan's throat. Several heads nodded, hers not among them. Instead the frightened maiden's eyes sought out Momo, whose face bore a look of slow-building wrath. The lieutenant's lips were moving slightly, perhaps incanting a spell in preparation for anything this monster had planned. "Whatever it is, sensei, please make it count. Watch this, now." There was a hum, and heat flared beneath her chin. "See, I just made it go smaller. Did you catch that? It was pretty fast." Another flash. Even smaller still. "In case you're wondering, yes, this disc is pretty sharp. So much, in fact, if I don't do anything before the next move, she'll be getting herself a bit of a haircut. We don't want to see that, so hold still, Kukaki-chan." As he said this, she felt his hands detach from her neck, yes, and the next instant they were twining into the hair at the base of her skull. No. Rigid with fear, Rukia could not resist as her personal demon ran his fingers teasingly through her gossamer black tresses, before lifting the fall of it up away from her skin. There. This was followed by another brief spurt, and her throat tightened at the sudden proximity of lethal magic. Now, Kukaki-chan can't see it, but she can sure feel that band hovering right up against her flesh. "My control's good enough that I can not only precisely affect the intensity of the spell." It blazed hotter, and she closed her eyes in anticipation of what was bound to come next, but also how close it comes to its target. No offense to all the bright-eyed youngsters, but if I had asked any of you to try this, I'm afraid our little lady here would be missing a head. A popping noise came then, and Rukia sucked in air through her nose. He did it, he cut off my. But no. The threat was gone, she could no longer feel its presence about her throat. Reaching up, the shaken Shinigami laid a hand against her neck. There was no blood, only a lingering sense of something prickling. She felt a hand on her shoulder, and looked up to see that unmistakable leer. "Good job," he said, and gave her arm a firm squeeze that was just below the pain threshold. Jin then turned his head to regard the witnesses to this display. "Now don't y'all go getting discouraged over the difference between us. I'm not here to shoot down any of your dreams, no siree. Control isn't like riot, so you can actually work to build it up to something really impressive. Anybody can do it, no matter how weak or strong they may be. To show I'm not lying, our little helper here's gonna chime in." "Is he referring to me?" As if to answer her question, that facetious voice boomed out suddenly. "Kuganta-san." Standing forgotten off to one side, The other assistant jerked to attention once more. Yes, Taeko. Jin brought a fist up to his mouth for a few seconds, then opened it suddenly. Catch. Something flew between them, and Kuganta reached up, snatching it out of the air and gazing on it in perplexity. Hold that up for all to see, kiddo. He obeyed, and it quickly became apparent that what he had in his hand was a small coin. Hold it between your thumb and forefinger. Uncertain but not daring to question, Shouta did so. Now don't move. The grip on her shoulder then dragged Rukia along until she was facing in the direction of her fellow victim. Their eyes met, seeing something similar in their expressions, but before anything could come from this, Ichimaru was speaking again. You're gonna see another demonstration of control here. I'm sure all you bushy-tailed beavers are familiar with Hado number 4, White Lightning. Some uneasy nods and muttering followed. Across from her, Kuganta had gone pale, for he clearly had a good idea of where this was heading. That's good. Now, to help give us all an idea of how fine a control one can achieve, Kukaki-chan here's gonna use that spell to shoot the coin out from between Shouta-san's fingers. Hinamori Momo came to her feet, no longer appearing in any way cute or precious. She looked more like a tiger defending her cubs. Ichimaru Taeko, this is not something I can just. Simmer down, Momo Fukutai-ko, the captain clucked, disregarding her fury. What's the problem? You trained her, right? Don't you have any faith in your student? Or yourself as a teacher? Held fast in his clutch, Rukia found herself praying that the answer was no. Please, Hinamari-sensei, stop this. Tell him I'm no good, tell them all, I don't care what you say or if it's true. Lie if you have to. Just stop this. Because Yes. I do. Good to hear. No interfering, now. I'll know if you do. Can't. Caught in this horrific situation, Kukaki Rukia tried desperately to think of a way out. But nothing presented itself. If I refuse or miss intentionally, he'll just get someone else to do it, probably one of the other students. I know he will. And there's no way they could do this without blasting off the kid's fingers. So, then, there's really only one option left for me. Because take aim, Kukaki-chan. Can. She did so, arm raising to shoulder level and fingers extending. At some point in the last few seconds, a different feeling had settled over her, supplanting the quivering heart-squeezing dread of only moments past. The unseated death god was feeling somewhat detached, but not unfocused. Instead her whole attention was narrowing down to one spot. It was like all the color was draining out of her surroundings, leaving only the hapless target staring at her with a plea in his eyes. We're neither of us able to run away, Kuganta-san. We just have to trust one another, the same way all Shinigami must when they're out in the field fighting hollows and risking their lives. What you're feeling right now is the same thing I did, years ago back in Hollow Bog, when I had to put my faith and my future in the hands of someone I didn't even know. He never let me down, and I swear I will do the same for you. When you just concentrate on blowing some guy's head off, you don't even stop to think about how much force you're putting behind it. But in a situation where, say, there's a hollow who's taken a hostage, precise control and pinpoint accuracy might be the only thing standing between that poor helpless soul and a really nasty death. So Kukaki-chan's got to exercise that same level of concentration and willpower you're gonna have to develop if you want to stand out. Both of his hands were on her shoulders now, but for once Rukia couldn't be bothered to notice that. Even when his mouth came down to tickle her ear with his breath, all she could see was the small glistening object held in a trembling fist. Curse it, can't you stay still? This is hard enough as it is. There was perhaps 5 meters of space between them. From this distance her target might as well have been an individual hair on Shouta's head. The whisper that came from Ichimaru's lips was so soft only she could hear it. Now, Rukia-chan, as further demonstration of your prowess, I want you to say the spell, but hold back from the attack for a few seconds. Give em a little suspense to chew on, I'm not a student falling behind the pack anymore. We're way beyond such things. I can do this. Kido is where I've always excelled, even before Momo took me under her wing. I won't prove unworthy of all the effort she's put into me. Take a deep breath, and say the words. The spellcaster inhaled. No incantation. Hold back as much as you can. You're not trying to destroy it, just think about knocking a pine cone off a tree. Hado #4, her voice was firm and steady, betraying no doubts, Byakurai. In response to the cantrip, pale energy danced over her skin and collected at the tips of her fingers. Less, she commanded. At her prompting, the blossoming ball receded till it was only a small flickering nub. Good. That's it. Now, hold it. Close your eyes, Rukia-chan. Shoot when I tell ya to open them. She didn't even think to refuse. All of Rukia's concentration was bent upon manipulating her Ryotsu and keeping her attention locked on the goal. There was no more room in her head to question anything but achieving it. Even when her lids were shut, she could picture the image of the man standing away from her, every detail recorded, all of it reserved for her use. I won't miss. You don't have to be afraid, I've got you safe. Keep steady, hold your focus, maintain control. Now. Her eyes came open, only a split second of hesitation to confirm her target before she let go of the spell. But in that moment, she saw. The person standing across from her wasn't Shouta Kuganta. It was Jin. And he was coming straight at her. What came next was never clear in her mind. All she knew was a panicked instant of danger, and right then, her natural Ryotsu flared in response. A white beam shot across the green sward of grass, and there was a shriek. Rukia gaped in disbelief. Before her eyes, that smiling vision disappeared, revealing behind it Shouta clutching his hand, staring at the glistening stumps where his finger and thumb had been. My hand, you stupid little bitch. Look. And he held it up for her to see. Look what you did to me. The maimed academic crumpled to his knees, panting and gasping in a high, wheezing tone that grew more shrill with every moment. It was like his throat was growing tighter and tighter, and when he threw back his head and tried to scream out loud, all that emerged was a choked hiss. Several things happened at once. The people in the stands all either screamed or leapt up, but it was Momo who got there first, landing before her charge and grabbing his shoulders. Shouta snarled and spit full in her face, but she didn't let go, only continued to stare deeply into those pain-maddened eyes. Magic pulsed out softly in a white haze around them, and the look of agony he gave her dispelled into blank incomprehension. His body slackened, breath now coming without any effort. As this was occurring, Izuru knelt down beside them, a cloth emerging from his sleeve and wrapping swiftly around the student's hand. With it there came another spell, one designed for healing and recuperation. As the lieutenants attended to the wounded man, Rukia continued to stare, chilled by what had just took place. Did I do that? Can't be, I had control. Everything was going just fine, until he tricked me. Sit down, everybody. The voice of their master caused all the formerly panicky students to freeze. When he continued to regard them, that weird unfriendly smile never leaving his face, they all slowly began to retake their seats. Now do ya see what I mean about control? He took Rukia's unresisting frame in the crook of one arm and turned her to face the crowd. Before I threw that coin to him, I put a sleeping Kido spell on it. One I heard you just got acquainted with. Did anybody recognize Kagami Tojire, the broken mirror? One of the benefits of using sleeping Kido spells you might have read about is that you can exercise some control over when they emerge. Like inscribing the proper glyphs onto something that you can then activate by touch or even sound. That's not what happened here, though. I had to concentrate real hard to bring it out just when I wanted and keep it steady. That's what it means when I talk about pinpoint control. I bet you all got a real good look at it, though, just like Kukaki-chan here. Are ya suitably impressed? The mass of shocked silent faces being directed towards him seemed to be the only adulation Ichimaru needed. Well, I can tell you're all just a bit blown away by what we captains can accomplish. That's enough for one day. Maybe next week I'll stop by too. Yeah, gotta keep abreast of what the children learn nowadays. He then let go of her and paced over to where his subordinate was continuing resuscitation. Izuru looked up, his eyes wide with hurt and disbelief. Teika, why? Come on, Kira, we're leaving. His captain adjusted his robes while grinning merrily. Momo-chan's got everything under control, leave her to clean up the lady's mess. The look Hinamori sent him was filled with so much hate it would have killed a lesser man. As for her partner, it looked like Izuru might actually say something to this. But as he stared at his commander, all emotion seemed to leach away from him, leaving his face stiff and wooden. Without a word, the swordsman rose and followed the lunatic as he withdrew from that once peaceful glade. Rukia recovered somewhat at his passing, enough to trot numbly over to where Hinamori sat. Shouta appeared to have lapsed into unconsciousness. Upon noticing her comrade's arrival, the diminutive enchantress stood up. They looked at one another. Before the eyes of all, Momo then reached over and laid a hand on Kukaki's arm. "This isn't your fault, Rukia-san. Believe me, you are not to blame for this. It was all him. You understand that, right?" The noblewoman nodded, and her teacher then went over to try and console her frightened flock. Watching this, Rukia couldn't help but notice the accusing glances that were being directed her way. "You're the one who doesn't understand, Hinamori-san. I am to blame for this. I shouldn't have stayed. If I hadn't been here, he wouldn't have done that. I'm responsible for all of this. Stop talking crazy, would you? This was completely random, just him having sick thrills with a bunch of students. Your being here had nothing to do with it. Don't lie to try and protect me. You know this wasn't the first time, and it won't be the last. He'll keep doing things like this, because of me, and I don't even know why he does it. He's just like Byakuya. They both want something from me, and neither of them lets me know what. I won't let either of them hurt you. Do you believe that? Please tell me you believe me when I promise I'll protect you. Thank you." And Rukia walked away from that field of failure. "But one of them will kill me. We'll just have to wait and see which." She did not return for the next lecture, but hardly anyone else showed up either. Lieutenant Hinamori had to discontinue her series, and it was only due to the calming intervention of her own captain that she did not try to confront his former lieutenant and harshly redress him over this affair. No investigation of this ever took place. Rukia learned that her people had intervened with the academy and Shouta's family, who were minor nobility. As a result, her involvement in the affair was quietly hushed up. Officially, at least. That almost made it worse, though, because gossip travels with the speed of Shunpo in Seoul society. Although for once, it turned out it didn't get very far. The rumor mill never seemed to gather much steam where she was concerned. Perhaps someone important in that shadowy chain of informants was looking out for her. Whoever it might be, Rukia could take no pleasure at the thought of all the people covering up for her inadequacies. Kuganta Shouta was deemed unable to continue his studies and was forced to drop out. He returned to his family in Siriti, and was found hanging dead in his room several days afterwards. For this, too, there was no investigation. Zanjitsu throbbed in his hand. Before them, the exit from this tiny pocket dimension was approaching fast, and Ichigo steeled himself for the worst. Regardless of Anohana's exhortations as to the true strength of the Godi 13's captains, he had experienced the untrammeled power of just one of the higher-ranked Espada. It had been enough to defeat him, if not dissuade him. Somehow, though, he doubted stern stoicism would be enough to come out on top against those other three Hellspawn. The portal loomed large before them. The captain and her lieutenant both stood with swords drawn, prepared for whatever they might find. Neither of them looked to be the slightest bit intimidated. But then, they hadn't faced what he had. Kurosaka tried to tell himself that it was excitement making his heart trip so fast, but knew that was not truly the case. If Ulquiorra had a state reminiscent of Bankai, that probably meant the others did too. Fighting the Lord of Vampires once again was something he was determined to do, but if the rest of them ganged up on him, his already unlovely chances went from slim to imaginary. Don't forget, you have allies this time. There is no need to try and take them all on by yourself. Yeah. But the thought of my friends going up against those monsters is what really scares me, you know? What was it Anohana said to you, about being a hero in a manga? What about it? Unless I'm mistaken, in those media, the hero's allies often clear the way for him to face the ultimate monster. Are you trying to cheer me up? This isn't a story. All life is a story, in truth. And all of them end the same way. Still not feeling the cheer here? Then look at it this way. Let today be the day that your enemies' stories end. Aizen, the Espada, all of them. Be the pen that will write their terminus. Hey. That's pretty good. You ought to write that down, old man. At this point, there was a low roaring. Retsu turned to regard him. We are going through, she announced calmly. Ichigo nodded in response, feeling a shiver run up his spine. It was eerily familiar, like the time they crashed through into Soul Society, not knowing what they were going to find. Everyone, please be alive. Orium, hold out for me, I swear I'll save you this time. It's all going to end today. The light was all around them, leaving the trio sharply delineated by it. They could feel the resistance growing thin ahead of them, like a flimsy glass barrier about to break. Without warning, the light fragmented, leaving nothing but embers drifting down into total and complete darkness. Huh? Ichigo gaped, peering about. Did we just experience technical difficulties or something? A deep vibrating thrum, a moan, and then he was shoved roughly forward, crashing through the wall between worlds to find himself blinking in the blue sky of his home dimension. After days in the disturbing ambience of Hueco Mundo, Earth's spiritual atmosphere seemed paltry and off by comparison. He hadn't remembered experiencing any such distinction after returning from Soul Society, but that was something to think about later. Right now he had to concentrate on. Ichigo blinked. What? He looked around, up, down, side to side. Where? Ichigo. Turning, he saw Rukia and her party a short ways behind him. They were for the most part wearing the same looks of stricken disbelief that he suspected was now adorning his own features. All regarded what lay before them. As far as they could see, the regular layout of Karakura town lay virtually undisturbed. However, there were a few noticeable eyesores. Small patches of devastation existed, like flaws in a painting. Tumbled buildings, craters, and strips of crushed earth. Taken on its whole, though, there was nothing like the apocalyptic scenario many had been expecting. Birds flew through the sky, the sun was shining down. It was quite idyllic, really. Kurosaka peered off into the distance. Rising at equidistant points around their perimeter, there were 4 tremendous columns, one of which appeared to have been smashed. However, in spite of this, the lack of any people below let him know that this was indeed the Reishi facsimile of Karakura he had been informed was transplanted with his own native soil. But even if that was not the case, the relative harmony of the scene told him that the dreaded obliteration which would have resulted from Aizen's successfully crafting a royal key had not occurred. So then, the only question that remained. The hell? Kenpeka bellowed, swinging his head around and causing a sound like wind chimes to fill their ears. What gives? Where is everybody? The bloodthirsty fighter was not mistaken. No captains, living or dead. No Espada, in the same condition. Not a single soul to be seen or. Perhaps I can explain. Felt. All then turned to see Kisukirahara approaching them, walking on air with his cane over one shoulder and Tessai Tsukabishi at his back. The pair of spiritual refugees appeared to be unharmed and, at least in Urahara's case, unusually somber. I'm sure you're just a touch disappointed to find things as they are now. Glinting grey eyes moved to study Ichigo in particular, who was seized by the sudden and inexplicable feeling that he had done something wrong. Now feeling somewhat silly standing there with blade bared and apparently no one to use it on, he fell to simply blinking miserably, the very picture of confusion. Kisuk continued without bothering to comment on that. Well, if you really must know, what happened was this. Hirin Maru clashed repeatedly with the tremendous shark-tooth blade of Tiburon, and Captain Hitsugaya sized up his female opponent carefully. Able to control water, much like himself, she fought with cold, icy calculation, in a manner that he found uncomfortably similar to his own. He got the feeling that this creature, Tia Haribel, had been conditioned specifically to defeat him. But all such apprehension vanished as her next attack came, and he was lost in the rush of battle. So iPhone had to admit she was intimidated. In spite of his appearance, the Hollow Emperor, Baragon Lusenburn, had proven himself to possess levels of speed that equaled her own, if not outright surpassed. In addition, he seemed more like a god of death himself, capable of destroying everyone and everything around him with only the merest flick of his power. There was a certain grim finality in his one-eyed gaze that made her think of an executioner, someone tasked much as she was with the extermination of life. The captain of the Onmitsukido leveled her deadly implement at him, and he responded with his own barbaric war axe. Each weapon held the very spirit of death in its touch. And both seemed more than willing to employ it. Kiraku couldn't shake the impression that he was fighting a mirror version of himself, as if seen through a glass darkly. Coyote Stark was lazy and pacifistic, preferring to avoid conflict in a way that most hollows could not be counted upon. He was the most powerful of the three Espada present, but he didn't seem too interested in proving it. His attitude was that of a man who had just been woken from a sound sleep and wished for nothing more than to return to it without being bothered by the world. It was almost insulting, really, and Shunsui couldn't help but wonder if this figure was secretly laughing at him. Like a comic miming the performance he had spent centuries perfecting to showcase for any audience he might come across. As their weapons clashed, he could swear he heard someone laughing at him. Sosuke Aizen was laughing, at least on the inside. He paid close attention to the battle happening beyond the walls of his fiery prison. A bit hot for his liking, but he was not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Things could not have worked out any better if he had planned it this way. He concentrated on his task, taking a tremendous amount of delight out of the careful orchestration of temperaments and qualities that he had practiced so hard to achieve. As he did, a wristband on Kaname's arm began to vibrate. Removing it and placing it to his ear, the sightless samurai listened intently. Then he said one word. Understood. As his underling flicked off the device, Sosuke opened his eyes and said, I take it we are ready. Yes, Aizen-sama. Very well. Tell them they may drop the WIRM Sombris now. As Taisen complied, his master ran a hand through his hair, sighing somewhat despondently. And here I was really getting into the performance. All good things, my dearest. Yes. You have it right. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. With a cry, Toshiro brought his weapon straight down at Haribel's head. She raised her weapon to intervene. The soul cutter passed right through it and clove her in half. Startled at this sudden victory, the Shinigami stared in disbelief. Before his eyes, the hollow's body began to disintegrate. That had been almost too easy. Captain. He glanced over. It was not his own lieutenant calling him. Matsumoto still remained critically wounded at the hands of that composite beast the commander-general had dispatched. Rather it was Hinamori Momo whose cry had gotten his attention. Looking over, he saw the stricken pixie pointing skywards. Following his gaze, he was even further dumbfounded to see So-iPhone's opponent collapsing into nothingness. By the look on the shinobi's face, he was not alone in this regard. A horrible premonition grew in his stomach. It was familiar. So horribly familiar. Almost afraid of what he might see, he sought out Captain Kiraku engaged in his own life-or-death struggle. His heart sank when he observed the pink-clad combatant standing speechless, finding himself suddenly robbed of an opponent. The Espada had disappeared. And Hitsugaya knew why. Aizen. Yamamoto Genri Usai Shijikuni's roar drowned out any and all other noise. The elderly warrior's eyes were fully open, a noteworthy feat in and of itself. He swept his Zanpakuto through the air, and the blazing confinement that held his three errant soldiers dissipated in a heartbeat, the incredible conflagration blown out by its master like a birthday candle. Now revealed for all to see, the traitor king of Hueco Mundo dusted off his immaculate robe and looked about with keen interest. Well, he remarked smartly, did you all enjoy my performance? I trust you didn't overexert yourselves. After all, it was only yourselves that you were fighting. Hitsugaya stared, thinking back upon everything he had seen since this war had officially commenced. So similar. Tia Haribel. She had been so unbelievably similar to him. At the time, it hadn't really registered, but now, even her hair and the color of her eyes stood out suddenly as being something that hadn't seemed quite original. Glancing down, he observed Rangiku still lying wounded under Izuru's care, and the bodies of the lesser hollows that had fallen before their prized fighters' blades. None of that had altered. Only what happened afterwards. The full truth of what they faced descended on him like a headsman's axe. An illusion, he whispered, feeling hot and sick with shame. Again. He had fallen for it again. God damn it, he did it to me again. His scream caused Eisen to turn his head, a look of self-satisfied amusement written up and down his face. Tyson too flicked an ear and turned to regard the howling boy captain. Both of them now observed his childish explosion of rage. Both of them. Where? Kira squinted his eyes and rubbed them fiercely, then looked again. No, his vision hadn't been deceiving him. It was absolutely undeniable. Where's Captain Ichimaru? At that moment, Eisen turned and looked directly at him, and the lieutenant blanched under the weight of that friendly gaze. Pardon? You say you're looking for Jin? He glanced over one shoulder, tapping a finger thoughtfully against the handle of his newly reconstituted sword. Ah, yes. That's right. I neglected to mention something. Unfortunately, Ichimaru was unable to join us here today. But since I know how so many of you harbor deep feelings towards him, I made sure to have a stand-in present, so as not to disappoint. By now, I imagine that he and the Espada you thought you were fighting have gone on ahead to achieve their true objective. The aspiring god turned back about, and his handsome face was lit by the most unhealthy expression of charming disdain anyone could ever make as he looked directly at the quivering old head of the Siriti. I sent them to Soul Society along with the rest of my forces before deigning to grace this tedious display of arrogant grandstanding with my presence. Come now, Commander Yamamoto, did you really expect a war to be fought with just a handful of blades? That was very foolish of you. You. And the super-powered ancient growled as he bared his soul cutter once more, spittle forming at the corners of his mouth. He was so enraged. Young pup, arrogant, sinful. I will. Emergency. Hitsugaya blinked. A voice he recognized as belonging to Lieutenant Ise Nanao resonated in his ears with the pure clarity of Kido magic. This is home base, contacting the captains. An army of hollows has suddenly appeared beyond the edge of the Rukanga. We are completely surrounded. Soul Society is invaded. Do you read me? Soul Society is invaded. All the Shinigami present turned to stare at Yamamoto. The old man's face had once more lapsed into a picture of professional dispassion. Only the sight of both eyes still being opened a crack let them know that he had not missed the import of that communication. There was no sign of the previous rage or humiliation he must certainly be feeling at this moment when he opened his mouth and said, "Return to Soul Society immediately." They did not question, only obeyed. Nothing they thought themselves capable of accomplishing here was worth doing, considering what might happen if they did not return. All present knew where the true strength of the Godai 13 lay. Especially Eisen. As the death gods took up their wounded and opened their respective Senkaimon, he waved pleasantly. Thank you all for coming today. It was fun. There was no response, and soon he found himself alone with Tyson once more. Well, the revolutionary side, I suppose we should get going as well. Oh my god, Ishida muttered. I'm afraid so, Urahara stated tightly. Things have just gone from bad to worse. Time is running out. We need to get you all home. Rukia had come to stand beside Ichigo, who was trembling with horror at that recitation. Her hand came up and touched his arm. The shivers that went through him transmitted over to her, and their shared discomfort did nothing to grant them peace. Standing in the defunct set for a grand heroic play that had turned out to be no more than a farce, they strove together to find some glimmer of that most elusive and necessary human emotion. Hope. Atop Sokioka Hill, mere minutes after she had been saved from execution, Rukia Kukaki found herself about to be slain once more, facing Captain Eisen as he ordered his servant Ichimaru to kill her. No way to avoid it, I guess. Her killer gave his assent, and the helpless sacrifice barely had the strength to turn her head and look over at Ichigo, lying half dead on the ground, before she heard it coming. Shoot, Shinso. An instant later she was safe in her brother's arms, as he took the blade intended for her heart. Rukia had stared into Byakuya's blood-spattered visage as though he were a stranger then. Eisen. Ichigo. Byakuya. She had seen all their faces. But not Jin's. Had she bothered to do so, it might have surprised her to find that he wasn't smiling. Not even a little. To be continued. Chapter 23, Fox's Prey, happenings in the two towns. The sky. That's what's wrong about this place. I'm sure of it. Kunieda Ryo stood in the middle of the street, staring up at the heavens. For once her nose was not buried in a book as was her wont. Instead the dark-haired high schooler continued to ponder the vexing mystery that had presented itself to her. Namely, where am I, and what am I doing here? She cast a penetrating look at her surroundings once more. It seemed familiar. Real, even. If she reached down and touched the pavement, it was warm and rough, so this wasn't a dream she was in. It had never piqued Kunieda's interest to research the science of dreams, since she hardly ever remembered her own. But right now would have been a good time to at least have an option to fall back on. For the first time she could remember, the solitary young woman found herself missing the company of her classmates. It would be nice to have another person handy to verify the same things she was experiencing, but that proved not to be the case. Ever since coming down from her room to find her house deserted, her parents and siblings missing, she had been attempting to contact someone. But nobody she called was picking up their phone. Going next door to inquire about this had also yielded no results, as her neighbors all appeared to have vanished without a trace. Absolutely nothing was making any sense. As it was, the long-limbed student made her way down the lane, examining everything she could find in search of a clue to guide her. There were no hidden marks she could see that would reveal this to be a trap or trick of some kind. It was her neighborhood in Karakura town down to a T. Not a single stone out of place. Only when she looked upward did she get the feeling of some kind of vague apprehension. A few times in her life when coming out of a building into an area with an unobstructed view of the sky, Ryo had experienced a sensation that those blue depths were wider or closer somehow. It was just a matter of relativity and misfiring optic nerves, she knew, but that same feeling seemed to be striking her every single time she craned her neck up. Enough to decide not to do that anymore. Instead, she concentrated on the ground. That was something she could at least trust to remain solid and unmoving. Moving forward, Ryo's foot jerked back as she felt the earthquake. That wasn't a hallucination, the lanky track star thought, finding her heart rate to be going much faster than it had a moment before. I'm positive that I felt something that was quantifiable. Don't panic, no need to get irrational. Unfortunately, between 1 second and the next, rationality was shot down, as before her eyes, a dragon emerged out of the pavement. Kunieda stood frozen at an intersection of two lanes, watching this happen. A long reptilian neck, the size of a city bus, emerged from the street perpendicular to hers as though rising out of a puddle. The shock of this situation led her to experience a strange sense of heightened awareness. It dawned on her then that this creature was somewhat transparent, wavering in and out of her vision. The form resembled something more like a giant eel than anything else, with aquamarine scales and a mouth filled with serrated shark's teeth. Its eyes were glistening black, and for a brief instant she caught a reflection of herself standing unmoving there, before it moved on by her position. There was no relief at this, for immediately afterwards the thing was joined by several others that drove questing through the concrete without hindrance or mark of their passing. They made no sound, and neither did she. Not even when the wolf pack came up behind them. Perhaps not wolves, she decided upon a moment's reflection. Lions, maybe? Hard to tell with only their heads being visible, all clumped together like that, still somewhat see-through just like the eels. Wait, there's more. Something bigger, rising out of them. Tall. Brown. A tree? No, I see, it's a woman. Titan. Giantess. Ogress. Several different words that might suit what her disbelieving eyes were telling her had just lifted up from the street as though swimming through it. But no mere vocabulary test could help the misfiring impulses in her brain which told the stricken teen that she was looking at the enormous torso of a human female whose head reached well over the level of the rooftops around her. The entity's skin was a rich tan shade that her own people could never affect no matter how long they stayed out in the sun. It was completely nude, though seeming to boast odd pearl scent lines or scales that drew patterns across its torso. This state of undress allowed Kunieda to have an unobstructed view of a pair of breasts that would have put her classmate Orium to shame. And on top of that the face could have belonged to a heavenly deity, specifically a goddess of the hunt. It possessed a sort of lean feminine perfection, with wild yellow hair and startling emerald eyes, beautiful as a lightning storm coming in off the sea. And just as dangerous. The face held no compassion whatsoever. It was inexpressibly enchanting in an alien sort of way, but on top of the fact that Kunieda was not of any inclination to prefer women like her classmate Chizuru, she leaned towards muscular men of the Latino persuasion. The hungry ferocity in the curve of those lips was undeniable. That mouth was not made to be kissed, but more to sink its teeth into the flesh of anything it came across and devour it whole. A strange twisted cape of interlocking bone shafts extended out behind the monstrous female's back, visible as it continued to move along its way. Dragon eels. Wolf lions. Gargantuan demonis. Looking at them all now, she realized that they were one single conjoined being. Strangely, the mixture seemed familiar to her. Didn't I read something about this once? I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me, I could do a search and find. And then it stopped moving. The profile of that angel of death remained turned away from her, but Kunieda had the distinct feeling this would not last long. She felt a giggle building up, and strove to fight it down. I've gone insane, the normally level-headed introvert finally decided. Or I'm undergoing a religious experience of some kind. I should fall to my knees and worship. Wait, worship that thing? Forget it, my instincts are screaming at me that I'm in danger, I should just listen to them and run. Obeying that remarkably lucid decision, the all-star athlete's ankles tensed to make her escape from this emblem of chaotic majesty. She was just on the cusp of doing so, when a thought rose unbidden from the recesses of her mind. You must never run from anything immortal. That was a quote, wasn't it? From something I read. So familiar. I think there's more to it, though. What was it? Come on, think. This could be important. More than any test you ever studied for or meet you ever practiced to win. You know this, you're sharp, everybody says so. Never run from an immortal. Never run from an immortal, it. What? It what? Use your head, Kunieda. The movement of one of the snake heads attracted her eye. It attracts. She blinked. Their attention. You must never run from anything immortal. It attracts their attention. Turning her back on the creature before her, Ryo began to calmly walk away. After a few paces, when nothing happened to distract her, the memory hit full force. That was a line from one of her favorite books as a child, dealing with magic and princes, failed wizards, drunken skeletons, and a deeply disturbed king who commanded a terrible red bull that obeyed him because he alone could behold it without fear. And unicorns. It felt absurd to be thinking this right now. She had long outgrown the period of her life when she believed in magical horses of superlative beauty that responded only to a virgin girl's touch. That was all stuff and nonsense, right? But then again, I just saw for myself that monsters are real. So maybe if I keep going, I'll find a unicorn. Ryo found herself smiling at the thought. And crying too. Doing both at the same time didn't strike her as odd. She just kept right on walking, as her old friend in the story had told her to. There came a sound from off to her left, and an arm wrapped around her waist. Turning, the nigh hysterical girl caught a glimpse of something she couldn't quite comprehend. Obeying her instincts once more, she opened her mouth to scream. Then the world blurred around her. Tia Haribel turned her head, considering. The Vastolord's merciless sea-green eyes raked her environs for a sign of whatever might have disturbed her, the serpent attachments following suit. But there was nothing. Not even a taste on her tongue. No surprise, really. The air was so thick here, it was confounding her senses slightly. What should have been a pleasant experience was actually somewhat overwhelming, long used as she was to parsimony in her environment. No matter, she thought. It makes no difference. I should just continue to explore until Aizen gives the word to reveal ourselves. So resolved, the Scylla sank back below the ground and swam on. He walked beneath sun-drenched boughs, in a cloak made from the shadows of the dead, trying to find the right words to describe this new world. It looked, behaved, seemed similar to that mudded, dissolute, hectic dimension an inordinate amount of his enemies seemed to hail from. But still, this was different. The scent was so much richer by comparison, almost dizzying with its lush potency. Could it be that this plane was welcoming him into its warm embrace already, without so much as a bit of effort on his part. It felt strange to find the realm he had come to conquer so hospitable. Reaching up, Grimjoe plucked a leaf off a tree, rubbing it between his fingers. The hollow could feel silky smooth spirit particles against his skin. Breathing deeply, he savored the sensation of not being short of breath as he had always been in the mortal world, where there was enough Ryotsu to stand on but not to adequately nourish him. Not for the first time, he wondered how Haribel had managed to endure however many years she existed in exile on that plane. It must have felt like starvation was coursing through her bones at every second. Jiggerjax placed the stem between his teeth and continued pacing about, his penetrating gaze falling on deep blue sky, brush and flower, grass, rock and dirt. Much as he disliked to admit it, those Shinigami did have it better than them, just like Aizen had said. There had often been an identical scent clinging to the three renegades whenever they adjourned to Hueco Mundo, one that the sharp-nosed Espada had come to equate with the purported paradise they hailed from. And it turned out his assumption had proven correct. All this time, he and his fellow lost souls had been forced to make do with a barren, unwholesome place to live, while these fat-faded fairies lounged about in splendor, with neither care nor want, allowed to do whatever they pleased in this spiritual Eden. His wrath was building as he stalked through this locale, feeling like a tiger penned in a cage, looking for any excuse to maul whatever luckless soul might wander into range of his claws. The other hollows in this area had apparently picked up on this sense from their warlord, and kept their distance from him. Thus the Sexta was left to his own devices, waiting along with all the rest on the uninhabited fringes of Soul Society. The memories of how he came to be here did nothing to brighten his mood. Coming back to consciousness, the king of the hunt was rather disappointed to find himself still alive. What the hell? Did that little bastard still not have the balls to finish him? Did he have to get off his ass and beat the miserable shit into a proper understanding of just what he was dealing with? This wasn't a contest of strength, it was frigging war. You kill your enemies or they come back to cut you down from behind. Opening his parched mouth with a growl, Grimjoe gagged suddenly as something dripped down his throat. You're awake. Coughing and spitting, his pale blue eyes squinted up at a sky of similar hue. Then he saw green. Green hair. Green blouse. White coat. The last was familiar. The rest didn't really ring a bell. Her voice made him feel like he was chewing glass, although that might be due to the throbbing that was only now registering in his skull and throughout the rest of his frame. It was a woman, though. And she had a mask of sorts perched atop her crown. So that meant she was one of them. Can you speak, Sexta? Hell yeah, I can speak. Grrmmm. Damn. Spoke too soon. While his tongue was apparently not back to working order yet, his sight had cleared considerably. Peering up at the woman crouched beside him, he got his first good look at her. The face still didn't do anything for him, but the smell. Yeah, that he knew. Not so much hers, but that coming off of the blood-stained coat which was draped around her shoulders. It was the sharp, steely odor he associated with his immediate superior in the ranks of the Espada. And while Grimjoe's brain wasn't quite clear of the remnants of pain-induced fog, the fact that she was wearing it told him that he was either in line for a promotion or looking at his newest obstacle to that position. She seemed to get what he was thinking regardless of his tongue-tied state. Yes, he's dead. I don't think any more needs to be said on the topic. Just lie back and listen to what I have to say. Then she spit in his face. There was a lot more than might have been expected, and that made it all the more disgusting. For a moment the feral fiend was prepared to spring up and tear the woman's throat out with his teeth. Before he could make the effort, though, it occurred to him that the slime flowing over his skin was by no means unpleasant. In fact, it seemed to be going a long way towards improving his current physical condition. The bloodlust was still there, but mixed in was a certain amount of confusion that left him wondering if perhaps he might still be dreaming. I'm healing you, not because of any concern for your well-being, but so that you can do me a favor. Kiss my ass, lady. And shove your favors up your own while you're at it. Kiss my ass, Sexta. The hell? She a mind reader? No, the look on your face said it all. Now focus, Grimjoe. You're alive, for what it's worth. But I don't have much time. There are Shinigami coming this way. Strong ones, too. Can you feel them? He could. The bracing Ryotsu wind fired his fighting impulses, making him yearn to rise up and give battle once again. In turn, his overseer reached down and placed a restraining hand on his chest. He snarled and struggled rather ineffectively against that restraining touch. Forget it. You won't be here when they arrive. You have a duty to perform, just like I do. My last is an espada, actually. I'm sending you to where you're supposed to be, so that you can bear a message to Aizen-sama when he arrives. At this point, Grimmjow found that he was capable of speech once more. The venom she spewed obviously did the trick. More invasive than that human girl's touch, but he wasn't in a position to complain. Spit it out, then, lady. I'll let you fulfill your duty before I rip your face off. She gave no indication of having heard this. Instead, the trophy-wrapped warrior studied him with sandy eyes. Tell your master this, Nilil bears him no ill will. I'm grateful for everything he gave me, but for reasons I will not explain, my path no longer lies with the espada. This is my choice. If he truly believes in what he told me, he'll understand that. I don't expect to receive any mercy should the battle turn against me. But at the very least, I intend to remind him of why I earned the right to wield my blade as his tercera. With that, she stood up. That's all. Goodbye, Grimmjow. Just then, the wounded Wurricat felt a garganta unseal beneath him. Helpless to prevent himself from falling into its maw, he glared up at the tall figure overseeing his disgraceful exit from this world and hissed, I'll look for you on the battlefield, Nilil. You do the same for me, here. As the rent in space closed, he saw her nod in assent. Then he was being drawn along to heaven knew where. Heaven was exactly where he went, actually. Or the closest thing he had yet found. A place where he only had to breathe in, and the restless hunger that never left his side seemed to be appeased, for the nonce. So. This is what I'm fighting for? Jigger Jacks looked around the quiet dell. God damn it. It's beautiful. For the first time in years, he was not seized by the feeling that there was danger lurking around every corner. There had been no Shinigami waiting to fight him, or order him around, for that matter. And unless his senses had failed him, the other Espada were nowhere near his location. Not that they weren't around somewhere, because that was the plan, right? Just that none of them were registering on his senses like. A garganta opened behind him. Turning about, the Sexta dismissed whatever idealism he might have been feeling. Right now, the only thing that mattered was the certain death he could feel coming out of that pit. It would be foolish to ignore it. That sentiment was borne out when the devil himself stepped into his paradise. Pantera was out of its sheath before he got a clear look at the thing, and when he did sudden realization caused even his fighting instincts to falter. Ulquiorra. There was no mistaking that joyless face, or the eyes, even if they were now more black than anything else. Grimmjow knew what the Quarta's released state looked like. Hell, he had lived with the masked version of this terror up until just a few months ago, so his going into resurrection should have been familiar. But while there was a definite similarity to what he knew as Murcielago Ulquiorra, this looked to be like Unholy Nightmare Murcielago version. The wings were less those of a bat and more something you would find on a dragon, and this comparison was further borne out by the presence of a tail, talons, and horns. Ulquiorra was naked, a thought that would have caused the blue-haired berserker to laugh had you told it to him, but in this situation, it only served to unnerve him all the more. All this combined would not have been enough to make him quake like this, though. It wasn't the form, really, although that was weird enough. More like the unprecedented Ryotsu that was assaulting him. What was coming off this thing was less an indication of spirit power and more a promise of certain death. That was the only way to describe it. If you came upon this monster, it meant you had just strayed beyond the fringes where life could be supported. Empty space, the pits of hell, wherever your imagination might lead you, should you find yourself in such a locale, this was what it would feel like. The last breath, the final hope, it was all behind you, and the only thing you had to look forward to was. Has Aizen-sama arrived yet? Ulquiorra's gaze was roaming about their environs, but just listening to the Vastolord speak made it feel like the Lesser Hollow's eardrums were going to pop. Clapping his hands to his ringing head, the general snarled angrily at his superior. No. Son of a bitch, Turn on your sombra, you idiot. The Shinigami'll spot you a mile away like that, if they haven't already. It is activated, Schiffer responded in his standard desultory tones. The last vestiges of disbelief were blown away upon hearing it. Only hollows are able to discern my presence. There were tears coming to Grimjo's eyes, and the pounding in his skull was growing worse. Can't you tone it down some? I feel sick just standing near you. What in the hell happened to you, anyway? Those smooth white shoulders flexed slightly. Segunda etapa. The new form all Vastolord attain when they become Arrancar and acquire Shinigami powers. Flippin' perfect. This was just too much. And here he had thought his life couldn't get any more disappointing, but now the bastard had another release. Hook-de-doo. As he thought this, the Supreme Hollow's eyes left off flitting about and turned to regard him. Was it possible that Ulquiorra looked even more miserable than usual? It occurred to Grimjo then that he might be expected to answer for that business with the Kaja negation and trapping his commanding officer in another dimension for a few hours. There might even be some expectation of an apology in those accusing green orbs. Might as well get that out of the way first. I was hoping I'd never have to see you again, you sexless bitch. There. That ought to cover it. He might have just signed his own death warrant, but after the day he'd been having, the only thing that could make it significantly worse was to lose sight of his principles. And Grimjo would be damned if he was going to let that happen. From the looks of it, the other Espada couldn't care less how his unruly subordinate referred to him. Still, Jiggerjax got the distinct impression that he was skating on thin ice. The thought made his blood run cold and hot with conflicting eagerness and trepidation. Well, nobody ever said my life was gonna be easy, did they? Or long, for that matter. I sense my superiors currently grouping elsewhere, the pallid phantom droned. Until Aizen-sama presents himself, I believe I will join them. Did I ask what you were gonna do with your day? Ulquiorra spread his wings to take flight, and just then, a thought struck Grimjo. Hey! The nightmare paused. Kurosaki Ichigo. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Grimjo studied his compatriot. What happened to him? 3 heartbeats worth of silence. Then. He is dead. The ghost cat's teeth clenched upon hearing this, grinding together audibly. Perhaps it was his own sense of irate frustration, but that declaration had sounded a trifle smug. Like Schiffer was enjoying being the one to tell this to Jiggerjax, or possibly anybody who asked. And then he heard a sob. The Vastolord sprang into the air, and for an instant as he rose up, Grimjo found himself surprised to be looking into the overflowing eyes of Oriamenu, before the black tail wrapped around her throat jerked up and bore her off into the sky. He watched the two disparate beings ascend, chewing on his own wrath and indignation. Then Grimjo spat into the dirt of heaven. Whatever. The Lord of Death clambered atop what had once been a playground jungle gym that he had converted into a makeshift throne and looked out upon his new domain. Settling his equine lower half to rest on that twisted asymmetrical tower, Barragan Lusenburn proceeded to fume at the indignity of it all. To think that he, once king of Hueco Mundo, should now have to resort to performing his own labors like a common servant. Yet another of the insults that insufferably smug freak of a Shinigami had foisted off on him. It was bad enough the greatest of all hollows was forced to submit to that monster's direction and play the part of the menial. That would not last forever, though. No, it would not, but now he was even stripped of his own servants and must degrade himself in a manner unfit for one of his peerless standing. Not even permitted to announce his presence to this world he had come to subjugate, forced to hide and cower under the spell of that little magician's trick. Of course, Aizen had insisted that using Barragan's entire remaining fraction was necessary for his latest self-absorbed deception, but that gave the deposed Hollow Emperor no comfort. He could not shake the impression that it had simply been one more in a long list of unforgivable slights the usurper had heaped upon him. There were limits to his kingly indulgences, and if Sosuke weren't careful, he might find himself deserted by a goodly portion of his own army. Or even better, fall under attack from those same forces at a crucial strategic moment. Yes, that would be most pleasant to behold. Cupping his severed skull in between bony fingers, Lusenburn contemplated the panorama that was Soul Society. Lifting the bejeweled head higher, he rotated one way, while his corresponding horse head went the other. Right now, All he could see was the relocated portion of the human world, and what an ugly excuse for habitation it proved to be. There was a disturbing redundancy to all these huts, like they had been designed and constructed by the same mob of unimaginative architects. Stone and wattle dwellings, with not a shred of creativity to recommend them to his eyes. He would have destroyed them all, but it would have been beneath him to engage in such an effort. But the sky was a truly magnificent shade of blue, he had to admit. Almost regal in its vibrant potency, welcoming its new soon-to-be ruler. Although this appreciation of his new lands was slightly marred by the realization that it had been bequeathed to him as part of Aizen's largesse, the spoils of war he had been promised in return for faithfully executing his commands. Command. The very word made Baragan seethe in his seat. Everything that contemptible malcontent did was poison working its way down his craw, forced to swallow it like all those other blind fools who did not bother to wonder just what might become of their species once Aizen sat upon the throne of heaven. The lying savage no doubt had it in mind for his conquered Shinigami brethren to purify the lot of them after the battle, rendering Hueco Mundo truly barren and bringing all under his thumb in one fell swoop. Well, at least one of the Espada would not permit such a travesty to take place. In fact, before the day was done, even more of the death dealers might find themselves opposing their supposed leader's machinations, willing or. I have found you. His thoughts were interrupted by this shout. Looking down, the Segunda Espada found himself confronted by. Judging by that ridiculous attire, complete with motley cape, jingly cap, and mountebank's staff, it would appear that this was some form of court jester. And a human, at that. Perhaps the little creature wishes to entertain us in exchange for its life? A pitiful delusion, but we will permit it to employ its antics, for the sake of our possible amusement. At last you reveal yourself, Bad Spirit King. The performer cried, flinging his dreadlocked head back and brandishing his decorative toy fiercely. I have long trained for this day, when my destiny will at last be realized. Now, with the whole world standing on the brink of Armageddon, the New Age's visionary vizier will step up to vanquish the root of all evil, securing a future filled with the spirit of love and hope for all children everywhere. Prepare yourself, O Regent of Hell. Apparently this was to be a heroic farce of some kind. A pity his warriors were not here to make sport of the delinquent. Could there be an opponent lurking in the wings for it to do mock battle with? The crowned conqueror considered. We would like to know more about this display. By what name are you known, verbose vagabond? The fool drew itself up proudly, in a poor imitation of grandeur. Really, what kind of chaff would find favor with this sort of tomfoolery? It boggles the mind. I am the one favored by heaven, the one blessed with the ability to perceive supernatural wrongdoers and end their depredations upon the living, the one chosen to lead the forces of virtue in their heroic efforts against the minions of evil. He planted his stick in the ground and proceeded to wrap himself entirely in one fold of his oversized cape. You see before you the emissary of the afterlife, the guru of ghosts. The one, the only, Don Kanonji-sama. Did it just address itself with a distinguished honorific? What self-aggrandizing folly! Let us see what more might come of it. Since there were no vassals here to perform his introductions, princely courtesy demanded he do so himself. Lifting his head up one-handed, Baragan then intoned, Know this, meager one. Before you sits the lord of the lifeless domain, ruler of the wailing waste. Past and future master of Hueco Mundo, King Baragan Lusenburn. And for your attempts at entertaining us, we promise you a quick and painless death afterwards. He then settled himself in to watch the show. Your arrogance shall be your undoing, your majesty. Kanonji thundered in return, whipping out one long brown finger and pointing it up at his lone audience. At least he got the title right, the hollow reflected. You think me as ill-informed as all others who have challenged you and failed. But thanks to my training, I am able to perceive your one true weakness. What was it going on about? Yes. The spirit guide continued, wiggling his fingers, eyes flashing behind his obscuring shades. I am no fool. From the moment I first espied you, I determined from your appearance that you were no mere ghost, but that most unholy of malevolent entities, an undead ghost. Little did you realize that your kind's greatest bane has already been revealed to the world. He struck another absurdly silly pose, balancing on one leg and lifting his arms to heaven. It was thanks to none other than the little children who follow my adventures, on whom I have lavished countless hours of my protection and attention, that I have come to bear this priceless bit of information. For as anyone who has played an RPG in the last 20 years can tell you. And Don Kanonji dropped back down, squaring his shoulders, bending his knees and bringing his arms up, palms facing outward. Tears of gratitude flowed down the hero's cheeks and into his mustache as he silently thanked those loyal young fans who had permitted him to play video games with them. Undead monsters are vulnerable to healing magic. The hoofed familiar pawed its rider's throne restlessly. Was there nothing more to this than shouting and prancing about? Take this. Super Magical Gamma Ultra Vorpal Rejuvenating Soul Cleansing Spirit Restorer Mark 8, Holy Excalibur Blast. As the magician spoke, a tiny ball of green energy buddied in front of his hands, and with a cry, he sent it puttering quickly up towards its target. Upon the ball's ascending to the king's vicinity, his stallion half gave a snort out of one bony nostril, and the speck of magic was blown off into the distance, vanishing like a star at dawn. The defender of decency remained frozen in his previous position, apparently at a loss. When nothing more was forthcoming, the Dullahan lost patience. We are not amused. He rose in preparation to follow through on his promise of a speedy execution. The mortal plucked up its stick and assumed a fighting stance. Hollow and human faced one another. Cut. At that moment, two young human males, one tall, the other short, raced with utmost speed onto the playground. Before either combatant could react to this intrusion on their duel, the smaller one proceeded to elbow Don Kanonji in the gut. When he doubled over, his other assailant grabbed the cape and wound it swiftly around his head. The blinded television personality came upright, shouting in consternation. What's going? Right then, the taller human grabbed Kanonji from behind by the shoulders and proceeded to shove him unceremoniously out of the park. Make up time, Kanonji-sama. He shouted in a high, girlish falsetto. While they fled, the remaining riffraff, a tiny dark-haired thing who contrived to wear a pleasant smile even in the face of the dire looming figure before him, held up a small device. Our humblest apologies, Your Highness. As a token of our regard, please accept this musical performance in lieu of a live show. He pressed a button on the device, and into the stillness of that deserted elementary school, there suddenly erupted Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. Berrigan leaned forward on his mount. Interesting. He crooked a finger, and the melodious object shot out of the boy's grasp and streaked up into his own. Listening to this unfamiliar paean, the former ruler of the Hollow Nation found himself intrigued by the discordant yet somehow rousing tune encased in this music box. On the edge of his perceptions, Berrigan noticed that the supplicant seemed to be waiting upon his reaction. After considering the matter, he gave a leisurely sweep of the hand holding the gift. We are mollified by your offering, and see fit to grant your troop a stay of execution. Begone. The entertainer bowed, and departed with utmost haste. The Segunda remained unmoving for several minutes, examining this new treasure. Could humans truly create sounds so pleasing to the senses? Perhaps we should see to culling a few of the most aesthetically gifted from their ranks before we let loose the hordes to feast upon them. Just as he was pondering this, the opera ceased without warning, and in its place there came a weird little jingle that was totally at odds to what had been playing before. Berrigan's lipless mouth tightened in consternation. Just as his annoyance was starting to build, this music too stopped, and from out of the box there came a voice. Mizuwaro, honey? It's me Nami. Who speaks? The Lich Lord glowered at his errant possession. Mizuwaro? Are you there? You better not be talking to some of your other girlfriends, because you and I had a date today. Perplexed, Lisenburn brought his head over to the toy. Was it attempting to converse with him? What manner of spirit are you? And who is this Mizuwaro of whom you speak? Oh, yeah, listen, about that, I'm actually gonna have to cancel. I've got a wicked hangover from last night, I can't even leave the apartment to go outside, the light's just too bright. You don't mind, right, gorgeous? What, did you call us? Call me back with another time, alright? I can't wait to rip your clothes off and hump your bones until they break, lover. Mushy mushy, baby. The voice disappeared. For a long time, Berrigan stared at the brightly colored machine in his hand. Then he crushed it into fragments and scattered them to the winds, resolving to speak of this incident to no one. Afterwards, he chose to sit upon his throne and wait. "What are we waiting for?" Ichigo screamed, whipping about in midair. "We have to go after him, we can't just sit here while he murders 250,000 people." Ichigo. His distracted gaze flitted over to where Ishida stood with Sato on a square of cloth floating above the clouds. The bowman's face held that same quiet, icy distaste he had directed at the substitute Shinigami since first meeting him, and seeing it caused an old wound to reopen on top of everything else while his former nemesis spoke. "You seem to be forgetting that you, Chad, and I can't simply waltz into Soul Society whenever we please. There have to be special dispensations made for the living, even if one of those living technically doesn't have a body at this time." And Kurosaka spit, fists clenched and aching to just beat that look off the know-it-all's face. "What do you suggest we do, then?" Uriu's eyes narrowed, and he actually looked down his nose at the spirit of his ally. "Gee, I don't know. Why don't you ask the man we usually turn to at times like this? Present and accounted for?" All eyes turned to where Kisuke Urahara was waving his fan about enthusiastically, that old manic cheer replacing the dire mood that he had worn upon their entrance back into the world of the living. Apparently no longer inhabiting his customary faux body, the Shinigami technician was floating above the earth much in the manner of his fellow captain-level spirits orbiting around him. Still garbed in somewhat antiquated clothes and floppy hat, he looked as comfortable and imperturbable as they had ever known him. This too made Ichigo want to break something, preferably the blonde man's face. "No need to look quite so overwhelmed, Master Kurosaki," Urahara sang like a vendor hawking wares at a carnival. "My associates and I have not been dawdling in your absence. You don't have to wait around with your hands in your pockets for weeks like last time. I assure you all, your method of conveyance back to Soul Society is ready and awaiting you. You need only give the word, and you'll be off." The roughhousing redhead hesitated, considering this. His brain was still swimming from the sudden revelation that his much-anticipated final battle with Aizen had once again been relocated in terms of space and time, as well as learning the promised sanctuary he had hoped would keep his loved ones out of harm's way was instead merely a gift-wrapped box waiting for the maniac to open and feast upon. At this point, the only thing that made any sense at all was interposing himself between the murderous depredations of that would-be god and fighting until one of them was reduced to absolutely nothing. Feeling somewhat dazed, he glanced around him, as if for reassurance that the world had not fallen into chaos in the last few seconds. As he did, his eye alighted on something that seemed to confirm the continued presence of peace in creation. Rukia remained at attention beside her unflappable brother, the two of them both mirror images of calm composed combatants. Her back was turned, listening to Byakuya and his colleagues discussing with Tessai Tsukubishi the current state of affairs. But almost as if feeling her gaze on him, her head turned slightly. In that moment, whether aware of it or not, she was standing in the exact same position as the first time they looked at one another, that day when a black butterfly had fluttered down between him and a rampaging monster, disposing of the fiend without breaking a sweat. This memory caused his scattered thoughts to gather, muscles to unclench from panicked rigor. The female Shinigami's face, older than him by far but possessed of warmth and human compassion nonetheless, reminded the teen that not all his loved ones were now in Soul Society. Right over there was a person who had quietly granted him the right to bear her heart. "I have so many reasons to win this day, it's almost unfair to Aizen. What compulsions could that dead man possibly have that could compare to what I'm feeling now? You're confident you can beat him?" "Nah. I'm just confident he'll lose." Having a tender moment there, Kurosaka-san. Of a sudden Urahara was standing by his side. Turning to address him, Ichigo was momentarily halted by the change in the jocular comedian's demeanor. Once more his gaze was reserved and penetrating as steel, the eyes of the man who had casually tried to kill Ichigo in the name of awakening his latent powers. This served to make the boy's skin crawl, reminding him that Sosuke wasn't the only one whose intentions he had reason to doubt. "Where's this gate you have set up, Urahara-san?" The green-garbed shoulders lifted in a shrug, and he indicated over one of them. "Right outside the barrier we're currently in, ready and waiting for you and your allies to put it to good use." This comment caused something to click in his head, and Ichigo frowned at his unknowable accomplice. "Mind if I ask you something?" Cool gray eyes absorbed his face thoughtfully, the fan coming up to cover his mouth. Ask away, dear boy. I'll hold nothing back. Are Shinji and the other wizard in Soul Society right now? When one laconic eyebrow raised in response, he plowed ahead. Don't bother denying you know them. I put together a few things on my own these last few months. Getting my ass kicked in the exact same underground rock garden for the third time in a row would cause even a guy like me to take notice. You helped them build their hideout. And unless I miss my guess, you had something to do with that crew becoming wizard in the first place. Am I right? Urahara's cap dipped down slightly, hiding the other half of his face from view. I do bear some responsibility for that, I won't deny it. But not as much as others. Any aid I offered them throughout the years was done with the understanding that they would not hold any of my failings against me, and I would do the same. He dropped the fan then, and raised his head. And to answer your question, yes, Shinji and company are still in this world. Kurosaka crossed his arms over his chest. Any particular reason why they haven't thrown their hat into the ring? Should I be doubting their intentions any more than I already am? You're right to be suspicious, young man, if only because it's an emotion that could very well save your life. The flaxen-haired fighter rubbed his neck absently, that disturbingly lucid gaze reminding Ichigo not for the first time of Mayuri Kurotsuki. But let me make one thing perfectly clear, the wizard, and myself, are totally devoted to obstructing the rise of Aizen. Admittedly, our priorities in that regard might not be the same as yours. No surprise, really, we all have different reasons to see his ambitions come to nothing. Still, for the foreseeable future, Shinigami and Wizard have a common enemy, and that's enough to make at least our side forget about past wrongs. He gave a sigh then, and rolled his head to one side. Unfortunately, trust, once broken, has proven highly difficult to mend. Despite repeated exhortations on my part, and the appeals of several high-ranking deputies of the afterlife, at the current time the ban on the Wizard still stands. Since Yamamoto assumed our enemies would be staging their grand performance here and not in Soul Society, he never made any dispensations to rescind the bindings that prevent any of us criminal types from re-entering Soul Society. There was something distinctly unpleasant in Kisuke's voice, enough to make his audience feel uncomfortable to hear it. I guess he thought that such amnesty could be given consideration after the war was over, once we had proven our worth and loyalty. But it's all moot, now. To put it simply, Ichigo, you have my support and every confidence. As for my sword, and he tapped his cane against the palm of his other hand, well, that I'm afraid you'll have to do without. The glowering youth regarded that innocuous stick of wood, reminded of certain painful lessons he had learned about judging by appearance. It was this, perhaps, that caused him to consider something he had not before, and with a jerk of his head, he suddenly blurted out, "Wait a second, what about Yurayuki? What about her?" Urahara drawled. "She goes to Soul Society whenever she wants. If you guys are barred from entering, why isn't she? Isn't she a fugitive too?" Ah, and the outcast considered the occult staff held loosely in his grip. "Well, in regards to that, let me just say that prior to our banishment, Yurayuki showed considerably more foresight than me. As a result, she has a means at her disposal that can't be balked by anyone. She can always return to Siriti. You might say she never really left." This cryptic response did nothing to answer his question, but before he could point this out, another voice intruded on their discussion. My. Are you still running off half-cocked and coming up short, Kisuke Teiku?" Both men turned. As if having being summoned by his previous stray thought, a short distance off Captain Kurotsuka stood beaming at Ichigo and his erstwhile ally. Behind him, the last traces of a Garganta closed up just as Nimue exited it, her lackluster features coming to focus on her creator's former master with what might have been professional curiosity. There was certainly nothing else animating that face at this time. "Hello, Mayuri," Soul Society's dethroned genius grinned cheekily. "That's a very extravagant wardrobe you're sporting. Did some rich relative I'm not familiar with pass away under mysterious circumstances, leaving you all his wealth?" The lack of any honorific to his name seemed to be causing Kurotsuki as much distress coming from Kisuke as it had Ichigo. However, another notable absence drew the anxious defender's eye to swivel around in search of something, and then alight on the clownish deviant when they couldn't find it. "Where's Nell?" he asked in a singularly menacing vein. Golden eyes flicked briefly over to regard him before turning back to their main objective. "Ah. Yes. The lady asked me to tender her warmest regards to you, and to inform you that she would be going on ahead to Soul Society. While most likely a defection on her part, I chose not to hinder her escape. After all, her presence could hardly make a significant difference to our plans." "You son of a bitch," Ichigo growled, one hand going up to grasp Zanjitsu's hilt, the shroud already unwrapping. "If you've heard her, I swear I'm going to finish what Uriu couldn't right here." Any thoughts of immediate violence were put on hold when Nimue interposed herself between her parent and his potential assailant. "Mayuri-sama speaks the truth. As proof, I have been asked to recite to you the secret name of their three-person organization." "What?" "The Migdet Ryertsnell Brodon Thepers Youlu." What sounded like three voices all screaming out at once exploded from Nimue's throat in a manner similar to a bomb going off. Ichigo and Urahara both flew backwards, clapping hands to their ears in the face of this sonic assault. For his part, Mayuri only rubbed his gold-plated sideburns like something was tickling him, sucking idly on his teeth. All was quiet for a while. Then Shinigami deputy and scientist peeked up blearily. Dusting himself off, Ichigo rose first and offered a helpful hand to Urahara, who accepted while retrieving his hat which had been blown clean off his head. Once upright, they regarded the source of this disturbance warily, as if fearing further outbursts. "What are you bunch of maniacs doing over here?" Heads turned as Rukia stepped nimbly over to join them, frowning in obvious displeasure with Tessai at her back. The look she was directing at them caused Ichigo to be somewhat flustered by his previous reaction, while Kisuke just smiled in that innocent and unconvincing way he had. As for Mayuri, he was looking at her in a way that made her former landlord and potential partner seriously think about beheading the guy. The madman was eyeing Rukia like she was an orange he was considering plucking, peeling, and messily devouring. While Ichigo was considering his newfound role of the jealous boyfriend, Captain Kuratsuka pulled a lustrous diamond-encrusted pipe from his robe and proceeded to light it with what looked suspiciously like a burning 10,000 yen note. I believe these two imbeciles were just discussing their means of exiting this dimension, or lack thereof. Blowing out a stream of smoke, he then reached over and placed an arm around Rukia's shoulder, which to virtually everyone's surprise she did not cut off in response, although Tessai's spectacles flashed in a way that hinted he might be willing to step up in that respect. "Now, then, Rukia Ajausama, I trust you have come over to inform us what the other captains have decided would be the most obvious tactic in our current situation. I think we all could use a good laugh, so please, waste no more time and tell us." The tiny warrior glanced at all of their faces appreciatively, but it was the muscular magician standing behind her who spoke. "We've received intel from our supporters. Approximately 10 minutes ago, the uncivilized hinterlands beyond the 80th ring simply filled up with hollows. There was no evidence of Gargantes opening to explain it. More like they were already there and simply chose that time to let themselves be known. It's estimated this force is roughly 12 times the current strength of the Godi I-13, consisting of regular hollow, a huge force of Minos both Jillian and Agichas, several hundred Arankar, and what we believe to be the remnants of the Espada." Ichigo blanched at the news. This includes 4 power signatures of a level so high they cannot at this time be measured. Prior samples taken have the 12th Division speculating that these are the Vastolord currently under Aizen's command. Meh, the captain of that company waved a hand dismissively. "We can determine their provenance at a later date." "Tessai," Urahara spoke up, "what specifically has Soul Society done in the wake of this news?" His fellow exile looked grave beneath his eyeglasses and mustache. "All able divisions have been stationed around the walls of Siriti. The captains and lieutenants are leading them, and the Kido Corps has activated the Enki no Gajia." Before he could even think to ask, Nimue answered Ichigo's unspoken question. "The Ring of Fire. It is a defense mechanism that amplifies the normal barrier found around the Court of Pure Souls to a phenomenal extent. The duration is only 7 hours maximum, but for that time, it could resist the combined assault of an entire division of Captain-class Shinigami. There now exists a much smaller chance of our opponents being able to simply break through by strength alone." "Smaller, but not non-existent," her originator piped up harshly. This tactic is nothing more than a panicked reaction meant to buy time until the Commander-General can bring in reinforcements. Reinforcements. Now Kurosaki really needed an explanation. Zero Squad. That was Tessai once more. The Royal Guard, composed entirely of former captains and sorcerers without peer. They are a company charged with securing the health and safety of the King of Soul Society, and the most awesome force that exists in all the afterlife. Their deployment in the field comes only in response to something that threatens the very existence of our world. It is a power that could lay waste to the current incarnation of the Godiai 13 without any effort. And we wouldn't want to miss that. Mayuri rubbed his hands together expectantly, almost hopping with glee. Come on now, all of you, let's away before the real festivities start. I wouldn't miss what's coming for the world. His ex-commander had his fan out once more and was hiding behind it while managing to sound supremely disinterested. In that case, bon voyage. Don't forget to call on us when it's all over. Wait. They turned to where Ichigo was looking around, confused. That's it? It's over? These mystery captains are coming in from out of nowhere to save the day? If you have them, then what's the point of regular death gods, anyway? This is not a thing done lightly, Tsukabishi rumbled back, his brow creased now with what might be worry or dismay. Such a release of force could have disastrous impact on the fabric of Soul Society, possibly destabilizing the natural order of things beyond repair. The effects would undoubtedly cross over to your world as well. Even if we are triumphant in the end, what we are left with might be a sad remnant of the life we once knew. But the alternative is to accept what seems to be certain annihilation at the hands of Sosuke's invasion. Once Yamamoto realized just how outmatched we were, it was the only possible move he could make. It is one even he hesitated at choosing unless left with no other option. Excuse me. Unnoticed, Urayu Ishida had managed to manipulate the solid surface he was standing on so that it had brought him close enough to this discussion to participate. Perhaps I'm missing out here, but aren't you people forgetting something? When no response came, and even Mayuri didn't seem inclined to seek an answer to that question, the mortal mage pressed on regardless. You said the Shinigami were stationed around the Seireitei, and the Hollows are outside the final ring. But what about what lies between them? What's being done to protect all the billions of souls that are inhabiting the Rokanga? Can someone please tell me that? Or did they not enter into your calculations, since they don't have any soul power to speak of? This last caustic remark caused Captain Kurotsuka to chuckle, but for his part, Ichigo felt that his teammate had hit upon a good point. Just what was going to happen to all those dead folks living in what was about to become a battlefield? When the fighting began, which might be at any second, were all the regular souls going to be nothing more than casualties of war, caught in the conflict with nowhere to go and either be blown to pieces or eaten by hollows? While this disturbing scene was unfolding in his mind, a hand reached up and slapped him soundly in the face. Gaia! Kurosaki screamed. What the hell, Rukia? The girl who had rocked his world with her earnest declaration of love less than half an hour ago now regarded him with narrowed purple eyes that fairly dripped with contempt. Idiot! She snapped, and rounded on where the white-clad archer stood. And that goes for you too, Quincy. I can't believe that after all our time together, the two of you can still be so self-righteous and childish as to misunderstand what it is we are trying to do here. This isn't about winning a war. It's about saving the souls and lives of everyone living in your hometown. She pointed at both of them in turn, and our whole world. So give us some credit, why don't you? I believe what my sister is trying to say, and several people jumped noticeably as the commanding voice of Byakuya Kukaki announced the nobleman's arrival, is that we have already taken steps to ensure that the spirits under our protection will come to no harm during the upcoming conflict. That includes the people living in Karakura town. Ah, the head of Squad 12 breathed out a long stream of blue smoke. So then I take it this means your family's venture was a success. As if there was ever any doubt, his counterpart in Squad 6 intoned, and cast a glance in his sibling's direction. At this, Rukia visibly reddened, but there was no hiding the pleased smile that was working its way past the veneer of proper respectability she was trying to emulate. Whatever communication was passing between these three, however, the rest of the people present were clearly at a loss. Can somebody please explain? Chad raised an arm hesitantly, as if asking a question in math class he suspected everyone else already knew the answer to. In return, the smallest Shinigami in that group gave him a look that expressed her understanding and relief. The Kukaki household. And she gave a slightly embarrassed cough, recognized the position regarding our charges in the Rokanga that Soul Society found itself in following the desertion of the three captains. Rather than see these defenseless souls be caught up in the cataclysm that was sure to follow, we employed a large portion of our resources to contract sufficient manpower and soul power to devise a means by which those innocents could be moved out of harm's way, along with the people inhabiting Karakura town once it was transferred into Soul Society. While there was little time, we did have historical records dealing with such a proceeding to hasten our efforts. And according to a report that my brother and I received following our exit from Hueco Mundo, that effort was a success. She then turned a look on Ichigo that made his still stinging cheek become nothing more than a vague memory. "They're safe," she whispered, face glowing with pride and satisfaction. "All of them. You don't have to worry about that." Karen sat up in bed, staring at the wall before her. Something's wrong. This idea was borne out when she looked to her left and found her twin's bed was empty. For a while the 10-year-old only stared, wondering if she was truly awake or simply on the border between dream and reality. "Yuzu." Her voice sounded loud in the emptiness. About to crawl off her mattress, she paused, thinking. "How exactly did I get here? I don't remember going to bed, and anyway, it isn't even night." The room was dark, with the shades drawn, but she could still see the cracks of illumination that told her the sun was yet high. "Hello." No answer. "All right, then, I'll figure out what's happening myself." Padding barefoot over to her door, Karen opened it. The hallway was empty. She recognized that there was an abnormality in her home, but this didn't frighten her. At least, not yet. It was difficult to say what she was feeling right now. Trepidation, maybe, or suspicion. Like this could just be one of her goofy dad's ideas of family bonding. Evacuate the house while Karen's sleeping and see how she reacts. To confirm that she was indeed alone, the elder Kurosaki girl made her way over to her brother Ichigo's room. The door was closed. She raised a hand, about to knock, only to reconsider and simply push the portal open. Sunlight was indeed pouring through the window. Stepping further in, she noticed there were some magazines on the bed, and what appeared to be algebra homework laid out on the desk. Although she wasn't up to that level of math, even Karen could tell that none of the problems had been completed, and furthermore part of it seemed to have been pushed onto the floor. At this point, the preteen noticed that the magazines were of the adult persuasion. Oh, gross. Whatever that dopey thing inhabiting her brother's body was, it had all the impulses of a teenage boy. Actually, the lookalike had a more typical attitude for Ichigo's generation than he did. But still, none of this was explaining anything that might be happening. Crossing her arms, Karen glowered at the vapidly sensual smiles peering up at her off the pages. "What the hell has gone wrong today?" she muttered. And then the roof caved in. Karen Kurosaki hit the ground hard and slumped against the floorboards. The impression that her house had crushed in on itself was false. The ceiling remained intact above her, but it had honestly felt as though an insupportable weight had slammed down on her shoulders, crushing her beneath what she had come to recognize as the feeling of an evil spirit. Helplessness. Horror. It was all she could do to breathe. The experience of recognizing when those skull monsters entered the world was never pleasant, but nothing had ever affected her like this. Not back when she had tried to tell Ichigo she knew he was a Shinigami, or after he came back and there had been a day when something even more hellish had briefly appeared, so strong it made that previous episode seem as a breeze against her skin by comparison. That had been like a hammer blow to the head, it was so intense. Oddly enough, even as she lay there shivering and sweat-soaked, the young spirit medium recognized it. This presence had a feel to it that, well, you could say it tasted like that dreadful thing from before, only much greater. It was disrupting her spirit to such an extent that she almost felt like she was being pulled into another world, a plane of existence composed entirely of this beastly spirit energy, large as the planet she lived on, more frightening than facing death itself. Then, without warning, she found death was looking back. The light coming in from the window was blocked out, and a gigantic orange eye peered in. Flickering about, the white pupil finally focused on her splate in a nerveless heap. She then heard a ghastly snicker of delight. "Sue there. Hell hello, little one. Are you hee? Are you looking for a place grave barrow cairn to lie down in?" Her ears popped from the pressure of hearing that voice, which buzzed and swelled as though it could hardly contain its own unrelenting power. She tried desperately to close her eyes, plug up her nose and senses, but found herself unable to move. When Karen didn't respond, her attacker heaved and giggled, pressing itself against the window pane. The girl saw tiny cracks going up the glass, making it look as if the beast's eye was splitting in the same manner as her own skull felt. Then it pulled away, and she caught a brief glimpse of scarred black skin, before the side of a feral mouth came up to pant outside the wall. "Ignoring me? Look, I have teeth, lots and lots of them. I'll let you ply a yaya with them, run your fingers and arms and legs over them, cut yourself on them, bleed all over them. So pretty, won't you? It hurts, bite a middle mouth screaming on my back, they're my fleas. Won't you?" Its tones suddenly turned into a whine. "Won't you come out and play with me?" Karen whimpered. Yes, look at you, hiding in this shell, a turtle, clam, oyster. Warm meat waiting for me to rip it open and devour. It's your purpose, porpoise, porcine, porcupine, all meat, all mine, all wanting me to eat them. They shake and jiggle and scria. The floor and ceiling shook from the weight of that cry, which transformed into a howl, and the terrified child shrieked with it. Both cut off when a force erupted from below them. Karen jumped upright, swaying unsteadily. It felt like being caught in a nutcracker for a moment, squeezed from both sides. Then there came a gasp from the abomination outside, and the weight of the world lifted off of her. The swell of opposing power then pushed out, past where she was standing. When she fell into its embrace now, there was no sense of discomfort or disorientation. This was welcoming, like it was a part of her. Or maybe she was a part of it, hard to say. Kind of like Ichigo's burgeoning spirit presence, which was so familiar to her now she hardly even noticed it. Outside the Kurosaka clinic, Coyote Stark reared up in surprise, then crouched down low on his haunches, tail wagging from side to side as he peered through the holes cut into this turtle's shell. Someone was in there, he realized after a time. A fierce soul, roaring out at him, challenging him. It was one of the gods. They had finally made an appearance. His tail lashed eagerly, mouth drooling ichor and bile that smoked when it touched the ground. One god and one human, linked by blood. The taste when he mixed them together in his mouth was going to be so delicious. With that, the Fenris opened his matchless maw wide to swallow both morsels. A small pinging noise came off to one side, and without another thought the Vastolord forgot about what he had been thinking previously to look over at it. At first Stark couldn't make out what it might have been. Then his frenzied eye caught sight of a smoking hole in the street, smaller than a mortal's finger. There was something familiar about it. He pondered this anomaly, but just as he was about to lose interest, the noise came again, and another minuscule pockmark appeared out of nowhere a short distance from the first. Then again, and again. They were leading off down the street, away from where he sat. Chase. This thought overwhelmed anything else the ancient terror might have been considering, and with an exclamation equal parts howl and laugh, the mightiest Espada took off, scrabbling recklessly in pursuit of his invisible quarry, whatever it might prove to be. His back legs split in two, claws tearing through stone as Coyote crashed and rebounded off the homes lining this street. Giggling and high as a kite, helpless to resist his own mad whims, he heedlessly disregarded everything save for the glorious feeling of pursuit and eventual kill, lost to his instincts. Back at the forgotten domicile, Karen staggered backwards out into the corridor. Panting, pressed against a wall for support, she felt lightheaded and confused in a way that assured her she was still alive. Then that odd soul power cut off, and she nearly crumpled from the loss. Remaining upright, the tomboy raised a trembling hand to her brow in an attempt to get her bearings. What was that thing? And what drove it off? Feeling more curious now than afraid, she then moved to the stairs and stumbled down them, clutching the balustrade for support. When Karen rounded the corner, she saw someone sitting on the bottom step. Dad. Ishin Kurosaka glanced over his shoulder and smiled at her. His face looked wan and a little sad, and there was sweat beaded on his brow. Hey, daughter. Are you doing all right? She nodded back without words, blinking in perplexity at this oddly stoic and atypical version of her perverted parent. Her father nodded back. Good. Then he turned away and resumed slumping on the step. After a bit, his child made her way down to join him, sitting somewhat awkwardly at his side. Is Yuzu still asleep? She started, not anticipating any questions being directed her way. She's gone. I don't know where. Ah, Ishine mused, considering this. Well, wherever she is, I'm sure she's also safe. He didn't look at her when he spoke, but Karen continued to stare at her somber sire for several seconds afterwards. Ichien. I mean, where's? She didn't know quite how to phrase that question without revealing things to him she wasn't certain of herself, but he seemed to know what she meant. He's outside. Said he had to do something. Don't worry, he can take care of himself. Before the girl could speak again, a faint chime sounded in the air. Reaching into his pocket, the doctor retrieved a cell phone and flipped it open. Kurosaki. Oh, hey, Ishida, I thought you might call. Yeah, same to you, buddy. Yup, we're all doing fine here, thanks for butting in. No, as a matter of fact, I didn't feel it coming. Ishine glanced over at where his wide-eyed daughter regarded him intently, then continued speaking. Listen, I hate to be a burden, but do you think you could come over to my place and keep an eye on things? Yes, I know it's asking a lot, but we're something like the biggest attraction around at this point. The kid's out there right now doing his thing, but considering what we're dealing with, I'd like to take a more hands-on approach. And you're the only person I can trust with my family's safety. Tell you what, we'll say I owe you a drink after it's all over, what day I say. There was quiet for a moment, and then a murmur of agreement from the other end. That's the spirit. Us divorcees and widowers have to stick together, now. A short but audibly abusive statement followed, and the phone beeped off. Touchy, the goateed goofball sighed, and pocketed the device once again. Dad. Father and daughter looked at one another. Upon seeing the fear in his brave little girl's face, Ishine reached over and laid an arm around her shoulders, drawing her close to him. For once, Karen did not resist this show of intimacy. There was nothing indecent about it, and she found herself needing comfort at this time more than at any point since her mother had died. Don't worry, the former Shinigami captain who held her said softly. No one's going to hurt my family ever again. Not while I'm around. Grimjo stared down at the cowering scouts before him, their masks doing nothing to hide the terror they were feeling at having delivered such news. Empty. He hissed, teeth bared, and eyes blazing. What the hell do you mean it's empty? One of them, wearing a partially removed helm that allowed a single panicked brown eye to peer out, managed to speak up. We did as you asked. More, even. We went beyond our established limit just to be certain, as far as what is the 30th ring, according to the information Aizen-sama supplied us with. There was nothing. She swallowed, hastily looking to the dozen or so other sentries for support. No one so much as met her gaze, they were all staring at the earth for fear of attracting the violent predator's attention. Standing alone before that murderous presence, she swallowed her fear and continued. Empty buildings. Deserted streets. Not even a single dog wandering about, much less a Shinigami. We looked everywhere, above ground and below. There's not a soul to be found. The hollow soldier fell silent and remained crouched before her commander. It's Soul Society. Grimjo's snarl was redolent of the jungle cats he resembled. Soul Society. This is the place all the regular souls of the world go when they die, and where we go when they kill us, throughout history. How many billions do you think that makes? He drew in a deep breath, hands clenched into fists in his pockets to keep from rending the messenger outright. And you're sitting there telling me it's totally deserted. Sir. She rose slowly, apparently not comfortable with the idea of dying on her knees. Having perhaps accepted the possibility, the fallen spirit looked him square in the eye and said without hesitation, I'm telling you there are no souls to be found there, and I have no idea where they might be hiding. The place is a ghost town. He stared right back at her, all bared teeth and eyes that quivered in a supremely unsettled fashion. Then the Espada's lip quirked. That's pretty funny. He withdrew one hand, shoved his fingers back roughly through his hair, lifted his face to the sky and laughed aloud. Actually, come to think of it, it's frigging hilarious. A ghost town. Ha! Letting out another whoop of glee, Jigger Jack's head came down to regard the quivering mass of potential victims. They all seemed to expect him to kill them outright. Hate to disappoint. With that, a blue zero flamed all the sentries out of existence, with not even enough time for them to cry out. All save for the one who had spoken, who remained trembling before her master. "What's your name, Grunt?" the sexta asked cheerfully. "Infantissima, sir." Her voice trembled only a little when she addressed him, but he was still in a good mood, so he let it slide. "Infane, you're going to keep quiet about this. Don't tell another soul, because if I hear anybody jawing over how there's no food here like we were promised, I'm coming after you. Do you follow me?" "Completely, sir." "Get lost." She did, with an alacrity that only served to heighten the good mood Grimjoe was in. And why shouldn't he be? After all, it had been kind of boring to think that Eisen had planned this whole war out to the point where everything was bound to go his way. This right here just goes to prove that there's no such thing as an infallible being. In fact, who's to say how things are going to turn out today? I could die, I could live, but either way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have the time of my life. That's what he promised me, and if the big man can't deliver on that, I'll just go for his throat and see how things follow from there. What's the worst that could happen? Tatsuki-chan, wait up. Get lost or I'll break your neck, Chizuru. Chizuru Honsho panted and staggered in pursuit of her racing classmate, who was pelting down the abandoned street. She had long since given up on trying to determine what had happened to seemingly everyone else in the city other than the two of them. All she knew was that one minute, Tatsuki Arisawa was being held back by two teachers from inflicting another one of her wholly unprovoked assaults on the class lesbian's face. The topic of their dispute was Oriaminu. Or rather, the lack thereof. The beautiful girl Chizuru had been actively pursuing for as long as they had been classmates had disappeared several weeks earlier without a trace. And the next thing she knew, everyone around them, not including the two girls, had simply disappeared. At first, Arisawa hadn't seemed to notice anything strange about this, so intent had she been on beating up the object of her frustrated wrath as per their usual daily routine. But eventually, during the ensuing catfight, even she picked up on the fact that no one was trying to hold her back anymore. A temporary truce was called, during which time the pair attempted to puzzle out what might have happened. Eventually, Tatsuki had insisted on going to someone she claimed would know what to do in this situation. With no one answering at her parents' house, and not wishing to be left alone in a world seemingly devoid of anyone else, Honsho had insisted on accompanying her, to which a grimly serious Arisawa had agreed to with minimum protest. They had walked together down lifeless streets for over an hour. During this time, Tatsuki adamantly refused to explain to her tagalong just what might have happened or where they were going. At first Chizuru had postulated that perhaps some kind of neutron weapon had been detonated in their vicinity and they remained the only survivors. That or it was a case of alien abduction, or a time loop that only affected them. To this, the other girl had responded by calling her a fruitcake. She didn't mind. Chizuru was positive Orium would not have discounted her ideas were she here, just one more reason she favored Inu over everyone else. Passing through a ratty end of the financial district, Arisawa suddenly drew to a halt and stood there without saying a word. At first, thinking that they had reached their destination, her classmate remained silent to see where this mysterious informant might arrive from. But nothing happened. After a minute of anxious pleading on Chizuru's part, Tatsuki had finally consented to look at her. At seeing the expression of wide-eyed shock on the champion black belt's face, she had finally felt the first real stirrings of fear that day. Orium. That was all the masculine minx had said, before she took off running. There had been no other choice but to follow. After racing around in pursuit of her adversary for several minutes, the amorous redhead was starting to feel distinctly winded. Her legs were aching, and there was a stitch developing in both her sides. Each breath was as sharp as a knife in her throat. In spite of this, Chizuru carried on. After all, Arisawa was not the only one focused on a goal this day. That one word she had spoken had dispelled all other questions. Every fiber of her being was focused on following this possible lead on her beloved's whereabouts. If there was any chance of locating Orium, whom Chizuru hated to admit did share an inordinately strong bond with Tatsuki, then she was not about to turn up her nose at it. And so, the love-struck teen ran. She had no idea where they were when her target finally drew to a halt. They might have been still in the business region of Karakura, but it was in significantly better repair than before. Clean-looking shops and the occasional low-rise apartment building rose along the thoroughfare on which they found themselves. But still, even though cars were parked haphazardly all along the street, some even looking to have collided with each other, there was no indication of any other souls about. Drawing to a halt behind Tatsuki, trying to get her breath and possibly her bearings, Chizuru reached up and gripped the other girl's arm. "Tatsuki-chan. What are we doing here?" There was no response at first. Instead Tatsuki cast her eyes frantically about, apparently searching for something that she couldn't find. Worry and confusion left her looking distinctly less intimidating than usual, but given their current situation, that was nothing to be pleased about. Right now, Honsho would have appreciated a little bit more normalcy in her life. In fact, she was willing to risk a lot to have that. And so, acting on impulse, she reached up, wrapped her arms around Arisawa's waist and kissed her firmly on the neck. The next thing she knew, Chizuru was flat on her back examining the clouds and nursing a nosebleed. "Ah. That's much better. What the hell are you doing, you horny molester?" "Getting my bearings," she muttered back, adjusting her glasses that had been knocked askew. "Now will you tell me what's going on?" Glancing up, she found Arisawa standing astride her prostrate form in what would have been a pretty appealing pose were it not marred by the clear anguish etched on the pugilist's brow. "Orium." Her attacker gasped. "She's here. Somewhere. I can feel her. All of a sudden, she just popped back into my head. So I followed it." Tatsuki's gaze went back and forth around the area. "Orium's here somewhere. And she's scared. You gotta." Tears were coursing down her cheeks, and she crumpled to the ground beside the prostrate young woman, burying her face in her hands. "You gotta help me find her, Chizuru-san." Still not quite able to rise yet, Chizuru watched this belligerent competition for her lover's affection as she cried her heart out. "If I were a little less devoted, I'd think about kissing her right now. But since I am." Reaching up, she took one of Arisawa's hands and squeezed the fingers tightly. "Okay. I'm with you, Tatsuki-chan. Let's go find our beloved Inuta jet." She saw it then. Her. Letting go of her friend's fist, she took off her glasses, then put them back on to make sure she was seeing correctly. Yup. She was. "Oh, my sweet Isle of Lesbos." Huh. Tatsuki sniffed, giving her a funny look. Chizuru just stared. "Tatsuki. Yeah. Look up." She did. Both of them gaped. Far overhead, on the edge of an office building just across from their position, there crouched a gargoyle. It was black and white. Squatting on its perch, arms resting on its upraised knees, the monster's wings were folded behind its back. It looked somewhat human, even from this distance. Sitting so still and quiet, facing them, they might never have noticed it. Except that this was Japan, and gargoyles belonged on buildings in Europe. So that made this one kind of stand out. Entranced by what she was seeing, Chizuru barely noticed when Tatsuki stood up. "It's him." There was a look of wonder on her face, mixed with several other emotions that were harder to pin down. Perhaps fear, or maybe shock. Whatever they were, obviously they weren't pleasant, judging by the way the girl's legs were trembling as though she might collapse at any moment. "Him what?" "The guy from the park," the entranced observer mumbled indistinctly. "The skinny white-faced one, not the big bald ape. I remember him. Said something about me being trash. But he's different now. He didn't have wings then. Looked almost human. Not a demon." The two girls watched this weirdly horrific figure, which didn't appear to have noticed them down there. Neither of them could think of what to do. And then, "Tatsuki-chan." That single shout, coming from overhead, made everything come clear. "Oh, Orium. Tatsuki's shriek was awful to hear. The look on her face was much worse. She appeared to have gone completely insane, eyes blazing with anger. Just as the berserking beauty lunged towards the doors of that complex, Chizuru jumped up and tackled her. "Let go!" the maniac howled. "Get off me, I'm gonna kill that bastard. He's got Orium, didn't you hear her? Let go of me." Struggling desperately to hold her back, Chizuru abruptly twisted, and Arisawa fell with her. Leaping atop the struggling, spitting form, she pinned her wrists to the concrete. "Tatsuki-chan, stop. Stop, already." Under normal conditions, she recognized that she wouldn't stand a chance of restraining the martial arts enthusiast. Chizuru would definitely describe herself as a lover, not a fighter. But right now, her limbs were fired with equal parts terror and a white-hot passion that enabled her to exceed any recognized physical boundaries. "Damn it, quit struggling. You're not actually going to try and fight that thing? You're crazy. Look at it, that's some kind of demon straight out of hell. It might even be the devil himself. Just what do you think you can do against that?" In response, Arisawa snarled. Wrapping her legs around Honsho's waist, she heaved off to one side, flipping the girl as though she weighed no more than a twig. Their roles were reversed then, as the spitting madwoman leapt atop her adversary and drew her fist back to strike. "She's going to kill me," Chizuru suddenly realized. "I don't believe it. Does she really care about Orium that much?" The question was left unanswered, as a fist crashed into the side of Tatsuki's face, sending her flying. "Pick her up, Ganju. And watch yourself, she's stronger than she looks." "Yes, Nae-sama." "Hey, kid. You alright?" Once again absorbed in the play of clouds high above, the devoted lesbian suddenly found an absolute beauty staring down at her. She resembled Tatsuki in a way, at least in the measure of casual hostility about the eyes. But there was a white turban wrapped loosely around her head, allowing untamed black locks to stick out. And that body was the sort of thing Chizuru didn't know existed anywhere outside of her own most lascivious fantasies. Gaping up at this unexpected blessing from heaven, she simply had to ask. "Are you available?" "Come again." "I'm Chizuru Honsho. Kyokaku Shiba. Can you stand?" One arm extended to help her up, and Chizuru took it. There was something very odd about the feel of her rescuer's fingers. An almost liquid sensation, or maybe air, warm nonetheless, and strong. She recognized this when Kyokaku hoisted her up without any visible effort. On her feet, the lovesick teen finally got a good look at this masterpiece of feminine perfection. She was clad in a red tunic and white skirt that still allowed a heartbreaking amount of burgeoning cleavage and long limber legs to show forth. Her left arm had a tattoo running up its toned length, but there was no corresponding mark on the right, for the simple reason that there was no right arm. While not really into body art before this point, Chizuru found herself more than willing to change her stripes for this particular specimen. "Can you keep it together for me, Chizuru-chan?" the booby goddess asked in a demanding tone. "Anything for you, my lady." "Yes." "Good." And turning around, she crouched down and cast a look back, indicating over her shoulder with a thumb. "Climb on." "Thank you, sweet angels. I knew I was living right." Starting forward, the young woman found herself hesitating. "Wait. What about? Nothing we can do for Inu-chan at this time. If he was going to kill her, he would have done it by now. I'm more worried about you brats hanging around here unprotected." So then, and Kyokaku's eye narrowed with pronounced warning, "I don't like to repeat myself. Get my meaning?" Chizuru did. Without further debate, she hooked her arms around the other woman's neck. Shiba stood up, taking her burden with her. The good arm came around and hooked firmly under her thighs. She couldn't help herself. Chizuru moaned softly, digging her knees firmly into her carrier's ephemeral waist. "Everything all right there, Ganju?" "Why yes, Nae-sama, I." "Ow. You little freak, no biting. Do I have to bind your mouth too? Try it, you sweaty hog. I swear, when I get out of this, I'm going to pull your head off and punt it like a football. Let me go. Let's get moving. Ganju, take the lead." Yes, ma'am. And we're off. Kyokaku announced with a laugh, and took off down the road, her brother rushing to catch up and move slightly ahead. Having experienced an absolutely torrid amount of intimate physical contact this day, more than she had known in her entire young life, Chizuru was finding herself somewhat sated in terms of bodily cravings. As such, her mind was free to ask some very relevant questions, at least in her opinion. Excuse me, Kyokaku-sama. What? The racing Amazon snapped. The buildings seemed to be going by extremely fast around them, but however difficult a pace she might be setting, it didn't show in her breathing, which was as cool and composed as though Kyokaku were standing still. Holding tight to this modern-day Atlanta, her admirer sought to gather her wits into their most coherent state. Can you tell me where everybody in town disappeared to? No idea. We'll have to ask some of our buddies at court for that information. They're fine wherever they are, trust me. I do. Even if the next question turns up what I think it might. You're not human, are you? Never in my life, missy. I'm a spirit. Oh. Oi. Spirit bitch. Up ahead, tucked underneath the hirsute Hulk's arm, Tatsuki squirmed around and delivered a vicious glare out of her bruised face at the female Shiba. Where do you get off abducting us like this? You'd better take me back to where that Dracula vampire has Orium, or I'm going to. It's not a vampire, or a devil, Ganju panted, glancing down at her. It's a hollow. A what? Chizuru gasped while bouncing along. Hollow. Fallen spirit of the dead, her transport supplied. More specifically, that thing you saw is what's known as a bas-relic. Ganju, give M the definition for that one. Her gasping sibling, who apparently wasn't in as good a shape as his body might have indicated, strove to keep from lagging behind and properly obey that command. Oh, right, well, it's a thing that has some pretty weird historical connotations, some of which are. Save it. The clan leader ground her teeth. This is what you get for carousing with your hoodlum buddies instead of studying. You'll pay for it later. But to answer my own question, that creature wasn't a demon, but more an Eastern European fairy tale. The bas-relic resembles a man overall in form and mind, but has wings and skin of steel. Its strength is greater than anything that walks, swims or flies, and its heart has been removed from its body, which frees it from death's touch. It is wicked and deceitful, but can still inspire feelings of compassion or sympathy in the pure hearts of maidens. For a while after hearing all this, Honsho felt herself becoming sick, either from the mental images or the surroundings all blending together before her eyes. Or it could be the thought of what they had just abandoned Orium to face alone. Tatsuki's right, she whispered firmly. We have to go back and try and save Anu. Her savior snorted. We can't save her. Weren't you listening? That thing can't be beaten by anybody currently in Soul Society. We have to wait for the big guns to come back into play. But even if that doesn't work out, my friends and I are figuring out a way to deal with that hollow and the others like it. There's more of them. Yeah. Lots. And things worse than hollows. Not everybody has the excuse of lacking a heart to explain their actions. Those are the ones I'm really worried about. Chizuru licked her lips, not liking the sound of that at all. She didn't want to think about anyone or anything more awful than what they had just seen. Feeling panic starting to overtake her, she held on tight to the nimble spirit beneath her. Thank you so much for saving us, Kyokaku-sama. A grunt. Don't mention it. Little tighter. I really appreciate it. I heard you the first time. She sounded irritated. And a little tighter still. Kyokaku-sama. Yeah. Are you open to new experiences? Charging towards their safe house, Ganju's concentration was broken by a loud shout from behind him. When he looked back in concern, it was to see his sister's face throbbing a brilliant angry shade of red, the likes of which almost caused him to lose his footing. It was so awful. Ganju. Switch passengers now. This one's too grabby for my tastes. Yes, ma'am. Hello? Can anybody hear me? Somebody, please, answer me. A lone figure walked through a town deprived of life. Her name was Mikuru Ogawa, and she had never been more scared. Karakura, the town she had lived in for less than a year, was apparently deserted. This had happened without explanation on her way back from school. Mikuru was late finishing her duties in the Amateur Writers Club, where her latest teen romance submission had been cruelly labeled as too geeky by the president. After crying in the bathroom with her plushy confidant for a while, she had emerged to find the group had disbanded without telling her. Now feeling even more depressed, the unassuming soul then gathered up her belongings and proceeded to leave as well, not noticing that her schoolmates seemed to have left all their things behind. So caught up in her own dejection was she that Mikuru hardly noticed how empty those corridors had been, even with classes long over for the day. It was only on the way back home that things started to get spooky. Ogawa had come across a bus that seemed to have lost control and crashed over a railing. Rushing over to investigate, she found that there was no one inside. On top of this, several other vehicles were abandoned on this stretch of road. Attempting to dial the police for assistance, her phone received no response. Knocking on doors also proved fruitless, as no one was answering. There was little in Mikuru's life experience to prepare her for this. As a child she had once gotten separated from her mother at a department store, and wound up crying in a food court until a security guard came and took her under his wing. That experience had been spent sitting in a small yet comfy mall office, munching mochi and sipping juice that several kind-hearted vendors had gifted her with. It had ended with a family reunion filled with hugs and tears, and was actually one of the most tender moments in her life. No such aid came to her now, and a happy ending was the farthest thing from her mind. Instead the small, uncertain young woman had stumbled through the streets crying out for help, until she was completely lost with no idea of even how to get home. Mikuru stopped at an intersection, clutching her stuffed doll Yukimoto in an attempt to bolster her flagging courage. Normally she wouldn't dare carry him around in the open like this, for fear of being teased by girls her age or older. But that fear had become moot. She would have actually been glad to see anyone at this point, young or old, nice or scary. Being alone like this was proving far worse than any spectacle her previous timid fears had concocted. Finally deciding on a way to go, the lost child turned a corner and proceeded to walk down it. She didn't make it 3 steps before something caused her to stop. Maybe it was just her own distraught imagination, but it almost looked like there was a form standing there in the middle of the lane. Cement walls topped by banks of grass rose on either side, and the shadows of clouds passed overhead, alternating light and dark in the space before her. Slowly Mikuru grew more certain. That wavering splotch of white she saw was no mirage, although it could be a hallucination. Even when squinting her eyes and peering with all her might, though, she couldn't get the image to come any clearer. In spite of this, there settled a firm belief in her head that whatever it was, it bore the outline of a human being in some way. Could it be a ghost? A chill stole over her then, and she clutched her cotton-filled cohort tighter to her chest. Just then, the image moved, in such a way that it seemed to have turned around. And when it did, something jumped out at her. It was smiling. This was the only part that stood out clearly. A mouth, up where its head might have been. There was nothing indistinct about those neat white teeth, blazing forth from thin lips that stretched all around it. The rest was just a transparent blob of wavering colors, but its mouth was as solid as the stone beneath her feet. Mikuru told herself she should run. It was obvious. Get away now, before something bad happens. Hello there, Imuto-chan. Unfortunately, her legs seemed to have lost the ability to move right then. The voice coming from that hazy figure was as ill-defined as the majority of it, little more than a whisper to her ears. Still, she didn't like its tone, however faint it may be. For some reason it made her think of the older girls at school who were always teasing her about being so short and asking when she would hit puberty. Combined with everything else today, Ogawa's terror was building up at an alarming rate. This was only exacerbated when the ghostly grin began moving towards her. What are ya doing here, little one? Didn't you go off to play with all the rest? How come you're not tucked away safe? It was coming to get her. She really ought to run now. Instead, her panicky attempts at flight resulted in nothing more than taking a few short, scuffling steps back before coming to a dispirited halt again. Maybe you're here for a reason, the creature continued as it drew ever closer. Could be you and me were supposed to meet like this. Let's us two have some fun, then. Mikuru backed up a bit more, shaking her head and sending her short bob-cut brown hair flying. She felt like she might start crying at any moment. "Ah, don't run. You're not afraid of little ol' me, are ya?" It was almost upon her now, and there was no use even trying to get away. Instead the terrified teen just stood there, holding onto her soft toy for all the comfort it could offer. "Is that your little dolly? Is he gonna protect you? Now isn't that just adorable?" The spirit reached out for her. And then she was flying. That was all Mikuru could make out at first. The wind was whipping through her hair and clothes, and looking down, she could see the city laid out below like on a map. Everything was picture perfect, even more so than those satellite photos she had seen in geography class. Of a sudden the ground rushed up at her, and she closed her eyes with a cry, waiting for the harsh impact that must follow. Instead the sensation proved to be only mildly jarring, possibly due to the warm arms that were holding onto her just as she was hugging Yukimoto. It finally dawned on the awestruck maiden that she was being carried by someone. Opening her eyes, she looked up. Apparently her savior was a peeping Tom of some kind, because he was wearing that traditional get-up of a handkerchief over his head tied beneath his nose. But despite this obstruction, she was not so rattled as to not instantly recognize the face of her rescuer. Kurosaka-san. His face, formerly grim and determined, quickly jumped to something comically anxious. "No, no, little girl," he spoke in a gruff, patently false voice. "We've never met before, you don't know who I am, I'm not Ichigo." Mikuru blinked at her sweating classmate some more. "Then how do you know Kurosaka-san's name?" He gasped and cast a worried look down at her. Funny. Usually Kurosaki Ichigo scared her a great deal, but even though she should have been freaking out that he was touching her, much less carrying her, these past few weeks there was absolutely nothing intimidating about him. He looked and behaved like a completely different person, really. "Listen, girlie," the rescue worker fumbled as he tore down the street, "no offense, but you're not as light as you look, and I'm pretty tired from running around these past few hours. So could we keep the questions to a minimum until we get back to my place?" "Okay." Wherever they were going, it couldn't be any worse than where she had just been. Feeling much more safe now that she had encountered someone familiar, Mikuru snuggled close and tried not to think about anything bad. For his part, Khan was simply too frazzled to even consider taking advantage of this situation. There was no assurance that last guy wouldn't come after them, seeing as how he had actually taken an interest in the girl. By the looks of him, he must have been one of those renegade Shinigami captains, and that could spell trouble for their little group of refugees. The mod soul found himself immensely relieved that he had located her when he did. Khan didn't like to think what might have happened if she were left to that monster's devices. There were things worse than death, he had come to realize. Running as fast as his super-powered legs could take him, the self-appointed savior of Karakura Town headed back to base. Jin sniffed when the familiar face dashed in and scooped up his prey without a word, then casually unsheathed Shinso. He watched the far-off body of Ichigo Kurosaka coming down from its massive leap, and drew back to fire. "Shoot, Shinso!" His Zanpakuto exploded outwards, heading straight for them. Their backs were turned to him, they'd never even see it coming. Halfway between the target and him, something dropped down and landed on the glowing white missile with enough force to actually divert it, sending the spear shaft crashing back to earth to scrape a half-mile-long furrow through it. Ichimaru raised his eyebrows in surprise, but his smile never wavered. In fact, it only seemed to widen. "Heya, Nilil." The discarded Tercera inclined her head from atop her perch without ever taking her attention off him. "Ichimaru-sama." At his command, Shinso retracted without effort back to its normal length. Though a city block still separated them, he could pick out with ease that her foot was sliced neatly in half just from having come into contact with the dull edge of his hypersonic sword. However, Nilil Tuadershvank's solution to this was to spit on the split appendage, and before their eyes, the wound closed without leaving a mark. The former lovers then watched one another carefully. Hefting the blade up to tap idly against his shoulder, Jin sketched her a slight bow. "The new wardrobe looks good on you." Reaching up, his cool-eyed concubine adjusted her blood-stained attire. "You never complimented my appearance before." He cocked a grin her way. "Call it a kindness." You were going to kill those two. Who, me? Nah. The rebel captain teased her. Just gonna wound em a bit. What's got you all motivated to rescue folks of a sudden? And she shrugged. It's a rare day when a hollow has to save innocent souls from a Shinigami. It occurred to me you might find that amusing. Her paramour studied her for a few heartbeats. Then he ducked his head and gave it a rueful shake. Coming back up, Jin replied, "You're right, it is a pretty stylish sorta joke." Of a sudden, the merriment in his face dissipated slightly. So. Guess this your way of telling me that we're on opposing sides from now on. Nilil's hand came down to rest on the hilt of Gamuza as she went into a fighting crouch. So you know, I regret nothing. That's a real good way to die, he observed casually. The two fighters stood there on that empty stretch of road. A wind carrying the scent of autumn and Soul Society rustled through their clothes, teasing their hair. Memories hung between them, and perhaps something more. Who could say? Jin's eyes came to rest on her face. It remained as fearless and calm as he remembered. Then they rose a little higher, taking in the horned mask atop her brow. At this, he sheathed his weapon and turned off to one side. I'll see ya later, then. There was a measure of caution in her voice when next she spoke. Am I being dismissed? I ain't underestimating you, and I ain't your commander no more, he shot back. Let's just say this here's what we owe you for that crack in your noggin. Nilil hesitated, then warily stepped back a pace, fingers reaching up to touch her bone helm. The tension of imminent battle drained from her body, although not completely. I never blamed you for that. Wouldn't ha mattered if you did. I wasn't the one that fouled up. Now get going. And he flicked a hand negligently. You're tempting fate a bit too much. The Ajicha's war leader opened another garganta. As she disappeared into it, her quiet voice came one last time. I'm glad I got to see you again, Ichimaru Jin. The Shinigami watched her departure without concern. It occurred to him that this might be the first time anyone had said those words to him. Women. Always gotta get in the last shot. Raising his head, he examined the sky of Soul Society, which he hadn't seen in months. A wind blew once more, this time from the other direction. Turning about, Ichimaru caught sight of a white robe flapping in the breeze. And he couldn't help himself. It was so funny he just had to laugh. You know, the ex-captain of the 3rd Division chuckled, you might not believe it, but I always had a feeling you were in on this deal. The observer watched him without moving a muscle. A talent of mine. I have it on good authority that I am easily overlooked. Where've you been? I was getting impatient. Couldn't get back into Siridi without you. I had to wait for Aizen's illusions of the Espada to engage their opponents. After that they never even noticed I left. Here. A bundle of clothing sailed through the air, which Ichimaru caught. Upon examining it, he found they were the form-concealing raiment of the Kido Corps. One silver eyebrow rose slightly. That's your plan. I was expecting something mystical. This is more practical. Rather than trying anything complicated, we will simply slip you through the gates disguised in a group of N-sort-celled mages I have at my disposal. You'll just be one more masked figure among dozens. Jin grinned further at that comment. You'd know all about wearing a mask, I reckon. After all, nobody'd ever suspect you, right? The accomplice turned away then. Come along. We have little time as it is. 'Fore we leave. Ichimaru's fingers stole into his cloak, a smile playing about his lips. I got a little present for ya. His ally paused, the head coming back around slightly. Red eyes that had been narrowed to slits opened wide. It's something I know you've been wanting for a while. You wanna see it? And in response, golden eyes gleamed. The last of the humans vanished through the gate to Siridi, and Kisukura Hara slumped back with a sigh, reaching up to massage his temples. Kisuk-san, Tessai rumbled from behind him. Looking up in response, the Shinigami scientist took note of where the sorcerer's eyes had trained. Upon following suit, he found they were now joined by 3 familiar figures. Well, isn't this nostalgic, he lilted, whipping out the fan and giving it a desultory flick. More like epic, Shinji Hirako countered, his lank mass of blonde hair falling to cover his eyes. Behind the Vizard captain stood Lisa Yodomaru and Hiyori Saragaki, the latter of whom glowered at the world in a way that showed her feelings were not wont to change anytime soon. Ah, well. They all had to sacrifice some things they cared about to get here. One more couldn't possibly make their sleep any more troubled. Are the lot of you masked warriors ready to act when needed? As soon as my old lieutenant's out of the picture, we'll move in. Aizen's former master grinned cheekily then. Just hope there won't be any Vastolord waiting to pick a fight with us when we do. That matter is being dealt with as we speak. Tsukabishi lifted his head, adjusting his spectacles with a measure of clear warning. Do not deviate from our goals now, Hirako-san. We are all in agreement as to what the best course of action here is. I never took your comforts to heart, actually, black-haired Yodomaru spoke, eyes narrowed behind her own glasses. It seems like if one little thing goes wrong, we'll all be on the business end of a world-class butt-raping. Ever the sophisticated lady, Kisuk joked, glancing over to Hiyori to see if she'd take the bait. But his old second still refused to look at him. Her misgivings about this venture would hopefully be allayed once things had finally come to a conclusion. Still, a few words on the subject couldn't hurt. Hiyori-san, the whimsical wizard spoke softly. Her eyes flickered over, probably against her will by the way they jerked right back. It was something, at any rate. I know how you felt about her, but that's part of the past. If the chance came to execute you, you know she wouldn't refuse it. She made her decision to serve long before the two of you ever met. If it seems unfair to dump our problems on her, remember that she swore to fight them unto death. It's what they do. The fuming pixie didn't respond with words, only spit in open contempt of his attempt at calm, logical reasoning. Well, some things never change. The Vizard departed soon after that, leaving Urahara with his own personal torments, not the least of which was the lingering ache that always came from being exposed, however briefly, to the sweet air of his old home in Soul Society. To be continued. Chapter 24, Fox's Prey, Killing Time. They stepped into a world that was supposed to be a haven from life's burdens. Instead, the very air clawed at their throats. Damn. Ichigo coughed. Beside him, Ishida's eyes were watering, and he took off his glasses to wipe them away. Chad looked visibly shaken as well. Standing in the midst of a group of Shinigami, the mortal trio looked out past the bounds of the city of ghosts. Far off, the horizon had grown dark in a way that had nothing to do with the fall of night. Clouds roiled and convulsed like a pit of snakes, flashing purple and red lightning illuminating them from within. What looked to be 4 pillars of darkness rose up in a tight-knit cluster, stabbing into that charnel sky, out of which a thick potent smoke poured in the manner of blood from a wound. This miasma spread across the face of heaven slowly, seeming to bear upon their position before the walls of Siriti. All of them felt it, even Ichigo. But it was Chad who said it. Soul Society's dying, he whispered. His words sent a chill through them. Several of the Shinigami about glanced towards that tide of peril in clear dread. All had to wonder, when it broke over them, would they live to see another day? Kurosaki Ichigo. Upon hearing his name, he looked over to see the crowd parting to allow Byakuya to approach them, Renji in tow. Ichigo moved to meet them, but even when they drew abreast of one another, he found it difficult to keep his eyes from returning to the swelling hurricane of their enemy's presence. The Lord of the Kukaki seemed as disinterested in that vista as any other. He'll probably look that way at his own funeral, the mortal warrior thought gloomily, then broke off that line of thinking as the captain spoke. You and your companions have been assigned positions in our battle formation. Yours is at the head of a mixed group from the 6th, 11th, and 9th divisions on the edge of the eastern Rokanga. I will accompany you to that spot. Renji shall guide the others to their locations. Hold on. Kurosaka broke in as Byakuya turned to leave. When the aristocrat's grey stare regarded him icily, he let the fire in his own eyes flame to be their match. I know what's at stake here. Then you should stop wasting time and come with me. But I'd like to get a few things straight first. With that, he planted his feet, crossed his arms and assumed his most firmly stubborn countenance. Perhaps recognizing the indefatigable face of the man who had broken his sword on Sokioka Hill, the Squad 6 captain appeared to relent somewhat. Speak quickly, then. First off, and Ichigo thumbed over his shoulder to the deathly sky at his back. Are you sure this is the real deal? It's not just another of Aizen's tricks, messing with your minds, and he's already inside the walls of Siridi laughing at us. We got confirmation, Aburai spoke up, adjusting the expensive shades now perched atop his brow. Apparently the lieutenant was determined to face his possible death looking good. Ever since the captains made it back, over 100 low-ranking members from several divisions who have never seen Sosuke Aizen's Shikai or Bankai are being employed for the sole purpose of analyzing all sectors of the battlefield from a safe position. They're reporting in constantly, and the R&D Bureau is correlating all the info and relaying it via Tentiakura. This way, we know if anything we think we're seeing out there is true or false. And just so you know, that display's for real. The Espada have been visually confirmed, along with their masters. The uncomfortable way he looked then caught the eye, and when Ichigo regarded him penetratingly and the flaming-haired fighter looked away, he knew something was up. What is it, Renji? Spit it out. Those narrow eyes beneath tattooed brows drifted off to one side, as if unwilling to face him while delivering this next news. We found Oriaminu. She's alive. Behind him, the substitute Shinigami could feel his Quincy ally tensing up, his riot succumbing momentarily out of focus. He knew exactly what the lanky scholar was feeling. Where? She's with the one you said abducted her. Schiffer. Before any other questions could be put to him, Renji buelled on. She's apparently unharmed. He's keeping her close to him. We don't know why, probably Aizen told him to. There could be more behind their kidnapping of her than he let on before. Maybe they intend to try and use her powers to their advantage. Inu-san will never do anything to hurt us, Uriah spoke quietly, a cutting edge to his voice. She may not realize she is doing it, Byakuya interjected then. As you must realize by now, deception and duplicity are Sosuke Aizen's forte. But these matters must wait for another time. For now, your friend is alive. That much is clear. Are there any other concerns you wish to air at this stage? Yasutara stirred, breaking his gaze away from the horizon. Where's Karakura town? There. The nobleman pointed back to where the black knives rose. They are all centered on that same spot, for reasons we cannot guess. As my sister informed you, however, the town is uninhabited, the same for the rest of the Rokanga. Their location is far removed from danger, of that you have my word. It had been less difficult to accept this idea coming from Rukia's mouth for some reason, but Ichigo didn't have time to argue. The explanation behind his family's perceived safety had made sense when she had given it, but was growing a little shakier in his mind as doubts and questions cropped up. Right now, it really seemed as if he had no idea where any of his loved ones might be found or what they were doing. His gaze drifted to the ground, then off to one side. He then saw something that made him pause. A giant was squatting beside the gate into the Court of Pure Souls, glowering off into the distance. At first he thought it was the same big-hearted brute he had defeated to gain brief entry into those walls before. But looking closely, he did not spy any large red fez atop its head, which he had to admit was the only thing about the gate guardian's appearance that stuck out in his memory. Kurosaka once again cursed his inability to clearly remember the names and faces of people he had met briefly. But that wasn't always the case. After all, there was one person he had encountered around that same time whose title and visage were not something he was likely to forget, and that brought another question to his lips. What about Ichimaru? Glancing over, it wasn't difficult to notice the air of tension that had descended upon his two spirit allies. That was answer in and of itself. You don't know where he is? The flat statement caused Byakuya to look at him in a way that turned his blood to ice in spite of his conviction to not be intimidated by the man ever again. We haven't found him, the captain's first officer supplied, looking as disturbed by the news as his leader. Our scouts are scanning every inch of Karakura and the Rokanga, but they haven't been able to turn up hide nor hair of the bastard. Is anybody as bothered by that fact as I am? The deceptively slender archer sneered, glancing about. Wait. He paused, sending a keen look in the direction of the Shinigami who had fought beside him in a life-or-death struggle only hours ago. You said Karakura and Rokanga. Why aren't you looking to find him in the Siriti? Impossible. Renji spit, and indicated the glowing red dome rising behind them. The ring of fire has been up since before Yamamoto's strike force left, and we've had all divisions posted around the closed gates to ensure nobody got in through that route. There's no way he could have made it by without being noticed, not even teleporting or trying to sneak in under the spell of Kyoka Suijutsu. But you still don't know where he is, Ishida pointed out. This earned him only a grunt from Renji, but it was clear he was more disturbed by this lack of information than he wished to let on. The war party was silent for a time. Then Byakuya turned away and said curtly, "Come." A split second later, he was gone. Apparently the time for group debate was over. Ichigo understood that last command had been directed at him, but he still took a moment to turn to Chad, Renji, and Urayu and said, "You guys take care of yourselves, alright? Don't try to be heroes." That's an incredibly ironic statement coming from you, Kurosaki, Ishida deadpanned. Their towering accomplice only held out a hand, which Ichigo gripped briefly. Then exchanging a nod in parting from Aburai, he took off in pursuit of the captain. It didn't take long to catch up. Lord Kukaki must be moving slowly for the peasants' sake. Was it a weakness that he simply couldn't think well of the man, in spite of everything they were being asked to face together? Well, villains rise and fall, old alliances too, but Byakuya Kukaki will always be a frustrating snob. Just one thing in his life he could depend on. Coming upon his guide, Ichigo studied the impassive face for some sign that he was feeling the same concerns as himself. This proved to be a fruitless exercise, as the Division 6 captain might as well have been out for a stroll, so cool, calm and collected did he appear. "Let's test that, shall we? So where's Rukia?" Byakuya slammed on the brakes so fast Kurosaki sped by him like a bullet. Stumbling and almost falling forward, he instead managed to turn his face plant into a swift U-turn, "Thank you, Yoriyuki," and soon returned to the spot where the nobleman stood. Mission accomplished. There was definitely a more pronounced dip to his perpetual frown. "My sister," notable emphasis there, "is currently within the walls of Siriti. At first the mortal hero felt slight panic at the thought that Rukia might have confessed her feelings to her brother regarding Ichigo, and the heartless blue blood had quietly resolved to see that the object of his little sister's affection did not survive this coming battle. It would only take one moment of distraction, and he might feel Senbonzakura entering through his back to spear his heart. On top of that there was a brief mental image of Byakuya paying off Aizen, his espada, and everybody he could lay his hands on to gang up on Ichigo during the conflict. Afterwards, he would take a grief-stricken Rukia aside and console her with expensive pastries and fancy clothes adorned with images of rabbits. But that was ridiculous. Right? Don't turn your back on him. Gotcha. Why? Did you send her in there to keep her safe or some crap like that? Geez, Byakuya, haven't you seen by now that it was not by my order? The sudden interruption was a greater indication of this man's wrath than anything else. Whatever you might say about him, Byakuya was unfailingly polite, and cutting in on somebody while they were speaking was rather rude. That alone served to worry Ichigo more than anything else right now. Whose, then? The older Kukaki sibling glared at him with eyes like storm clouds. The Commander General. No explanation why, but a chill stole over him then. Rukia, please be safe. Upon emerging into Soul Society in preparation to face Aizen's army, Rukia had been somewhat surprised to find herself confronted by Kojiro Sasakaibe, the lieutenant of Squad 1. "Lady Kukaki, I must ask you to come with me." She had turned to her brother, whose eyes bore into the old man's face unrelentingly. After a while, he cast a glance down her way and nodded, giving his consent. It did little to allay her misgivings on whatever this might prove to be about, but the idea that Byakuya would intervene if things got bad still afforded her a certain measure of security. And so she had trailed in the Prime Lieutenant's wake, through the gates of Siriti which opened briefly and shut just as fast, along its twisting lanes and over the rooftops. It didn't take long to determine that they were moving in the direction of the Senteikyu and the central Shinigami offices that surrounded it. Her time spent languishing in that dreaded White Tower made her loath to return there once more, but she consoled herself by affirming that she would not have to come near it and they were probably just going to the barracks of the first, where official business like captains and vice-captains meetings was conducted. Upon reaching the base of that complex, She was further confused when Officer Sasaki drew back. "I am not permitted to enter the barrier," he informed her. She had glanced to the steps ahead, wondering what he might be talking about. "Only you have been called for. Proceed with all due haste to the commander's chambers." And then he vanished. Pondering this matter, Rukia decided to do so while moving forwards. As she took her next few steps in the direction of the stairs, a sheet of white flame suddenly sprang up before her eyes, and she had been forced to leap back or be scorched by it. Doing so allowed her to see that the wall extended high into the sky and well past the limits of her vision on all sides. As she was just beginning to ponder what to do, a split appeared in the bonfire directly before her, in the manner of a stage curtain parting. Not questioning, she stepped through that fissure. The walk to the other side took several seconds, as the barrier was thicker than one might have imagined. However, after coming out to safety, she turned to find it dwindling away only moments after her departure. The dutiful Shinigami then took the stairs to reach the top. Upon gaining those heights, she had paused to look back. All of Seoul society was spread out before her. But this was nothing like the view she had experienced while being led to her execution those many months ago. Far off to the east, the sky was tearing itself to pieces under what she supposed to be the weight of spirit power held by Aizen and his hollow generals, whom Ichigo had postulated were all at Vastolord level. The rest of her kin were spread thin to cover every possible venue of attack along the walls of their home. Thinking about the bloodshed that lay in wait for all of them motivated her to stop daydreaming and continue on. It was strange to walk alone through these unattended lanes. Usually wherever you went in the division grounds it was not hard to locate someone seeing to their duties. Now the solitary aspect of her unexplained reason for being here was beginning to unnerve the aristocrat greatly. She would have given much to have someone to accompany her, if only for a little while. But even so, no Shirayuki seemed to have been rendered silent by their approaching peril. At last Rukia stood before a set of vast doors emblazoned with the symbol of the 1st Division. Reaching up, she pressed upon them, to find they gave way with no effort at her touch. Brilliant daylight cut into the darkness that lay before her. For a moment she hung back, paranoid superstition insisting she remain out in the open where the sun could warm her. "Enter." That undeniable command caused her legs to snap forward of their own volition, and the tiny death god catapulted into the room, coming to a sudden stop as the doors slammed shut behind her. The room she found herself in had tremendously high ceilings and a rather narrow width by comparison. Its walls were painted red, and the polished wooden floors shone faintly from 2 torches at the end of the hall, where Commander General Yamamoto Shigekuni Genri Yusai sat on his throne. "Make haste, young one." She obeyed, scanning the shadows in search of anyone else present. But whether by sight, sound, or Ryutsu, her senses told her they were alone. A faint hope that she would find their warlord surrounded by the fabled Zero Squad already, prepared to take the field and rout the hollow rabble, had been proven false. If Yamamoto had contacted the heavenly reserves, they had not arrived yet. Coming before the ancient hero's seat, she made to crouch down in obeisance, but the captain forestalled her by standing up. "Come with me, now," he said, and stalked purposefully through a side door out of that room. Following in his wake, Rukia found herself unable to speak even to ask the reason for her being here. Only once before had she actually conversed with this man, and that was when he had asked for any parting words prior to her death sentence. Then she had been able to talk just fine. Apparently it was somewhat harder to do so without the goad of impending doom to unseal her tongue. Yamamoto too did not appear interested in having a conversation with her. He merely led the way down several dimly lit corridors, his wooden stick tapping out a steady beat as he set a swift pace she had to rush to keep up with. Apparently wherever they were going, there was no time to spare. She reflected that with all the twists and turns of this route, it would have been easy to become lost in these identical hallways. A faint presence in the air caused her to wonder if some demon magic was being employed for just that purpose. A turn of the corridor, and the shadows ended up ahead where a pane of light announced the end of their journey. Kukaki and Shigekuni soon came out into a small 8-sided room with doors in every wall. She was just wondering which one they would choose, when Yamamoto stopped and turned about. "None of these routes is the one you shall take," the venerable graybeard rasped. "They are merely illusions designed to fool the unwary, and lead them to their deaths. Instead, your way lies here." Reaching out with his staff, Genri Yusai made 3 swift jabs against the wall where they had just come out. Before them then, at the center of the room, a hole opened up in the floor. Blue light filled with dancing silver sparks rose from that pit. All around, the rest of the chamber had gone black, allowing only the light from below to illuminate them. When she turned to regard him, the elder Shinigami apparently had no trouble reading the question in her eyes. Since the time of the Gotei 13's founding thousands of years ago, the historical figure intoned, a single key has been entrusted into my safekeeping. This item is unique in existence, owing to it being the only thing that can pierce the insoluble barrier which serves to shroud Nirvana, the land where our king resides. It has been my most cherished duty to protect that talisman. However, in spite of the trust that His Majesty placed within me, no man is worthy of shouldering the king's complete support. Therefore, to ensure my loyalty, my spirit was denied the option of leaving the place where the key resides, on pain of obliteration. This prevents me from seeking out the key myself for anything less than circumstances in which I would not be expected to survive otherwise. I cannot approach its resting place and live. Another must needs bring the artifact out of hiding, for only they can pass unmolested through the field which guards it and return intact. I know what we face this day, perhaps better than anyone. My place is in battle, to fight and die with those I must lead. Therefore, I am not permitted to squander my life here. It must fall to you. She tried not to think about how that sounded. Yamamoto reached into his robe, emerging with a small black box that fit in the palm of his hand. Lines of gold were etched into its surface in complicated whirls and patterns that might have spelled out a language of some sorts but had no meaning to her eyes. This he held out to her. Rukia accepted it, and finding herself already moving to open the box, she glanced up at her superior for permission first. Yamamoto nodded, and she proceeded to do so. Within the container was a small velvet cushion, and nothing more. Open it again when you are within the key's vault. There you must swear your loyalty to our king. If your heart is false in this oath, you will regret it. Are you willing to accept this burden, Lady of Kukaki? She blinked at him. Wait. She did so. What's going on here? Why is he choosing you for this, of all people? From what he said, it sounded like anybody could get that key except for Yamamoto himself. What's the big idea picking out you in particular? I don't know. And besides, we can't be bothered to think about that now. The fighting could have started already, I have to do this. I don't like it. Something's wrong. How can we be sure this man is even who we think he is? Now isn't the time to be paranoid. What would be the point of anyone trying to trick me? It makes no sense. No. I've figured it out. It makes perfect sense. Yamamoto needs someone to get the key, but he can't entrust it to just anybody, because he can't be certain who's on his side and who might be one of Aizen's supporters. Remember, he split up the 9th, 5th, and 3rd divisions out there and put them under watch by 2 other divisions. He doesn't want to risk the captains or the lieutenants getting hung up in something like this, because then 2 powerhouses would be tied up and Aizen might take that as a cue to attack and overrun the perimeter. He's looking at me. Please, let's just do this and listen, damn it. So if he can't use someone he completely trusts, he chooses someone he thinks he can use. A member of Kukaki nobility, who are known for obeying the rules, a person weak enough that if they fail on this little quest it won't affect his battle strategy, and also that he knows he can handle if they turn traitor at some point. A captain or even a lieutenant might pose a threat. But it's just you, little Rukia Kukaki, the girl who went to her own execution without a single complaint because she was told to, expendable since the day he first clapped his wrinkled old eye sockets on you, and enough. The spirit cut off. Would you have me run away from this? You are my Zanpakuto. You do not try to turn me from what I have decided is my duty. The reasoning you have conjectured may be true, but if I were to be swayed by it, that would be as inconsiderate a choice as the very thing you have just outlined. I am not afraid of what might happen should I die on this mission, only if I should fail on it. If he thinks me expendable, I will simply have to keep him from being proven right. Do not attempt to lessen me in any way. Are we clear? Yes. Rukia, I wasn't trying to. I know. You were just concerned for me. Don't worry. We are coming through this alive. Ichigo isn't the only one who can beat the odds, right? Yeah. That's right. I guess it would be pretty spoiled and selfish to say no to this, huh? Now we're on the same page. You know, you sounded like Byakuya there for a second? Hush. We're wasting time. With that conclave ended, Rukia squared her shoulders and looked her one-time executioner in the eye. Sir, I accept this task. The scarred pate nodded in approval. Turning, the two of them moved over to the well. Rukia stood on the lip, looking over into its depths for a moment. She could see nothing down there, save for a patch of white at the core of that cerulean illumination. Any hesitation she might have felt was quickly quashed. Without bothering to wait for another word from the captain, be it order or farewell, she stepped off into that hole and floated towards the light. A few seconds later, the opening closed behind her, leaving Yamamoto alone in that room. Isn't this exciting? Ichigo glanced over. Approaching him was a somewhat flamboyantly attired death god with an orange neck guard and feathers in his eyebrow. For a moment the boy panicked, realizing that he could not remember the name of this person he had met several times before and who was one of Rukia's friends, and then he did. Hey. Yumi, Chika-san. What's up? Privately he had his doubts that he had gotten it right, but the man didn't correct him, only beamed in that slightly disturbing way he had. I was just commenting, the beauteous battler began again, on the incredible level of interest we're all feeling at this point. There's absolutely nothing more mind-numbing than the time before a battle, when everybody's anxious and restless, worrying about whether or not they're going to die and wishing they had gone to the bathroom before and their bladders feel like they're going to explode. As he said this, Kurosaka suddenly became aware of his own condition in regards to that particular organ, something that had been the farthest thing from his mind just a second past. Silently he cursed that haphazard comment. And then they start fidgeting uncomfortably, and checking to make sure they don't have their pants on backwards or their sandals haven't snapped a tie. The substitute Shinigami's eyes flickered down to make sure none of those things were true in his case. Immediately he reprimanded himself for it. After all, he came out of his body fully clothed and dressed for battle. If he did so and his pants were on backwards, it would be a reflection that there was something seriously screwed up in his soul. Speaking of screwed up things, what is this guy doing here? And then the fighting starts and all that goes right out of their heads. It's embarrassing to be a part of such wretchedly ugly post-battle behavior, actually. Which is why I decided to join you up here on top of the watchtower, Kurosaka-san. Limit my contact with the stench of others' fear, you might say. Their fear wasn't half as obnoxious as this fellow's words. He had just been contemplating what might lie before them, and now all that serious introspection had been crowded out of his head with thoughts of laundry day at his house and a strange lecture his teacher had given their class about holding it in and winding up like some dead European named Tycho Ubra. Why was he thinking about that now of all times? Head back in the game, damn it. Yomishika-san, Ichigo groused, slumping on the tiled roof with his arms on his knees, shouldn't you be off overseeing your own gang of fighters? Why would you think that, Kurosaka-san? Not a hint of shame in his voice. One scowling eyebrow lifted, sensing a trap of some kind. You're a lieutenant, aren't you? What? Goodness, no, I'm no such thing. I'm the 5th seat of Zaraki's squad. He turned a feathered purple eye on his companion. Did you really not know that, young man? When all he got back was a blank stare, Yasukawa turned away with a sigh, reclining back on his palms. You're remarkably blind to what's around you, you know. A true warrior takes everything into account about someone he's fighting alongside. From their past to their state of dress. The latter is a reflection of a person's mind. I could tell you things about yourself just by looking at you that you might be surprised to hear. Ichigo found himself rising to the bait before he could think about it. Like what? The 5th seat sniffed. Well, for starters, you haven't had anything to eat for a while. His stomach growled, and astonishment set in. Just then an onigiri sailed through the air, and Ichigo caught it. Casting a disbelieving look at the other man, which was not returned, he decided not to ask, and simply took a ravenous bite of that treat. Second, Rukia finally confessed to you. That bite went sailing across the roof and landed on the head of a 7th Division member below them, who was so nervous he never even noticed. Coughing, the young fighter turned a flabbergasted look on his possibly psychic associate. How? The air of calm, relaxed intensity that I caught you sitting in. With fighting men, one either finds that in those veterans who have buried their emotions under years of slaughter, which you are not old enough to qualify for, or young men focused on butchering everything in their path so they can go roaring back home into the bed of the girl they left behind. Ichigo's first reaction was to take his half-eaten rice pastry and shove it into Yumishika's mouth. This attack was preempted by the look his effeminate interrogator turned upon him. It was one of such deadly seriousness that he felt like a red-faced child being approached by a security guard after stuffing stolen sweets into his pocket. Judging by your relative age and reaction, I'm guessing this is the first time a woman has told you that they love you. As Ichigo was about to speak out, Ayasuka raised a finger before his face, effectively shutting him up. And make no mistake, my boy, she is a woman. She's lived for decades more than you, and has experienced things that combined would be enough to make you want to give up on your future altogether. That was no flighty, hormonal, dream-addled teenager who opened her heart to your inspection, it was a lady. Refined, experienced, knowledgeable, and very, very sure of herself. You have been granted a first peek into adulthood, in a manner much more tender than the first time you chopped someone's head off. No matter how confident she might have appeared when she said it, I assure you that before she did so, she was besieged by doubts. But she fought, reasoned, and won past them all in order to make that declaration to you. That is strength dim-witted lunkheads like you and I could not begin to approach on our best days. The perfumed dandy kept right on staring at him, rather hypnotic in the quiet disparity between his looks and his words, and Kurosaka could only bring himself to whisper the next question. Why are you telling me all this? And those cold amethyst eyes narrowed slightly. You're ugly, pig-headed, and totally without style or flair. But I am envious enough of you right now to switch places with your unmanicured human butt in a heartbeat. Ayasuka then smiled and looked away, back towards the approaching storm. Now eat your onigiri and don't say anything for a while, or I might kill you. Ichigo proceeded to do so, taking much smaller bites and darting quick fearful looks at the bizarre person sitting on his left. When the light faded, Rukia found herself standing in the middle of a corridor crafted of black-veined grey marble. It was rather rough-looking, almost like it had been hewn directly out of the rock. Up ahead, there was a wavering viridian flame. And when she glanced back over her shoulder, darkness. Staring into that gaping pit, the memory of a dream resurfaced. Standing transfixed at the opening to her brother's hospital room, while the terrible figure of Jinichimaru rushed silently down the length of a long dark hall to get them. And a chill stole over her. What? Nothing. She then turned her back on the emptiness, and proceeded towards the light. The illumination which guided her apparently came from a pair of grey candles atop black staves whose flame burned the pure rich green of spring leaves. These implements were positioned at the far end of a tremendous cavern that appeared to be as hastily constructed as the rest of her environs. It was the size of this chamber, more than anything, that informed Rukia she was no longer in Soul Society. The secret tunnel she had entered was not connected to anywhere in her home plane, but to this sub-dimension that existed apart from her own, much the same way that the king's dimension was removed from the territories over which he held sway. That explained how something so huge could exist below the 1st Division barracks without anyone knowing of it. And really, it wouldn't make much sense for the key to be held somewhere a person could conceivably reach if they were only willing to dig long enough. Revealed in the light of those two votives, there was a pair of doors that gleamed dully of bronze. Over them was a pediment bearing the kanji for Takiyaku, whose definition she took to read as high will, or perhaps, home ambition. That wasn't really important. What did catch her eye were the giant solid gold guardian statues that flanked the portal. Resembling horned ogres and clutching spears, there was something about them that had the wary mystic muttering the lines of a demon arts spell as she approached. Ones of a beast, clashing spears fills the stronghold. When she was within a dozen meters of the candles, that precaution proved accurate, as without any warning both colossi abruptly lurched from their plinths and moved towards her, raising their weapons. Here goes nothing. Hado number 63, Reikau Urhau. The roar of thunder and lightning exploded from her fist and hit the left-bound giant full in the face. Its features detonated in a most satisfying manner, and the monument toppled over to the side, crashing into its mate. This impediment stalled the remaining attacker long enough for Rukia to whip out her blade. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. The instant her weapon attained its shikai, she dipped its point into the ground 4 times. Drawing power from those flames of ice, she took aim and breathed the title of her attack, breath frosting in the growing cold. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. The blast shot forth, encasing the enchanted statue from its waist up in ice. Frozen in that position, its legs continued to stumble forward, but before it could take more than a few steps, another incantation had just ended. HADO number 29, Heavy Light. A disk of light appeared over the immobilized ice sculpture, then slammed down in a straight line, crashing through the top of its head and shattering its entire torso. Fragments fell around her, while the remnants pitched off to crash against the stone floor. Kukaki dodged nimbly through that barrage, coming at last upon her goal. Short and sweet. Just the way I like 'em. Agreed. Let's leave before they come back to life or anything like that. As the dust of battle settled behind her, she approached the doors. Laying a hand upon their surface, Rukia felt the metal to be quite warm, responding in a way to her presence. Without further delay, the treasure seeker concentrated, and her egress from this room slid open to either side with a low rumble, revealing another corridor stretching ahead of her. Are we going to have to go through different variations of precious metal juggernauts, do you think? Or was that the only one dear old Yamamoto neglected to mention? Did you really think there would be nothing standing between the average person and the key to His Majesty's front door? I expected something of this level or greater. Obviously whoever built it wasn't expecting someone like you. Don't be overconfident. Keep an eye open for danger. The pair of them walked between what looked like long rows of stylized indigo tree trunks on either side of them. This floor was black and seemed to absorb light, reflecting nothing back, and save for a path of purple mineral on which she trod, they appeared to be walking through a void. Only emptiness lay off to either side of the pillars. Behind her, the doors remained open, while perhaps 50 meters ahead, there rose an incredibly high and narrow opening of some kind, giving the appearance of a fissure in a rock face. This too must be another dimension, as she could detect nothing she recognized as Reishi coming from anything here. Considering the undertaking she had been involved in prior to departing for Hueco Mundo, the wealthy socialite had to wonder how and when all this might have been created. While both she and later Byakuya had agreed that such a monumental effort could not be done under complete secrecy, they still exercised a certain degree of circumspection in their efforts. And considering her family's power and reputation, there were remarkably few people fully aware of just what they had managed to pull off in only a few months. But somebody had to know beyond themselves, and it wasn't like they had tried to hide it when So iPhone's agents had turned up asking questions. They had simply hoped that word of it would not somehow reach the ears of those people they would really have to worry about. Like the new king of Hueco Mundo and his colleagues. That fear was the price they had to pay, since they were not willing to kill their employees to keep their mouths shut. Rukia wondered if anyone had to die to keep this place a secret. Passing through that silent forest, she couldn't help but glance over her shoulder, half afraid that someone or something might be prowling after her. But her fears proved unfounded, and so she proceeded onwards. Yo, Shibata Oto. The goldfish fell through his paper net, and the boy's heart sank. Of course, another catching implement was on hand to replace that one, but still, this was the 3rd time. He was beginning to wonder if whoever had designed this game didn't want for him to get a pet. Looking up, Yuichi Shibata found his adopted brother Hiroichi Hironari squirming through the crowd of festival goers that packed this lane of booths. Watching the other boys approach, it still left him feeling just a tad seasick. The way walking here made you bounce slightly on the soft, cloud-like terrain. But it certainly beat bruising your knees, as he had found the first time he fell while learning the ropes of getting around this place. Hiroichi hopped over to him, clearly not having gotten over his delight at being able to jump around with every step you took. Like a trampoline, Yuichi reflected, remembering his own experience with such toys back when he was alive. Check it out. His sibling exclaimed happily. We found a booth that's stocked with sparklers and these sticks that light up when you snap them. Holding up some of the objects in question that were stuffed into his pockets, Yuichi recognized the latter immediately. Glow sticks, he offered helpfully. They're fun to use in tag at night. Well, it's night time in this area, the long-dead soul grinned excitedly. We can get some of the other kids for a huge game later. It'll be the biggest game of tag in the history of the world. Come on, I'll show you where it was. I kinda wanted to try and find the water park area this old lady told me about. Water park. Hironari blinked perplexedly, clearly not familiar with the term. No surprise, they didn't have anything like that back in Seoul society, or in the early 1940s when he had died. It's great, Shuaki supplied, rising and discarding his already forgotten goldfish catching stick. You slide down loops filled with water and land in a big pool, and you float on these giant tubes and splash each other with squirt guns and... Apparently his excitement was communicating better than his explanation, for Hiroichi's eyes had come aglow beneath the swinging paper lanterns. That sounds amazing. Even better than that carnival thing you told me about. Let's go find it. With that, he grabbed his friend's hand, and the two of them dashed off together. Yuichi had stopped trying to figure out what all this might mean after the first 20 minutes, when he came upon the shops filled with all manner of sweets and treats that had signs out front proclaiming the wares were free for all. Not that he was hungry, a fact that never bothered him now that he was dead. But still, the revelation that they were actually being offered this delicious fare without having to pay for it made it seem like he had finally reached paradise. The youngsters squirmed and danced their way through the crowd. All around them, booths stocked with games, prizes, and foodstuffs lined the paths of what appeared to be a temple shrine of some kind. The trees that still grew from this spongy terrain rustled their leaves slightly, decorated as they were with paper talismans and lanterns. Overhead, a clear sky filled with more stars than he had ever seen were accompanied by a tremendous moon that smiled down upon them. This festival land always seemed to be at night. If you moved into the forest, eventually you would come out on places that were daytime, like the beach land, or amusement park land. It was hard to say how many different areas there were to this place. Yuichi had even passed something that turned out to be a giant library when he peeked in its windows, and avoided that in favor of something more fun. They all seemed to be nestled in around one another, and he had yet to find any limit to it. The family he belonged to had been sitting in the basement of their home in the first district of Seoul society, fearfully awaiting the prospect of an all-out war between the Shinigami and Hollow, when suddenly the world swam around them. Before they knew it they were all floating on air, staring at each other in disbelief while the walls of their shelter became slightly transparent. Then it was like they had dropped through the floor, and a brief impression of falling had been replaced with bouncing up and down slightly on the soft, harmless terrain of this new world. Their little group wasn't the only ones present. All around them, in what at first had appeared to be a shopping mall, there were absolutely hundreds and thousands of people. They recognized neighbors and acquaintances, none of whom had a clue as to what just happened. A bit of investigating later, numerous prominently displayed signs cast some light on their situation. The banners read as follows. Please do not be alarmed. Due to a state of impending war in Seoul society, you have been relocated to a temporary dimension until such time as hostilities have been resolved. We regret any inconvenience this may have caused you. The dimension you find yourself in has been tailored to meet the needs and preferences of everyone currently living in the Rokanga. Feel free to explore the surrounding areas and congregate at your own discretion. Hostilities towards your neighbors from any members of the outer rings will be frowned upon. We request that you do not bother our mortal guests who are currently indisposed. Please enjoy our hospitality. The management. Whatever you might think about this turn of events, it was the unspoken opinion of everyone who read that message that the person who wrote it had beautiful penmanship. After this, it had simply been a matter of hitching up enough bravery for all these souls, some of whom had been dead for centuries and needed to have their surroundings explained to them, to venture out into the world. Leaving the building by its exits enabled one to find directions to numerous sites of interest. Apparently this was not the only such center, as they had eventually met other spirits who related similar experiences after roaming about in search of ways to pass the time until the Great War, as they called it, might end. As it turned out, whoever had designed this dimension seemed to have a pretty good idea of what folks might like. There had been a park where kites, sporting equipment, and various children's toys like bubble blowers and skateboards were found for anyone who might want them. Next on his journeying, Shibata had wandered into an incredible garden filled with flowers of all shapes and sizes. Spying a door in a low rock wall, he peeped inside and looked out on what appeared to be the deck of a luxury ocean liner, where hundreds of amazed and dirty-looking people were milling about or relaxing in the beach chairs provided while they listened to the soothing roar of the ocean. Everything seemingly solid he touched was soft and yielding beneath his fingers, except for food, of course, which proved as nourishing as he remembered back in life. Refreshments that never seemed to run out were available in varieties that seemed to cater to their environment. The time of day was fixed wherever you went, so it was always around dawn at the European mountain chalet area and perpetually noon at the beach area. Wherever you went, the signs asking them to be courteous to one another and relax while they could remained. It was a little overwhelming at first, but after they found the toy/candy area, Yuichi had decided one thing was certain. After being dead for almost a year, he was finally in heaven. Racing along through the temple grounds in pursuit of his companion, Shibata paused when he spied something of interest. Moving to investigate, he found that it was one of the sleeping people. These figures lay scattered at various points throughout the worlds. Their eyes were closed and they appeared to be breathing, but nothing he had employed had served to rouse them. Shouting didn't work, and poking was even less helpful. Their bodies couldn't be touched. He had seen some kids his age trying to pour their colorful milkshakes all over a sleeping man's face, only to have the drinks pass right through him. They were like ghosts, floating a little off the ground and not bothering anyone. But something did bother him about this one. It was a girl, one he thought to be about his age. She had short light brown hair and was wearing a striped shirt with tan floral print pants and sandals. And while he couldn't put his finger on it, there was something about her that looked slightly familiar to Yuichi. For some reason, he got the strangest feeling that he might have met her from back in his days as a parakeet, during the horrific time before that bleach-haired guy and his friend Chad defeated the monster that had hunted the boy for months. It was this thought that caused Yuichi to reach into his pocket and remove one of the lollipops he had tucked away for later, placing it gently beside the sleeping girl's arm. Even if he was wrong about knowing her, it never hurt to share. And she might be hungry when she woke up. "Come on, Yuichi, you're falling behind," Hiroichi shouted from atop the temple steps. "Okay, I'm coming." The child jerked up swiftly and ran in pursuit of his brother, feeling happier than he had ever been since dying. It was kind of insulting that nothing had happened even after they uncloaked themselves. No sortie from the Shinigami, not even a random lunatic charging them to be cut down. Of a certain, Grimmjow had been called upon to dispose of the occasional battle-hungry loner from his own side looking to charge at their enemies while they were all unawares. But the Shinigami captains seemed to have superior control of their underlings. One more reason to feel pissed off. And then, the granddaddy of all irritations popped up in the form of Kaname Tissen. Squatting on a hill that gave him a clear view of the city in the distance, Jiggerjax glanced at his overseer when the man appeared from a Gargantat, but didn't feel like expending any further energy to greet him. For his part, the blind death god ignored him as though he wasn't even there. This conversational deadlock was broken when Aizen stepped through into his home dimension. The brown-eyed visionary took a deep breath of that thick atmosphere redolent with power, and let it out with a sigh. "I find I missed this more than I had thought. It really is nice to return after being away for a while." "Nothing has changed," Kaname remarked. He was holding his sword, scabbard and all, in one hand, like he had been expecting some kind of assault. But from whom, Grimmjow wondered with a sneer. "The Shinigami, or us. If this guy isn't dead by the time the battle's over, I'm gonna be real disappointed with myself." A mob was gathering below their summit. The worshippers, come to see the face of their god. Hundreds of hollow masks, some broken, others simply newborn, milled about at the base of the hillock, whispering and moaning to one another. When Aizen broke off staring at their faraway destination and looked down at them, the rabble went to their knees en masse. Silence descended. The great man was probably going to favor them with a few words before he sent them off to die. But to the Sexta's mild surprise, instead their ruler turned to regard him where he crouched. It made the Ajicha's general just a little uncomfortable, reminding him once again that he could never tell what this inscrutable individual might be thinking. Grimmjow. He always made it sound like he was laughing at the name. Bastard. I see that you are the only one of the Shogun-level Espada to emerge alive. Alive, but not triumphant. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to say, you prick. None of your ranked brethren will be joining you, I'm afraid. Turquoise eyes narrowed up at the smiling speaker. Yami was still alive when I left. Where's he? Tyson cut in. Wherever idiots go when they die. Small epitaph for a tiny-brained animal. Grimjo was done mourning the dead in the time it took Aizen to start talking once again. But you still have the potential Espada to back you up. Although none of them have been assigned official rank, rest assured that their power is nothing to sneer at. Of course, your authority trumps all. They will obey you, since you speak with my voice. That suddenly stern face turned to look upon his amassed underlings. I trust there has been no dissent on that point while I have been gone. Nobody's dead you're likely to miss, the king cat growled, scratching at a few stains on the jawbone attached to his left cheek. I trust your judgment in that regard. Oh, and somebody named Neelil asked me to tell you thanks for everything, but she's defected. He had felt a little silly relaying that message, but it proved to be the one thing that seemed to cause Aizen surprise. I see. That is a pity. Well, then, and he scanned their forested environment keenly, if there is nothing else to discuss, we will leave you to carry out your orders. Actually, and Grimjo felt a wicked thrill at the look his master gave him then, there is one major thing that hasn't gone according to plan. One perfectly trimmed eyebrow raised. Oh. Yeah. Hate to break this to you, but it seems your city's deserted. No sign of distress from Aizen. Still, he hadn't been expecting any. And Tyson more than made up for it. What are you saying, Jiggerjacks? The sightless turncoat took a step forward. The sexta hiked a thumb over his shoulder, where the presences of the Vastolord Espada were easily identifiable in the distance. Your pack went to town like you told them to. According to them, there's less than 100 souls in that whole place. Every single one of them has spirit power of some kind, but in terms of total volume, it wouldn't even be enough to fill up Yami's skull. They must have been relocated to the Rukanga, then, Kaname replied a bit uncertainly. Nope. Bad news on that score too, Eagle Eye. That place has been cleaned out just the same. I wouldn't wipe my ass with what's left over. Hate to break it to you, but other than the army of Shinigami, your old haunt is a. And he smiled hungrily, ghost town. He could feel Tyson's rage building, and shifted into a better position to receive it. True to form, though, the boss stepped in to make peace. That is very interesting news, my dear Espada. He looked like he meant it too. Aizen's absorbing oak eyes were gleaming in a way that reminded his servant of a cat cornering a mouse. I certainly wasn't expecting something like this upon returning. Yamamoto is more worthy of his title than I ever believed. I never thought to find him so unsure of his strategy that he would have taken safety measures for Karakura in case it failed. A most ingenious tactic, if I do say so myself. The aspiring king paused, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. Or perhaps I speak out of turn. Something this wide in scope, this daring in execution, requiring vast resources and savoring of a concern for all souls regardless of their worth, it doesn't quite ring true to the old man's character. It could be that another worthy adversary has dealt their hand in to oppose my perceived goals. So many people do not wish for me to gain possession of a key. It's really quite. Sosuke raised his hand, giving a flick of the wrist. As he did, a large pearl appeared in his palm as though by a conjurer's trick. Laughable. And he proceeded to do so, letting the sound of his rich, honest mirth echo through that forest of monsters. The fissure through which she walked was long, but upon exiting it, Rukia found that she had apparently reached her destination. Her steps brought her out into a rounded cathedral. Walls and ceiling were one in a perfectly hemispherical dome. There were what appeared to be burial vaults set into the grey stone, small ones, all up and down its surface. No way to tell if anyone was actually in them, but she couldn't suppress a shiver at the thought that this was the graveyard of those laborers who had striven to construct the key's resting place, little realizing they had been building their own. Was there more to it, though? Could this also be what became of those luckless souls who had been sent to retrieve the precious artifact in the past? Might there be a spot in those hollows reserved for her? Rukia forced herself not to think along those lines. Instead she continued her journey forward. There was more to this treasure chamber, much more. Spreading all around her was a lake of pure gold, glowing with a radiance that was the only light to be found. It lent a slight yellow cast to everything in the vicinity. The path she was walking upon now was like a jetty of stone cutting through the lake, rising only slightly above the lip of those depths and ending in a broad circular plinth. A tide of wealth lapped gently just a few feet away from her as she proceeded to that spot. Upon reaching the center of the round peninsula, Rukia stopped and withdrew the box from her robes. There was nothing else to see here. Without this, she might have stepped into the water looking to investigate those stacked graves all around. But her instructions had been clear. And so, I pledge myself. Her voice sounded soft as she opened the box, but she was confident in her resolve, to the service of the King of Soul Society. Immediately, a ripple went out along the surface of the lake from where she stood. Reaching its limit, it stopped, clearly hovering right at the wall's edge. Then it pulled slowly back, and as it did, it brought the liquid metal with it. The bottom of the pool was revealed, perhaps only an inch deep, no more. A wave began to rise all around her, and Kukaki whipped about, both astonished and anxious from this display. The crest grew higher, reaching above her head. That flowing mass of gold began to arch inwards at the top, and when it was thrice the height of her own body, it quickly pulled in. Petrified, the death god stood absorbed as the wave's edge gathered overhead, cutting off her view of the ceiling save for a tiny hole, and then rushed down in a spiral of glowing metal, straight into the black box she still held out for it. The light was so concentrated she had to turn her head away. Cracking an eye, Rukia caught a brief glimpse of her warped reflection in that twisting mirror of metal. And for a split second, she could have sworn there was someone standing behind her in the image. But when she turned her head to look, this proved false. As Rukia came back around, the last of the golden pond had risen up and traveled along its destined route to funnel into the box. The light was contained now within its velvet confines, shining off the form of a four-pronged golden key that emitted an aura almost alive with power. Staring down at this radiant object, face aglow with its splendor and her own triumph, Rukia found herself thrilled. The sight of it was making her heart beat fast. So beautiful, exquisite, really. This belongs to a king, without a doubt. The king's key. This is it. This is what's going to save us, the very thing Aizen would have killed all of Karakura to get his hands on. But he won't get the chance. I've put his sacrifices where he can't reach them, and we've got the only one in existence now. She stared at the priceless treasure held in her hands, absorbed in its promise. When a pair of arms reached around her, it took a moment to realize this. Before she could react, a spiritual presence that had not existed before made itself known. When Rukia recognized its scent, she found herself quite unable to move. Wide lavender eyes stared uncomprehendingly as two hands extended out from white sleeves and slipped over to encase her own. The fingers were very long, almost bony, and her skin prickled where they touched. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Only a quick, shuddering breath. Rukia's heart wasn't beating fast anymore. Instead, it felt close to stopping altogether. Those fingers stroked over her flesh, gently caressing, before sliding up and slowly closing the lid of the box on its contents. A soft click came, echoing in that spacious chamber, and the light of salvation faded from her view. The only thing left was the sound of her unresponsive heartbeat. And a voice in her ear, one that made a sob well up in the girl's throat. "Ohio, Rukia-chan." Slowly, against her will, she craned about to view the face behind her. But all she could see was a smile. What are they waiting for? Sitting off by himself well above the press, Uriah heard a Shinigami ask that question for what felt the 100th time. Concentrating on inspecting his cache of weapons, he chose as always not to speak, letting one of the man's comrades offer another explanation. The Hollows are probably getting unruly with nothing to eat. They have to calm their forces down before they can order them to attack. Actually, a berserk starving Hollow would probably be as dangerous, if not more, than a calm, sated one. Especially if all you were doing was pointing it at a tight-packed group of Shinigami and letting it loose. The closest analogy Ishida could come up with was bowling. Of a sudden he pictured Sosuke Aizen in one of those short-sleeved button-up shirts with the words Big Boss printed on the back, picking up a bowling ball that had a hollow skull emblazoned on it, taking his stance and then launching that missile down the lane at a row of tenpins all dressed in black robes and clutching Zanpakuto. Strike. The Quincy glanced over at the milling ranks of death gods. They were clearly anxious, but none of them seemed to be panicking. That's what comes from living under a martial system, he supposed. It's pretty disgusting unless actual war rolls around. Then it serves to breed good discipline in those about to die. Inu was alive. The thought had been roaming around in his skull for the last half hour. Before it had been a prayer. Now it was a fact. She was alive, but far from safe. That creature, Ulquiorra Schiffer, had her. Heaven only knew why, though he had suspected for a while now that the Hollow had taken her in order to heal the injuries Ichigo had inflicted on it and prevent her from doing the same for them. It had been an appreciable strategy. If he didn't loathe the undead thing so much, he might even admire it for its cold, calculating efficiency. That one clearly knew they were fighting a war, and didn't do stupid things like leaving dangerous enemies running around. In the meantime, taking a place on the front line of combat between two opposing armies was looking more and more like it might be the dumbest move he had ever made in his brief life. You must swear to never have anything more to do with Shinigami and their associates. Yes, Ryukin, I know I promised. And right now, I am trying to convince myself that this is what I have done. I refused to accept a place in their ranks, choosing instead to pick a spot where my skills would be most applicable. Renji hadn't seen fit to argue the point when Urayu stipulated quite clearly that he was acting independently from the Godi I-13 and would not be accepting any orders from them. Whether from respect or the fact that he didn't care what happened to Urayu. It was not for him to decide how a Quincy fights his battles. I learned a lot from our time in Hueco Mundo about what we're facing. When the time comes, I've got to save her. Orium had been a prisoner of those monsters for weeks now. And just when she had been kissed by the first taste of freedom, it had been snatched away. He understood how much pain she must be in right now. Undoubtedly she still believed Ichigo to be dead. And that was a good thing. Because that way, when the fighting started and it proved to be false, Inu might not be the only one taken by surprise. By now, Aizen must have heard from Ulquiorra that the Ryoka boy had been killed. With all these Shinigami and captains across the field, it would be impossible to pick out one person's presence regardless of how inept they might be at concealing it. And in spite of his personal opinion of Kurosaki, it had been made very clear to him on the top of Las Noches that he was the only person who stood a reasonable chance of defeating the remaining Espada, and quite possibly even their leader. Of course, even if Ichigo did take on that hellish beast form once more, there was no guarantee he wouldn't wind up butchering his own comrades. Ishida knew from experience that wasn't outside the realm of possibility. And he also knew his own comparative strength. If Ulquiorra had been any example, the top three Espada were at a level that went far beyond mere Shinigami captain, an idea that he had to admit had seemed far-fetched when he started this trip. So when the battle was joined, and the major players entered the fray, a self-respecting free agent like himself could circumvent the need to fling himself at those monsters in the vain hopes of drawing their attention for a second, the way all these sword-swinging barbarians seemed to be thinking, and focus on other pursuits. Namely, locating Orium and getting her safely away from here. It was really the only way he could think of to make himself useful. He had attempted to challenge the Espada once before, and found himself sorely lacking. These new ones were far beyond his ability to injure, much less defeat. And Urayu was not so short-sighted to risk his life in a conflict he knew he couldn't win. That was something more up Chad's alley. He knew it was cruel of him to think it, perhaps it was his own bitterness at being shown up, not just in front of Orium, that played no part in his thinking at all. He just wanted to be of some practical advantage in this fight. Sitting atop a building in the northern district of Rukanga, the star student pondered how best to accomplish this. He had already discarded the idea of trying to sneak over there and rescue her himself. But once her captor was distracted, Orium's safe rescue could be accomplished by a crafty and resourceful individual. Urahara and his vizard, whatever those might prove to be, would probably be the safest place for her right now. Afterwards he could return and There was a whine and a flash, and the next thing he knew Uriah was tumbling to the floor, silver tubes and magic apparatus of all sorts clattering all around him. What in the name of... Hello, Quincy? Two things became clear to him then. 1. He seemed to be sitting in a room made entirely of gold. Gold pillars, gold walls, even the sofa appeared to be gold-plated, useless as that might render it. And 2, he was not alone. Mayuri Kuratsuka was sitting at a golden desk with his daughter standing attentively beside him. Immediately the archer dove off to one side, his bow flaring into being as he took aim. He was prepared for this. Always Ishida had recognized that the 12th squad captain remained his most dangerous nemesis despite their mutual enemies. While a sensible person would have concluded that Mayuri would forestall any thoughts of avenging himself until after the fate of Soul Society was decided, a smart person would have recognized that the Shinigami scientist was a hardcore loony who didn't believe in things like sense. This right here was clearly his attempt to take advantage of the confusion before the battle to try and enact retribution. Aim for the head. He did so, and fired. The shot bore down on its target. A few inches away, however, the blue bolt of spirit energy simply stopped. Then it zipped in a circle around Kuratsuka's head a few times, and vanished in a sparkle of Reishi. Oh, come now. This is my domain, the smirking surgeon informed him. No weapons can be turned against me while I am in it. It was unforgivably obtuse of you to think otherwise. And speaking of inferior intellectual leaps, if you think I brought you here just to kill you, you're mistaken. Crouching with a few dozen Source Rouse artifacts ready to be deployed, the young Avenger paused in his preparations. Oh, really? Yes. Captain Kuratsuka then got up and moved over to stand before him, hands behind his back in what for anyone else might have been a non-threatening posture. Of course, those words simply didn't apply to this man. In fact, I have brought you here to grant your greatest wish. Your head on a spike. Disrespectful whelp. Mayuri spat, black brows lowering over his crazed eyes. I mean, I'm going to actually make you useful in this war. A term that at the current time doesn't apply to you in the slightest. Doesn't that sound nice? Without further ado, he turned and stalked off. Watching the psychopath's departing form, Uriah flicked a glance over to Nimue. Her appearance was unaltered, but for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that she was looking at him with disapproval. This more than any attempt to console him on Mayuri's part got the Quincy out of his combat stance and moving towards his jailer, host. The captain's daughter joined him after a few moments. Her eyes were fixated straight ahead where her parent was fiddling with some kind of locking mechanism on a door. Finding himself in somewhat more approachable company, the teen leaned over and asked her a question he felt ought to be brought up. Why is this room covered in gold? Before she could respond, the captain's head snapped around, a most disturbing grin causing his gums to protrude around yellow teeth that conceivably might have been gold-capped. Because I could. He then went back to his efforts, tracing odd lines across the doorframe and tapping out combinations. At this point, Nimue finally spoke. Mayuri-sama is currently in possession of more funds than even he knows what to do with. Since he dislikes to see our division's account books not in the red, he has decided to employ any efforts imaginable to deplete those funds. Currently, he has not been successful. What kind of idiot would give Mayuri Kuratsuka a fortune to squander, Ishida wondered. It was a miracle the Shinigami army wasn't pocketed with mutants and cyborgs by now. As he was imagining this scene, however, the resident maniac had apparently completed his proceedings and drew back. Expecting the door to open, Uriah was surprised when instead, a small hatch in its surface flipped out, and onto this extension there slid out a glass container about 2 feet in height. Suspended in a bubbling yellow fluid within was a grotesque-looking creature that looked to be composed of a head attached to a fat flattened eel's body. Long silver hair floated around in the concoction. It had no mouth and its eyes were closed as if in sleep. Sweet dreams were the farthest thing from his mind when looking at this abomination, though. Now, Mayuri snickered as he turned back about. Before you start with any more of your asinine questions, I will plainly state that I need your help in order to discharge my obligations. Help? You? His tone made it evident that he found such an idea beyond the realm of preposterous. You've grasped the fundamentals, I'm glad to see. But let me be abundantly clear, your debt to me has yet to be repaid, and owing to that, I have been pleased to devise a method whereby you can not only discharge that debt but also manage to make a difference against our more powerful enemies. If you're referring to healing me earlier, I most certainly am not. The antisocial misfit's face contorted into a perversely lofty expression. I am referring to the injury you inflicted upon me during your first visit to Soul Society. The memory of that day, and what had been revealed to him on it, caused the Quincy's eyes to narrow behind his glasses. By which you mean, my attempting to kill you for what you did to my grandfather. Yes. What else would I be implying? He seemed to grow calmer then, though not without effort. Reaching out, Kuratsuka laid a hand atop the capsule, running his fingers up and down it in an eager fashion. Now, to be fair, you are not the only one who is beholden to someone at this point. Shortly after that event, I was contracted by certain parties to concoct a strategy that would be capable of delivering critical if not life-ending damage to spiritual entities that boasted power of a captain's level or higher. When I consulted my earlier research into such a subject, I determined that there was one possibility that clearly was heads and tails above the rest. Rapping his knuckles against the glass, the living affront to nature beamed like a kid receiving high marks at school. In a way, I am obligated to your species for the idea. The nature of a Quincy's powers derive not from emanating energy from within their souls as in the case of Shinigami, but extracting it from their environment to build up adequate levels to perform attacks and defense. In this manner, your race can draw upon sources of high spiritual condensation in order to bolster your fighting capabilities to levels that would otherwise be beyond that of any human. In fact, we Shinigami, by our very natures, represent something of living batteries for your kind, provided we are actually willing to part with our Ryotsu. Mayuri sniffed then. I believe you attempted something along these lines the first time you encountered Aminos, correct? The memory of his challenge to Ichigo, and the resulting chaos that had ensued, caused Uriu to frown in displeasure. His careless actions that day had almost resulted in the loss of lives, something he had sworn on his soul to never permit again. Yes. I encouraged Kurosaka-san to lend his immense powers to my bow so that we might have a chance of driving it off or killing the creature. But he opted for his own dim-witted battle strategy instead, one that miraculously turned out to be effective. The relative stupidity of your tactics is evident. However you might have deluded yourself at the time, there is no way you could have drawn in a sufficient quantity of power from Master Kurosaka to lay the Minos Grande low without frying your spiritual center in the process. Despite your notable abilities as a Quincy, you simply lack the capabilities to handle the collected strength of a captain. For some reason this reminded him of his father, deriding his son's skill as a Quincy as immature at best and pitiable in reality. Correlating these two men only further darkened his mood, and so the young man snapped, "Could you get to the point? We have a war to fight, in case you've forgotten. Your inadequacy as an individual is my point." One long-nailed finger reached out and pricked his chest sharply, and Uriu had to resist the urge to slap it away. But that is where I come in. While ill-advised, the strategy you undertook that day is not beyond the scope of consideration. If supplied with enough raw power, a Quincy just might prove to be the ultimate weapon, capable of reaching a destructive potential that even a Vastolord could not ignore. Still, as I said, no human spirit could withstand such an influx of power without collapsing in on itself. Unless he were to use this. With that, he indicated the sleeping entity in the jar. Mastering his revulsion, the teen's dark blue eyes studied it more closely. And this is the fulfillment of my oath. Kuratsuka crowed. A special life form which, when joined to a Quincy, would enable them to use captain-level Shinigami as a power source and unleash a force of devastation that could wipe out our hollow marauders and their masters. I call it Tauto Imimizu. One black eyebrow rose. Exalted worm. That's what you will become, once I've attached it to you. Ishida leapt back, his bow manifesting once more. If you think for 1 second I'm going to be the subject of one of your experiments, you're less sane than I ever gave you credit for. The captain did not appear to be offended by this declaration. More like honestly surprised, as he tilted his head to one side and regarded the youth with wide eyes. Why not? Why not? Because I don't trust you. Because I would probably wind up dead if I did. Because you're What other use is there for you in this battle? The question came out so quietly, and he was screaming so loudly that it almost didn't register. But it did. And it paralleled his own earlier thinking so much that Ishida shut up immediately. Watching his reaction, Mayuri grinned. Not so stupid after all, are you? Clearly you've recognized by now that your contributions to our war have been minimal so far. And if nothing changes, they will remain that way. Oh, you might pick off a few Jillian and possibly even a Wikajichas with that chaotic contrivance you're clutching. But if faced with Kaname Tisan, or a Vastolord, you'd be dead before you could complete a heartbeat. He moved back to the waiting capsule. But not with this. Under my care, you could become a force to be reckoned with. A true secret weapon. Why, dare I say it, if you agree to this venture, you might actually wipe out Aizen and his army before Zero Squad ever arrives. Even if you died, wouldn't that be something worthwhile to write on your monument? Far more than anything else you've accomplished in your life up to this point, I imagine. So what do you say, Quincy? Would you like to be the hero for once? He's baiting me. Using my insecurities against me. He's a monster, playing with people's lives and emotions for his own twisted purposes. This isn't even about winning the war for him. He just wants to test out one of his damnable inventions. Doesn't matter if we succeed as long as he gets some data for his research. I know this man. And he's evil. Even if he uses it for our benefit, it's still evil. I should kill him right now. Ishida stared into the smiling face of everything he loathed in this world. Would you like to be the hero for once? The hero saves the girl. Every time he had tried before now, whether with Rukia or Orium, he had fallen short. That shouldn't have bothered him, because in the end, they both came out of it alive and unharmed. But it did. They were saved, but not because of him. Not because of anything he had done. For all that he had accomplished this last year, he might as well have just stayed home and kept on picking off weak hollows, flattering himself at being the protector of Karakura. Ishida Uryu, the last Quincy, saving the souls of men and women. What a joke. I suppose I could at least hear you out, Ishida deadpanned, striving not to let his feelings show. After all, it's not like anything important is happening now, is it? Smiling, Jin plucked the box out of her hands and slipped it into his coat. After that he just looked at her, gazing up at him with eyes so wide and face so pale. A phosphorescent glow coming from where the golden lake had once been allowed a blue light to play softly over her features. It lit them from below. The rest of the room was filled with shadows. Nobody, absolutely nobody feared him quite like Rukia did. No surprise, she was his girl, after all. But that didn't make it any less intoxicating. The way she responded to him, the way her body tensed whenever he touched her or even drew near her. Every shiver, every shallow breath told him that this child recognized him for what he was, and keeping herself from screaming out a warning to the world was tearing her apart inside. Jin absolutely loved the way he felt when she looked at him. You're looking a bit surprised to see me, Rukia-chan. It's not an illusion, little one. It's really me this time. Can you feel it? Oh, of course you can, you know me by now. Even Aizen can't fool you anymore when it comes to that. Yeah, shouldn't be. I've been right behind you ever since you opened that barrier around the 1st Division headquarters. Was waiting for whomever Yamamoto decided to bring in. Who would have imagined it would be you, huh? I'm almost tempted to believe in fate. Almost. And he reached up to brush her hair. Through the back of her shiakusho, he could feel her pulse quicken. Yeah, that's the way. Nobody does it like you, Rukia. You don't believe me? Ichimaru inquired teasingly, though she hadn't done anything to imply that. Now that ain't nice. There's things about me you don't know, Rukia-chan. I got ways o' keepin' folks from sniffing me out that nobody's ever heard of. 'Cause I'm special, yeah no. As evidence, he drew upon his second skin, the last lingering remnant of his past power that had followed him to this world, and draped himself in it. Jin knew that his overpowering Ryotsu had disappeared completely from her senses by the way her shivering changed. It made him smile, while behind his eyelids, the color of his eyes had switched from red to blue. Not that she could see it. Though not completely certain, Jin had come to conclude that this particular aspect of his being was something similar in nature to the color of his eyes. And that was owing to the manner in which Riptise had died. Eventually, he had figured out that the Shinigami who killed that hollow had done so using a Zanpakuto whose master was already dead. As such, the blade too was rendered spiritually void. Though wielded by a Shinigami, being killed by such an implement prevented the death god's spirit from completely erasing Riptise's spiritual trespasses. As a result, he existed on some previously unheard of level as a hollow, as well as the Shinigami he was meant to be. This was a fusion that went far beyond what the Vizard or Arrancar could achieve. There is no monster in me. The monster is me. As it turned out, an unintended side effect of this was that he had no inner hollow to call out, something Aizen had been surprised to find when he attempted to use the Hogyaku on Jin as he had Tissen. This meant that there could be no power boost for him. That Shinigami who performed his sending long ago had seen to that. Ichimaru had suspected as much for a while, and didn't really care to confirm his master's guesses as to why this was so. After all, he hadn't gotten into this gig for power. And everybody had secrets. What he was really curious about, what he was just dying to know, was whose secrets was Aizen protecting. Over a century ago, he had been confronted in the night by a mysterious figure who recognized his power. That creature had tempted him to join the Shinigami Academy, even facilitating his entrance. They had promised to find him when he got there. But even when he first met Sosuke Aizen, and recognized this man to be the one he was meant to encounter, Ichimaru knew that this wasn't the person he had spoken to back in that ruined manor. That spirit had felt much like his. And ever afterwards, he could always sense it hiding in the shadows, being careful not to reveal itself to anyone else. He knew, however. One could almost say they could smell their own. That might have been what had drawn him to that abandoned castle ages ago, and what had attracted its previous occupant to him as well. Still, the time for hiding was past, at least for Jin. Kido could have concealed him just as well, but it was capable of being disrupted, specifically by death stone like the kind you found in some of the walls of Siriti. Or flat out seen through by other masters. So instead he had chosen to use his own methods, cloaking himself inside of shadows and passing into Rukia's when they had touched. It was no longer possible to assume any form he pleased, but this much he was still capable of doing. On the way through this sealed dimension, he had checked to see if it was possible to form a Garganta to get out of here. And it was. Like any stronghold, it was designed to keep people out, not to hold them in. That had been good to learn. It meant he would not need to risk challenging Yamamoto by going back the same way he came. He could simply skip right to where Aizen would be waiting for him. And speaking of which, perhaps it was time to get going. I'd love to stay and chew the fat, but there's friends waiting for us on the outside. Don't wanna hold up the party, after all. Seeing her like this, all lost and confused, the ex-captain regretted not being able to take her with him. But he had his orders. The king's plans were not to be disturbed, oh no, not for anything. Well, unless the king felt like it. Pity. He really would have liked to play with her a little more. Maybe later, after things had died down. When she would be able to appreciate what he had to tell her more. Now that was something he had been looking forward to for years. Ichimaru molted out of his soul skin. When her breath hitched at the return of his presence, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, as he had so many times before. I'll see ya real soon, Rukia-chan. Then he turned and walked away. Rukia watched him go. It's all over. He's got the key. Aizen wins. He's going to invade Nirvana, and kill the king. He doesn't even need to bother with Karakura Town anymore, or even us. Everything we've tried to do to prevent this was for nothing. Because of me. She stared at that white robe dwindling into the distance. So like a captain's. The mark that let you do whatever you wanted. Except. He wasn't anymore. Kukaki shuddered. And she thought. If I let him go, people will suffer and die needlessly. Because of him. It's not the first time. I've allowed this man to walk away from crimes I know he committed 100 times now. But that was different. That was when he was a respected figure in this world. A captain. A leader. The Council of 46 stood up for him. They excused every single wicked thing he did, without ever consulting us. But those people are dead now, aren't they? In fact, he's the one who killed them. They can't protect him now, with their proclamations and dismissal of charges. It's ironic, really. I thought about this before. The White Cloak doesn't protect any of those three now. If they commit a crime, they have to pay for it. It's the law. What Nii-Sama says we uphold with our lives. All it takes is for someone to step forward and stop them. Anyone. Even me. It has to be me. She reached for Sode no Shirayuki's hilt. But I'm scared. Her fingers stopped moving. I'm scared of him. He's bigger than me, he's stronger, faster, more powerful. And he's evil. Worse than any hollow I've known. Jin Ichimaru is totally and completely evil. And what am I? I'm hesitant. I'm small. Weak. Well-trained, yes, but weak all the same. Skilled in Kido, that's something, but nothing really special. Momo-sensei said I'm good, but she's just being kind. I'm pretty quick, too. Not just footwork, but thinking. Yomishika's always complimented me on that, along with my eyes, my skin, my nose, and hair, heck, pretty much everything about my appearance. And I'm pretty handy at combining those skills. Nii-Sama told me so once, I couldn't believe he actually said it, I could feel my face getting so red. But even before I met any of those people, there was Renji, laughing with me, following me, doing what I told him to get away from bullies. Is that the way you want to live, Kukaki-san? What? Let in the bullies have their way because they're stronger and faster than you. Sode no Shirayuki? Who said that? I don't remember. No reply came from her Zanpakuto. Never speaking out and trying to change the problems you see, for fear that you'll be stepped on and cast aside, with no one to protect you. Rukia didn't know who had spoken those words to her or when, but they caught her attention now. She stared at Jin's retreating form. In spite of the cold she was feeling, her skin was drenched with sweat. Just like the first time she ever laid eyes on him, when the leader of the 6th met the leader of the 3rd. No. He's not a leader. In fact, he never really was. He's just a bully. A sick, vicious, horrible bully who likes to torture people weaker than he is. And I. Her fingers finally touched the blade. I am Rukia Kukaki, a death god and noblewoman. No one has the right to look down on me anymore. And I won't give them a reason to now. The sword came out of its sheath. She didn't stop to notice how the spirit that formed it had not spoken once since he appeared. It hardly mattered. Rukia didn't need any more encouragement right now. Instead she spoke the only words that mattered. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. Just as Jin was about to step into the corridor leading from that chamber, a wall of ice shot up before him, blocking his path. He paused, considering that obstacle without turning around. A sword sheared through his neck. Well, wa de no. Reaching up, the silver-haired delinquent rubbed a hand over his throat. That old phantom pain. He hadn't felt it in the longest time. Not even when Rangiku had placed the edge of her soul cutter to his throat. That told him she had no intention of killing him that day. It had truly been a wonderful feeling. This was nothing of the kind. Coming about, he regarded the grim-faced butterfly standing back where he had left her. She actually had her sword drawn on him. Will wonders never cease? Then Rukia surprised him even more. Return that key to me or die. There was a world of venom and rancor in her voice. Like everything she had kept bottled up throughout the years was finally coming to the surface. It honestly sounded like she wanted him to resist, just for the chance of cutting him down as a result. He observed the girl he first met over 150 years ago, holding a sword and looking to murder him. Yes. That's the way, Rukia. That's how you deal with the ones who scare you. You kill them. And Jin smiled. Don't scare me now, Rukia. Yeah, he chuckled, rounding about to better take her all in. You're right. You're absolutely right, Rukia-chan. It was rude of me to run out on you like that. This here's no chance meeting by accident. You and me, we were meant to be together like this. I feel stupid for not realizing it earlier. Forget Aizen and Yamamoto and all those slobs looking to slaughter one another. This is our time. Just the two of us together, cheek to cheek, dancing our lives away. She had never looked more fabulous. And with that, he started towards her. You listen here, Rukia-chan, he sang, happier than he had felt in months. Don't you dare disappoint me, now. Upon returning to Seoul Society, Kenpei Kizaraki had been surprised to find all of his division members slightly tipsy but nonetheless eager to fight. Not that he had forgotten the promise he made them before leaving, but he had expected some of the newbies to not take him seriously. Apparently his more experienced soldiers had disabused them of that notion. Well, so much for letting off steam on his own men. Too bad. He could have really used an excuse to kill somebody right now. The bell-clad ogre was lying atop a mound of rubble. His boys had erected it in order to give him a better view of the enemy lines. He supposed it was meant to be thoughtful, but seeing all that mass of killing Ryotsu inching its way towards him was slow torture. He would have been more comfortable if they dug a hole and buried him. Now, there's a thought. He could wait for the first line of hollows to get close, then burst out and rip into M. Nah, that would just mean more waiting when the order to attack was given. Being forced to hold back when those three bastards and their shitty little war party were standing right over there was already causing Zaraki to lose whatever sanity he might have had. What the hell was Aizen waiting for, anyway? According to his sweetness Byakuya Kukaki, Karakura town was deserted, so it wasn't possible for them to make the key like they wanted. But if that was the case, why hadn't Sosuke just decided to forget all that nonsense about magic and souls and just attack them already? Could he not react if one of his perfect plans went south for the winter? And when the hell was that droopy-eyed old pecker going to finish all his mumbo-jumbo and bring his precious Division 0 in, anyway? The 11th Squad captain remembered a few of those individuals who had been promoted in his time. He also remembered that he had never been impressed by any of that crew. Who the hell abandons the thrill of the kill to loiter around in some comfy prison and clean a king's bedpan? Didn't seem to jive with what he considered a Shinigami's role. A giggle came from his right, and Kenpei rolled his head to see. He could have lifted the eye patch, but had resolved earlier not to do so until the fighting started. And the lack of any such thing in Hueco Mundo made him leery of jumping the gun. Yachiro, his lieutenant, had apparently dug up some playthings out of the mess they were sitting on, which had been fashioned from several buildings his fighters had demolished. The bubbly imp was hopping excitedly in her seat, never standing still for a second, while before her there swung a collection of brightly colored objects on strings and sticks. The exact word for it escaped him at this time, but he knew it was something people hung over babies' cribs to get them to sleep. Apparently this was having the opposite effect on his ward. After today, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep for a month. Ken-chan, looky. Yachiro was pointing upwards. Zaraki obeyed her instruction. Floating overhead was a tiny little glowing green ball that bobbed and fluttered like it was sick. Or maybe drunk. He knew exactly where this would lead, and to stave it off, he blew out his breath, and the puny dot went sailing off once more, propelled by his Ryotsu. Ah, Ken-chan, I wanted us to catch it. His pink-haired partner pouted. Forget it, the 11th Division captain groused and rubbed his eye patch. We've got work ahead of us. There was no chance she would go off on her own without him. He knew well enough by now that his most faithful supporter wouldn't leave his side for anything less than a death match. And those were in bizarrely short supply, considering the size of the army he had been asked to lead, much less fight. Whose idea of warfare was this, anyway? I was hoping after all those bureaucratic moles bought it in their den, I'd be seeing a lot more action than usual. But these last few months it's been like Yamamoto's seeing traitors everywhere, and he's keeping everybody on an even tighter leash to fight that perceived threat. Didn't he know putting your heel on a man's throat was what had led to things getting this way in the first place? Ah, hell, who cares? Not like anybody would pay attention to me if I said something. Most people just noticed him enough to stay out of his way, and that suited Zaraki just fine. Speaking of not talking. He cast a look down at the sword laying beside him. Hey. You ready to talk to me yet? Silence. You're not afraid to speak up around me like everybody else, are you? Total silence. I bet you are. I bet you're shaking in your steel right now. Absolute silence. Not falling for it, huh? The silence told him his answer was no. Whatever. Thought I'd give it a try. Works on all the other pricks I know. No response. Lacing his hands behind his head and staring at the sky, the afterlife's greatest swordsman muttered, "Damn it. Isn't anybody fighting anywhere? Wonder if Ichigo was up for a little fun." Attack. Heido number 33, Sakasui. A plume of blue flame roared from her hand, aimed straight at where he stood. Please hit, burn him, let it be over. Instead it went right through him, to explode against the wall of ice. Illusion? No, he just moved so fast he left an afterimage. He's actually... Hey, rookie. The spell activated. Got him. Spinning about, Rukia saw Jin collapsing under the weight of guilt, a green pillory around his neck and two weighted chains clapped to either hand. Mercy, I was right. I was right, I know how he thinks. She had counted on him coming up behind her, because of how much he enjoyed shocking people. He had done it so many times to her, of course she knew how he loved doing it. So before blocking off Jin's escape route she had cast the spell in the air right behind her head, and then hidden it with another Kido spell, Bakudo number 26, Kyoko. This rendered the trap invisible, and Jin had apparently moved in so fast he probably would not have noticed it even if she hadn't done that. But none of that mattered, because it couldn't possibly hold him for long. She had only needed a chance to grab the key and make a run for it. That was the plan. Instead, much to her surprise, the young woman found herself raising her sword over her prisoner's bared neck. Wait, you only wanted to. The executioner's blade fell. She never even saw what came next. Only a flash of green light, and then Jin was standing free, one hand holding the wrist of her sword arm, the other cupping her throat in between two fingers. It felt like a pair of scissors was cradling just below her chin. If he brought them together, he'd cut her windpipe. And he was still smiling, damn him. Now what? Rukia bit him. He wasn't ready to kill her yet. That's how she knew what he'd let her get away with. So the tiny girl jerked her head back and then snapped it forward, sinking her teeth as hard as she could into the muscle just below his little finger. It felt like her incisors might crack. She didn't even break the skin, but she could taste it. Warm and salty meat. This registered in the same instant she recognized his hold on her arm had slackened somewhat, and in that moment, she let go of Sode no Shirayuki, allowing it to fall. The white ribbon danced on its fount, then wrapped tightly around his arm, converting the plunge into an arc. That was all she needed. Letting go of his hand, Rukia slid her tiny wrist, slippery with sweat, free from his steel grip. Tsukishiro. Her sword's first dance sprang up beneath them, encasing the snow-white figure in a tomb of ice. The other person inside that prison moved through the glacier, which gave way behind her. This was her element, after all, it responded to her need. There hadn't been time to grab the box as she had hoped, and there wasn't any now. Coming out of the circumference of the white circle, she recognized he would be free in seconds. Swiftly the incantation fell from her lips. "Ya Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, Ya who bears the name of man." Rukia had trained over the years to get the words out right as fast as she could, and now more than ever she needed that talent. On the wall of blue flame, inscribe a twin lotus. In the abyss of conflagration, wait at the far heavens. Heido number 73, Soren Sokesui. This was the most powerful destruction magic spell Rukia could lay claim to having mastered. As she uttered the last phrase, a double blast of cold fire howled from her palms straight at the frozen fiend. The pillar shattered, exploding at the base and raining down ice shards all around. He's not dead. I wish he was, but he isn't. Maybe not even hurt. I have to keep going. 400 steps down from the mountain's crest, 300 stones to build a tomb. One wish to safeguard the soul to the underworld. Look upon my works, Yeloli, and rejoice. Bakudo 69, Rising Mountain CRYST-. A sword flew at her from the glistening devastation. Her training kicked in, and without thinking Rukia reached out to catch it by the handle. Instantly she recognized the feel of her own Zanpakuto. For a princess, yeah, fight pretty dirty. Like a tiger preparing to pounce, Ichimaru stood a little back from where she had left him. There wasn't even a scratch to speak of, not so much as a tear in his clothing. His arms were crossed over his chest, and that teasing smirk held just an ounce of reproach. He hadn't even bothered to cast a spell yet, much less draw his weapon. She looked down at her own. It felt cold and almost set against her skin. "I'm sorry I let him touch you." No response came. "You got a strong bite, yeah, know that, Rukia-chan. Really left your mark on me." Kukaki raised her head and stared at him. "What game should we play next, huh?" Reaching into his coat, Ichimaru withdrew the box and tossed it up in the air. It was like he was begging her to come and take it from him. It might be possible to trap the maniac in this place if she set up the right type of barriers. Then she could escape and possibly get help. But there was no guarantee he couldn't just form a Garganta and escape that way. Right now the only thing keeping him from returning to Aizen with his prize was her. As long as she remained active and alive, he wouldn't leave it unfinished. She had a feeling that this fight meant something personal to Jin. It could be the culmination of his own twisted feelings towards her, whatever they might prove to be. Rukia was positive that she did not want to know the answer to that mystery. But he did feel something in regards to her, a weird sort of possessiveness that she had felt every time he looked at her or draped his arm around her shoulder. "Like he thinks he owns me. I've played your game for a long time now, former captain. It's one only you can win. So let me see if I can't change the rules." With that, Kukaki Rukia laid her sword down and began to remove her clothes. She didn't look at Jin while she was doing this, but she swore she could feel his surprise. When she had untied the obi around her waist and the shiakusho fell open slightly, he whistled, low and inviting. It caused her to duck her head. But instead of stopping, she kept on going. After a few moments, her traditional Black Death God attire was held in one hand, leaving the petite maiden standing in her white underrobe. She let the sign of her office fall to the ground, and bent over to retrieve Shirayuki. Righting herself, Rukia held the blade point up before her face. A sweep of the blade, some no mai, Tsukishiro. And the floor froze, expanding out until it passed Jin's feet and reached the other side of the room. He glanced casually down at his shoes encased in icicles. But if he had been expecting another pillar of frost to rise up, he was mistaken. She had complete control of her weapon, and she used it now. Ichimaru Jin. The silver head came up. "Yeah, Rukia-chan." She pointed the white blade at him. "I've been dreading this moment for years. I'm holding my sword on him for the first time. Hopefully it will also be the last. Defend yourself." The bottom of Rukia's sandals turned to ice, and she launched herself across the frozen chamber, streaking along like an Olympic skater. The slick sheet of ice combined with her own footwork to maximize shunpo, and faster than thought she was crouched behind him, sword licking out to aim at the tendons of his Achilles heel. He moved, breaking free of the frozen trap without effort and flitting aside so that all she cut was his shadow. Kukaki followed immediately. Sode no Shirayuki carved through the air in pursuit of his flesh, but Jin simply dodged and ducked away from it, never out of breath, lips pressed in a tight smile. His hidden eyes seemed able to predict every move she might make, and his steps were apparently unhindered by the frozen ground. After he dodged the lunging tip of her blade for the umpteenth time, Rukia spun about on her heel, sliding in a circle around him, carefully measuring his reactions. Her feet were moving faster, of that she had no doubt, but her senses were still at the same level. When he reacted, it was all she could do just to keep his image from disappearing altogether. Jin was just too fast. Not even in Shikai mode yet, and there was no keeping up with him. There was that, though. He hadn't bothered to attack her even once. Of course, there was no reason for him to take this fight seriously, considering everything he knew about her. It was still just a game to him. "And here's my next move." Of a sudden she planted her sword into the ground and used it as a post to leap as high into the air as she could. Jin's head came up, but he chose not to follow her, remaining where he was in preparation for her upcoming assault. Hado #98. Rukia called out loudly. Below her, she could see something that might be an indication of surprise at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the high number of that incantation. Clearly he knew what it meant, and Jin tensed visibly for a second. It apparently hadn't dawned on him that she never even spoke the full preface for such a powerful attack. But it kept his attention on her, that's what counted. Good thing, because the young enchantress had no idea how that spell actually went. Instead she shouted, "Melt!" At her command, the ice covering the floor disappeared in an instant. Already about to move, Jin swayed slightly at the sudden change in his terrain. In that same moment, the sleeping Kido spell drawn onto her discarded robe was freed from the ice she had caught it in. She had mouthed it while her head was bowed during the disrobing and hidden it on the inside of her clothes. Without a sound, the white lightning of Byakurai lanced out, drawn to the guiding glyph set into the pommel of her sword. She had calculated their relative positions during her earlier attempts to strike him, and here was the result. The electrical charge struck Jin squarely in the back, and he stiffened. Rukia doubted any real damage had been done, but it caused him to take his eyes off her, and in that instant, the last part of her combination came into play. Heido number 1, show. The driving pressure of this attack was not focused at him, but directly behind herself. Although painful, the blow succeeded in launching her down at exactly the right angle with tremendous speed. Then she was right in front of him, and Rukia twisted around, sending her foot lashing out just as she had been taught. All her weight and inertia converted into the force behind that one blow. It caught Ichimaru on the chin with a crack and sent his head spinning around. While she was exulting at her success, the exuberant combatant suddenly felt a hand wrap around her ankle. The next thing she knew, Rukia was flung through the air like a sack of rice, colliding violently with the wall. She rebounded off it, finally rolling to a stop, and only then did the agony set in. It felt like her leg had been wrenched out of its socket. Added to that was the feeling that the left side of her head might have cracked, along with some ribs. Was that it, she wondered? One counter-attack and I'm finished? Hardly seemed believable, but sweet heaven, it had been so strong. He really had been playing with her up till this point. She was in so much pain. But when her attacker suddenly appeared beside her, Rukia sensed that the game truly was over. He knelt down, and she tensed in expectation of further punishment. Instead all she felt was warmth. Cracking open an eye, the broken Shinigami found that Ichimaru was holding one glowing hand out over her. The field of energy it produced was absorbing into her wounds, healing them completely. When it was done, her attendant got up, turned around and sauntered casually away. Disbelieving, Rukia managed to struggle to a crouch. On her hands and knees, she watched him go. Why? Why did he do it? He had me cold, it was all over. What more does he want from me? Reaching out a hand to the wall, she used it as leverage, leaning against it to drag herself upright. It was painful going. Apparently injuries this severe didn't go away just like that unless you had someone like Orium or Anohana seeing to them. Recovery spells ain't really my forte. She remembered him saying that once. At last Rukia had managed to get back on her feet, and stood panting with her back pressed into the mausoleum wall. Walking back towards the exit, Jin suddenly stopped. There was a blur of white, and she only heard one word distinctly. Shinso. And something drove in between Rukia's legs. She couldn't move, couldn't react even in the slightest. Her body had gone completely numb. Everything in her field of vision narrowed down to the ghost standing in the center of the room, and the ludicrously long sword that was extending out from his grasp. Her eyes automatically followed down the length of that shaft, watching as it grew closer, larger. Then her gaze fell to fixate on a spot below, where Shinso's point had pierced the white fabric directly betwixt her thighs. It was horrific, really. And still, all she could do was stare, waiting for the pain to come, to see blood staining the immaculate expanse of her robe. But nothing of the sort took place. She could feel that weapon's power throbbing against her body, but it didn't touch her. The blade had come within a hair's breadth of contact with her flesh. And that was all. Then the sword jerked out, and she couldn't suppress a whimper. Shinso retracted to the length of an ordinary wakizashi once more, and Jin laid the blade aside of his cheek. Warm. He mused airily. At the sound of his voice, Rukia found she could breathe again, and move. Trembling, she raised her head to him. There wasn't a bruise to be seen on his face, nor a hair out of place. Not even a speck of blood to mar that weirdly beautiful smile he directed at her. "Did I scare ya, Rukia-chan?" Jin clucked his tongue in commiseration. "Ah, that's a shame. 'Cause really." And the smile became a leer. "I'm just startin' to have fun over here." To be continued. Chapter 25, Fox's Prey, Forgive Them You Know Not. Captain. Withdrawing his attention from the troops standing before him, Byakuya turned to find Renji coming upon him. The captain looked away just as quickly. "You should not be here, Abarai. Our commands cannot be deserted for even a moment. Return to your post at once." "Sir, it's about Rukia." This caused the noble countenance to turn in his direction once more. "What of her?" His pointy-haired pupil was regarding him with that focused intensity he always had around Byakuya. "I wanted to ask you where she went. I'm told that another lieutenant escorted her back into Siriti as soon as we returned. Was this something you decided on? Why did everyone he knew keep implying that he was coddling Rukia?" It was somewhat bothersome, and this topic was already a sensitive subject for him. The Commander-General himself is looking after her well-being at this time, Fukutai-ku. If you think yourself better suited to protect her, feel free to take it up with him. I'm not. And Renji took a deep breath. You are. This caused the nobleman surprise. He directed his attention towards the burning eyes of the man who stood before him, and was outright shocked when Renji proceeded to kneel in the dirt at his feet. "Teiku, I did some thinking since we left Hueco Mundo," the penitent spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. "You know that I'm willing to lay down my life for her if need be. It's my determination to see that Rukia survives this war. But I recognize what we're up against, and I also understand that my level of skill may not be up to that task." He then turned fierce brown orbs up to regard his captain. "It may offend you to be asked this by anyone, but I would like to have your word that you will protect her if I fall today. Whatever pride and strength I possess I intend to lay on the line out there. That may be no different than any other Shinigami, I'll admit. But whether my life ends in triumph or defeat, I am certain that it will have no meaning unless I know that Rukia survives to hear of it. In order to fight at one's strongest, there must be something worthwhile at the end of the battle. Though I recognize it is a needless request, my soul insists that I make it, even if by doing so I lessen both of our dignities. I'm asking you, Lord Byakuya Kukaki, to use your power in assurance that anything I accomplish today is not done in vain." Renji then touched his forehead to the earth. "Please." The soldiers who had backed off to give their leaders space to converse watched this display curiously. Byakuya could hear them whispering among themselves. "You're certainly correct about soiling my dignity with this display, Renji. And yet, to be honest, I understand completely where you are coming from. How much would I have given to have someone dependable to turn to and make such a request, back when your Yuaki was charged with capital crimes and sentenced to death? Or when Hisuna became ill and there was nothing I could do for her? Or yes, even when Rukia herself fell underneath the headsman's axe. For all my declarations of honor and pride, I must admit that had someone reached out a hand to me at those times, my heart would have yearned to accept it. Actually, someone did offer to save Rukia. It was the man in front of you, along with Ichigo Kurosaki. Your response was to try and kill them, if I am not mistaken." Silence. I am appreciating this man's true worth for perhaps the first time. Simply noting the hypocrisy. I will deal with you at a later date, Senbonzakura. Out loud, Byakuya simply stated. "Stand up, Lieutenant Abarai." When his junior officer did so, the head of their division affixed him with a steely-eyed gaze that gave no indication of approval one way or another. "You are correct in stating that asking such a thing from me is a waste of breath. I have taken measures to safeguard Rukia's well-being that you remain unaware of to this day. Out of respect for your devotion to my sister, I will not take you to task for your display. Return to your position with the assurance that you may fight to your utmost on the field of battle." Renji came upright. "Thank you, sir." Dismissed. The king of the streets turned and sped on his way, while the Prince of Paradise watched him go. When Renji was out of sight, he turned back to study the looming grey walls of his home. She must be safe. Yamamoto is with her. How could anything go wrong? The blade missile exploded the stone directly in front of her, sending Rukia tumbling from the force of its impact. She was on her feet in an instant, attempting to remember the lines of a Kido spell for catching and binding an opponent, but screaming steel once again took up all of her attention, and she was forced to throw herself to one side to avoid it. Shinso returned humming to Ichimaru's hand, and he stood watching her patiently. Clinging to the hilt of Shirayuki embedded point first into the ground, Rukia slumped against the blade, sobbing in one great lungful after another. Deep blue eyes were fixed on her torturer. She didn't dare take them away for an instant. If it hadn't been clear before who had the upper hand, the mystery was now solved. And it most certainly was not the lady from the house of Kukaki. There was not so much as a nick on her skin that she had gotten directly from Shinso. The captain-class Zanpakuto moved with a speed and dexterity that far outstripped her own, and yet she had always managed to just avoid it. Rukia was not deceived, however. This state of affairs was due more to the weapon's wielder than her own determined efforts. Their game was not over, he had simply deemed her ready to graduate to the next level. In this stage of their courtship, it was not a matter of seeing how well she performed against him, but more how long she could hold out. It had proven impossible to retake the offensive once Jin had deployed his Shikai. His previously hideous strength had now entered the realms of outright invincibility. Any spell he allowed her to cast was easily countered, every strategy rendered meaningless. Close quarters fighting was not permitted, though how much good it would have done her was debatable. Apparently this was to be a long-distance battle from now on. At that point Jin seemed to grow bored, and from the middle of the room, he whipped Shinso out in a wide arc. The Shikai was fully extended in the blink of an eye, and his casual swing tore a line straight across the entire circumference of the room's wall. The buzzsaw blade passed in a rush just over her head, and she could feel the wind ruffling her hair, making the spent spellcaster close her eyes and hold onto her sword for dear life. After that he went back to watching her. Perhaps he felt it was time for her to make the next move. Not to be outdone, and finding some measure of strength returning to her sore, aching muscles, Rukia clambered upright. A swirl of cold vapor collected around her, and the sword maiden gripped her weapon tightly. He hasn't broken me. Not yet, anyway. I'm still ready to fight. With that thought in mind, she stabbed the tip of her soul cutter 4 times into the ground, forming identical candles of cold each time. Taking her stance with sword cocked trembling before her, the fighter from Inazuri called upon those flames to gather before her. Tsuji no Mai, she rasped, throat searing with cold and pain. Hakuren. A cone of winter's cruelest snowstorm then hurtled across the space between them, intending to freeze to death all life that lay in its path. Jin made no move to avoid it. He remained where he was, a demonic Jack Frost, smiling at his approaching end. Less than a yard away, his sword arm rose, and Shinso shot forth. Glowing shaft met gleaming ice, and the former exploded through the latter in a thunderous detonation, pale energy seemingly gobbling up every fleck of snow it hadn't scattered off to the sides. The dire edge tore straight through her attack, right along its length, and before she could even feel despair at this, Rukia found herself being pricked lightly on the nose by the lengthy katana's tip. She remained in her previous position, eyes dull from weariness, her white sword held parallel to his much greater one. For a moment she imagined just sliding forward and letting the thing impale her head and be done with it all. It was hatred that spurred her to pull back and strike the hovering implement away, the clang of their contact echoing as Shinso returned to its master. Damn it, Rukia thought, legs trembling beneath her, seeming to demand she take a rest. But I can't. Mustn't show any weakness before him. If I do, the game's over, and he kills me. As long as I can keep him occupied here, it's not in vain. Something might happen to turn the tables on this maniac. Yeah, right, another part of her threw back. What do you expect, for Ichigo to come running into the room and blow him away with a Getsuga Tensho? Aren't you tired of letting other people save you? Remember how good it felt to be the one to finish off the Novena Espada, and to prune that snobbish bastard Ridobon? Imagine how great it would feel to walk all over Ichimaru's torn carcass too. While I'm imagining things, I'd like a strawberry sundae and a brace of rabbits. White ones. Getting tired, Rukia-chan. Kukaki peered at the face of her opponent, black hair falling into her eyes. It was too much effort to raise a hand, so she simply blew them out of her vision. What am I going to do? I can't kill him. I can't fight him. So what's left? Fuck him. Not while I'm alive. If you can't beat M, join M. Again, a fate worse than death. Do I even have any options I like here? Why should I bother trying? Because there's nobody else, that's why. She looked around the darkened room, panting and curiously lightheaded. He said it himself, didn't he? This is our time together. We're meant to get all the old business out of the way before we step forward into the future. I've covered for this monster's misdeeds long enough, haven't I? No more excuses to hide behind. He's a villain and a murderer, and if anybody has a reason to see him dead, it's me. After everything he's done, to people I love and those I couldn't care less about, I have to find a way to stop this sickness from spreading any further than it already has. Right? So what, then? Charge him and hope he falls asleep before I make it there? That's a stupid tactic, sacrificing yourself. I'm tired of that thoughtless Bushido crap. Isn't there some other way to win? What did you say to me that first time we fought, Shirayuki? Remember, back in Hollow Bog? Something like, it's not always about one person sacrificing themselves to. She stopped. Wait a minute. Back then, that's right. I completely forgot about that, it was so long ago. I'm the only one who knows, aren't I? Maybe that's why I'm here. Nobody else could. It's possible fate really does exist. But I have to get in close. Will he let me? That depends on whether he thinks I'm still a threat. You call it quits then, Rukia-chan. That's for you to decide, isn't it? With that she lifted her weapon, and giving the loudest scream she possibly could, Rukia took 2 steps forward and hurled her sword at him. Apparently he hadn't been expecting that, but it made no difference, as the weapon barely even made it half the distance between them before falling to the stone with a clang. Those slit eyes studied the beautiful blade lying in the dust before returning to its owner. Rukia took a deep breath. All the fear was pushed to the back of her mind. Ichigo always said I'm a terrible actor. Time to prove him wrong. What do you want? She said it forcefully enough to make him pause and examine her. In that time, she started to move towards him. What do you want, Ichimaru? Tell me. Kukaki took another step forward, finding it somewhat easier to keep going than it had been to start. You've been hovering around me for years, keeping me guessing as to why. Isn't it time to put an end to it? Why don't you just come right out and tell me? Now, Rukia-chan, Jin drawled sweetly, where would be the fun in just telling you? What are you afraid of? She shot back, limping and struggling, almost at the halfway point. To emphasize her helplessness, she raised her hands to show that they remained empty. He cocked his head thoughtfully. What makes you think I'm the one who needs to be afraid in this situation? Nii-sama says it's impolite to answer a question with a question. He also says you're scared. The memory came to her with the clarity of inspiration. He says that Zaraki told him you're terrified of dying, and you didn't deny it. The edge of his smile dipped slightly, and Shinso raised to point at her. I think you've gone far enough there, Rukia-chan. Any further and I might start to get worried. He hadn't shot her down. This really could work. Just keep talking. Amazing. Who would have thought you'd be this easy to rattle? If I'd known beforehand, I would have tried it years ago. When his brows knit together somewhat, she forced herself to smile. It's just like teasing Ichigo. You even look a little like him right now, you know. Rukia-chan, knock it off. It's pathetic watching you try to be devious. Come to think of it, if there's nothing else you've got, I guess I might as well. What, kill me? Only a few steps away, now. Even better. If I'm going to die, I won't be able to tell anybody else. So there's no reason for you not to explain, what is it you've always wanted from me, Ichimaru? The smile was really just a slight raise to his lips now. There wasn't anything real behind it, not joy, humor, or even viciousness. Was this how Jin looked when he was worried? Fascinating. It ain't that easy, Rukia-ch. Not my body, that's for sure. The huntress slowed her pace as she drew closer to her prey. Kian told me you know her, the third seat in my division? Kind of a gossip. Well, she told me that you've been seen sneaking around Lieutenant Matsumoto's room, so we always figured you were into Busta Western-style beauties, not itty-bitty little. His hand snaked out and grabbed her by the throat, yanking her off the ground. Rukia stared down into his eyes. The smile was back full force, and it was filled with hate. For some reason, she felt certain this was the look he wore when he was butchering all those people in Central 46. That had clearly been personal to him, and so was this. If I tell you what you wanna know, it means I gotta kill ya. Is that what you want, Rukia Kukaki? Do you want me to kill you? He brought Shinso up and pointed it at her eye. They were so close now, with him holding her off the ground at arm's length. Not good. She had to get right up against his body. Clenching her eyes shut, Rukia gritted her teeth, trying to ignore the sharpened steel spirit hovering near her head. And she whispered the only thing that came to mind in this situation. Araniro. One silvery eyebrow lifted. What'd ya say? Aririri. What about him? He sounded interested. When she gasped, falling limp in his grip, Jin drew her in closer. Spit it out, Rukia-chan, I'm all ears. Right up against him, his sword hovering where she could feel it. He had brought her in. Beneath his eye level, she slowly extended middle and index finger. D. She choked on it, really choked. Speak up now, I can't hear you. Rukia blindly positioned her fingers at the spot she remembered. D. And at last she got it out. Disorobu. As she said it, a small spike of ice, born not of Kido but her own personal power, encased the two fingers, and with all her strength she thrust it towards his abdomen. It pierced the cloth of his inner robe, outer robe, then reached the captain's impervious reishi-rich skin. And sank right in. Jin gasped in shock as he felt his flesh give way before her. As for Rukia, she was remembering something else. This same experience, decades ago, after the incident at Hollow Bog when Ichimaru had received a minor wound supposedly defending her from a hollow. He had insisted she repay him by healing it herself, but before she could begin, he forced her to place her fingers into the wound, just to add to her horror from that day. Rukia had been half dead with fear, loathing the feel of his hot intestines slipping across her fingertips. But the other half, the one that could still think, was doing so. And it saw a chance. So then, in those few precious seconds that she was allowed to work, she had used her fingertips to inscribe a tiny sleeping Kido rune inside his body. It was the rune for dissolve. She had proceeded to heal Jin afterwards, so well even he was pleased by it. And therefore her energy had been a small part of his flesh for years, tied to the rune she had left inside his body. It had been instinct that caused her to do this. Her talents at Kido were well known, and when presented with an opportunity, she had taken it. If it ever seemed like Jin was going to do more than just tease and torment her, if she honestly believed that he was going to hurt her in truth, that tiny secret existed, one she might use to surprise him long enough to get away or find help. Over the years, the memory of her trump card had faded, until this desperate situation had brought it back. Around her fingers, the girl could feel blood coming out of the wound she had just made. The skin of his Ryotsu had grown over that wound throughout the years, but it was thin compared to the rest of his body. It was the only weak spot she could find, because she was the one who created it. Rukia's eyes opened. Jin's smile was gone. He was staring down, eyes still closed, almost mesmerized by the sight of blood coming out of his body. She felt his grip on her throat loosen, and squirming, she managed to drop down. Her other hand darted up, into his coat, and emerged a moment later with the box containing the key. Withdrawing her digits with a wet popping sound, the valiant warrior turned and raced away. Snatching up Sode no Shirayuki, she came about and made for the exit as fast as her feet could take her, heart in her mouth and triumph on her tongue. I beat him. Jin stared, aghast. Blood? She stabbed me. That's my blood. How? That little witch, I'm going to. He spoke the words without bothering to think about it. Bankai. 7th seat Yamada-san, hurry up. Third seat Yasakika Imura shouted gruffly. You're falling behind. I'm sorry, sir, Hanataro wheezed, trooping through the halls of the makeshift medical unit they had erected by the western gate. What's with you, man? His superior demanded as their troop came to a halt and the scrawny doctor bent over clutching his knees. You're gasping like you're missing a lung. Yeah, the underling panted, sweat dripping off his face. But she was worth it. What? Nothing. Officer Yasakika adjusted his silver spectacles, frowning mightily. Yamada-san, you worry me. In light of your current condition, with you somehow contriving to be even more feeble than usual, I'm reassigning you to be in charge of the emergency suture brigade. This means you are not to attempt any major surgery on your own. The pale-faced paramedic lifted a warning finger before the lesser officer's nose. If they're gravely wounded, just do a low-level healing and add in a dissolve charm beforehand so that we can wipe it away along with any mistakes you might have made once it's time to do some real healing. Sure. Whatever you say. Imura-san. A bit nettled at having this punishment be so casually received by the normally whiny Yamada, the third seat then scanned the faces of his colleagues and spoke in clipped tones. The rest of you, you know your assignments. Do the 4th Division proud. Yes, sir. They all responded, and began to troop off. As they passed him doubled over in the corridor, one man stopped and knelt beside Hanataro. Say, Yamada-san. Why, yeah. When exactly did you lose your left ear? I'll tell you later. A wall shot up in front of her, blocking her escape, but Rukia had already collapsed from the power that had just been unleashed. Incredible. He really did it. He went Bankai just to get me. Well, I suppose that's something to be proud of. As this force pummeled her to the ground, Rukia suddenly realized that for all that she had feared Ichimaru, it had never been enough. Mere fright couldn't begin to describe what this presence engendered in her. Not if he was capable of this. Managing to raise her head, the girl saw her own despondent features staring back at her. It's a mirror. That's what came out of the ground. Big enough and high enough to fill the whole corridor. And it wasn't just herself reflected in those depths. Behind her, where Ichimaru had stood, there now appeared to be a fort of some kind. Made up of enormous shards of glass that resembled knives, they clustered all around the center of the room in a fractured cone, reaching up to stab the ceiling. Everything around her appeared in dozens of different variations, and the blue light shone faintly in its depths. As she stared, the blood-spattered hem of a white robe stepped in from one side of the glass, and her heart froze. Turning to look in that direction, however, Rukia could see no one. But he was there. In the reflection. Jin Ichimaru, smiling down at her once more like nothing had happened. His pristine uniform was still stained with blood, but it appeared to have healed. Shinso was still in one hand, now at a regular length for a katana. But other than that, just what was going on here? The image of her enemy smiled, and mouthed a few words. There was no sound to come with it, however, and the crumpled waif stared blankly at him. In response, the captain raised a finger, wagging it slowly from side to side. Then his saber licked out, and a cut appeared on her cheek. Rukia bolted upright, galvanized by the threat. She didn't even plan on striking back, only of getting away. But when he appeared to follow her, she raised a hand weakly and intoned, Heido number 1, show. Intending to push the invisible enemy away from her, she was instead struck by a blow that catapulted her through the air, to again smack against a wall. Weakly she slumped to the granite, feeling its coolness and her pain acutely. What happened? Did he cast a counter spell? I didn't hear or see anything, it was more like my own magic reflected back at me. Kukaki looked over then, to where the monolith now dominated this vault. She could see herself in it from a number of angles. But only in one of them could she find its master, and he was standing right beside her. Disbelief was proving harder to overcome than she had thought. With that in mind, the black-haired Shinigami found herself reaching out to try and touch him where he appeared to be standing. In response, Jin knelt down, and held out a hand. In the reflection, her fingers encountered his, but nothing registered to her touch. It looked like he was speaking once more. Then Ichimaru reached up to quickly draw his blade across her palm, and scarlet blood flowed. The wound burned with pain, and in panicked response Rukia thrust her own Zanpakuto at him. What was intended to reach his heart was off due to her weakness, and instead cut into his shoulder. At the exact same instant, she felt a sword slide into her own body, and now it was her robe running red down her chest. The pain helped. It finally hit her then. Mirrors. Reflections. This is Jin's Bankai. His body no longer exists in this world anymore, or if it does, it can't be reached. If you attack his image in the glass, you experience the same injury, while he remains safe. It actually makes sense. If he really is afraid of death, this is the best way to protect himself. Let anyone who tries to take his life kill themselves. Or do it himself at his leisure. Our game is still ongoing. A split appeared in the fabric covering her thigh, and began weeping blood. Frantically Rukia rolled away, trying to stay out of his reach. But in doing so, she ran smack into another mirror that came up out of the ground. The girl scrambled upright, thinking desperately. Could the process be reversed? If she stabbed herself, would Jin experience her injuries in her place? To test this idea, she reached up and pinched her cheek hard. Pain blossomed, and that was enough to make her discount that risky idea altogether. Funny, she thought. I'm not really feeling afraid anymore. Weak, and woozy, maybe even a little intrigued. After all, how often does one get to see a captain's Bankai in action? But still, not afraid. That helps. By not panicking, I can try to figure out a way to... What? Beat him? Win through? Why not? The only other alternative is to sit down and die. A long, shallow cut sliced down her back, and Rukia sprang away. He followed her. Everywhere she went, Jin was right behind. It was like a nightmare. No matter how you try to run or hide, the monster always knows where you are. It's just playing with you, letting you hear its footsteps, its breath. No, stop it, don't lose to just the idea of him. I'm done letting him walk all over me, remember? He's the criminal, I'm the one with the power to pass judgment on him. Maybe if I break the mirrors themselves? As another one came up in front of her, Rukia raised Sode no Shirayuki and slammed its hilt into the flat surface. What she got for this effort was a painful blow to her temple, and the realization that these things were not glass, but polished steel. Well, of course. That would have been too easy. Crouching on the floor, something punched into her shoulder, and Rukia couldn't keep in her first full-blown scream. There was no blood on Ichimaru's blade when he withdrew it, but that didn't stop him from mimicking her cry with that deadly silent laughter he now had. While he was absorbed in watching her clutch her arm in pain, Rukia finally had a good idea. Bakudo #21, she gritted from between clenched teeth. Sekienten. Both palms slammed into the ground, and immediately a large cloud of red smoke emerged. It filled virtually half the chamber, and without bothering to think Rukia was off. The best way to test your theories is to put yourself in them. Something Mayuri had been fond of saying on her trips to his lab. If I get out of this, I'm going to hire him to specifically design a way to kill a mirror man. One of the shiny metal implements rose before her, and Rukia caught a vague, unclear glimpse of what might be herself in its depths. There was a flash of white beside her, but without waiting for it to appear fully, she was around it. No new wounds opened up in her, and hope blossomed briefly. Maybe I can make it. If he has to see you in the reflections to attack, I just might stand a chance. Another pain shot up to one side of her path, but before she could dodge, a tornado erupted from it. The wind caught her up and sent her flying back to the center of the room, dissipating the smoke in the process. Rukia lay on her side, gasping and almost delirious from the sensation of being whirled around helplessly. I think that was another Kido spell. Orchid Sky, maybe. So he can still do those even when in this form? Hell, is there absolutely no weakness this thing has? Certainly explains why nobody's killed Ichimaru before now, I always wondered about that. Sode no Shirayuki was still firmly clenched in her hand, and reaching up, the battered lady encountered the feel of the box tucked into her breast pocket. Are you done, Ichimaru? She announced wearily. Shall we continue now? Riling him up couldn't make things any worse, could it? A moment later she was proven wrong, as her entire body stiffened in burning pain, paralyzing her. When Kukaki finally managed to open her eyes, she found in the side of the tower's reflection that she was glowing in a red outline. Bakudo number 9, she realized distantly. Constricts the target while harming them at the same time. A simpler version of Red Throat Flytrap, if I recall Momo-sensei's lecture correctly. Things had gotten worse. Apparently her nemesis was through playing around. Mirrors shot up on the other 3 sides, encasing her all around. In the one before her, there appeared the Kitsune. He was standing at her back, grinning merrily. Then Jin dropped down, and wrapped an arm around her neck. Rukia felt nothing, in any way. All her emotions had drained away, leaving her helpless in his clutch. I brought this on myself, she thought. I knew it was suicide to fight him, but I did it anyway. Why? For pride? Because I seriously thought this monster could fall to my blade? Or do I really have a death wish like some people say? The answers to these questions didn't seem to be evident. All that came clear was a prickle of dread along her already screaming nerves, as Ichimaru leaned his head into her ear. He said something to her then, smiling all the while. The noblewoman had never excelled at reading lips, and now was no different. Whatever it might have been would have to stay locked in his mind. Abruptly Jin laid a quick kiss on her cheek. There was not even so much as a lingering sensation to mark this gesture, one that could never be mistaken for affection. The sword in his hand decreased in length, until once more it was the size of a Tonto dagger. This he reached around and placed with the tip pointing at her heart. I'm going to die. I failed everyone, and now I'm going to die for real. I'm sorry I couldn't do more than this. There was a pressure against her chest, and Rukia realized it was the black box, being pressed against her by the point of his knife. Apparently realizing this as well, the killer smiled and shook his head, before simply transferring his weapon over to her other side. Now when his lips moved, there was no mistaking what he said. Bye-bye, Rukia-chan. There's no fear. I can die at peace. He can't take that away from me after all. Abruptly images flashed through her mind, hundreds upon hundreds of different people and places she remembered. Inuyasuri, Renji, the old gang, school, Momo, and Kira, Byakuya, Kai and Shiba and his wife, Yumichika, Urahara, the girls in her human school, and finally, Ichigo. Seeing his face, a pain grew in her chest like no other, and Rukia couldn't hold back a sob. As if waiting for this moment, her executioner smiled. He then drove the knife in. She barely even felt it. Blood spattered onto the ground, down her chest, running warm over her cheek. Wait. My cheek? Coming back to the present, Rukia blinked, in time to see Jin Ichimaru rising up behind her. He wasn't smiling anymore. Instead, his face was contorted in an awful scream, and blood was pouring down the right side of his chest. It spilled out, not just in the reflection, but onto the ground and herself as well. What's happening? Did he miss me somehow and stab himself? As Ichimaru howled soundlessly in that flat pain, she realized that her body was free. The bonds constricting her had broken. Looking at him in total incomprehension, Rukia reached up a hand to the place where his knife should have entered. There was a small hole in the robe, and she could feel something hard in there, an object she hadn't even recognized before. What is that? Reaching in, the maiden's fingers encountered something flat and rather warm, probably from her body heat. When she withdrew it, Kukaki Rukia saw a person who looked identical to herself peering back. A mirror. A small, bamboo-rimmed mirror. The one she always kept tucked away in her inner robe, ever since she had been given it as a gift from. Before she could complete that thought, Ichimaru raised his sword and brought it chopping down. Acting on instinct, Rukia flung her arms protectively above her head. There was no impact. Instead, more blood spilled out to anoint her skin. In the metal mirror before her, two things were different. 1. Jin was now sporting a shoulder that looked to be cloven in half. And 2. Rukia was no longer visible in it. Shocked, she watched as the white demon stood alone, bleeding and screaming. What is going on? Then slowly it dawned upon her. Lowering her arms, Rukia looked incredulously down at the rounded glass accessory now facing out before her. Within its small surface, she could see herself. And no one else. So that's it. That's how you break the spell of his Bankai. Use another mirror, a real one. Anything else reflective, like a polished sword, or even the reflection in a person's eyes, that wouldn't work. She had held her blade up unthinkingly before, and nothing had happened, even if it did turn light as surely as silvered glass. It had to be a true mirror, and when Jin had driven his ensorcelled blade through her robe, he had exposed this one enough to turn the injury back on him. Of course, it all made sense. That's why no one had ever defeated him before. Who would bother bringing a mirror to a battlefield, much less take it out and look in it? It made no sense to do so, when spiritual perceptions could tell if someone was behind you or not. This right here, in my hand, is the true mirror of the soul. While she was coming to this epiphany, the master magician before her flung himself off to one side, attempting to exit this particular pain. But when his body touched the edge of the wall, it stopped. There was astonishment written large on Ichimaru's features. After seeing this, Rukia stood up, holding the mirror out before her. It would seem that he couldn't escape this particular vessel as long as she held up her charm. Nor was he able to turn off his Bankai, or he would have done it by now. Their roles were reversed. Acting on this idea, she slowly raised her sword, and jabbed it in the air towards him. A fresh red flower blossomed on his arm, and Jin clutched the limb, flinging back his head and baring his teeth in a snarl. His eyes were open. They're blue, she realized. Her own were wide as could be, and far darker than his. Her mouth hung open slightly, as though tasting something. Without blinking an eye, Rukia swung her sword again, and blood flowed down his other arm. Again. More down his chest. Again. A cut upon his shrieking face. Again. Again. Again, again, again again. By this point Rukia was screaming herself, like a madwoman. All the terror and frustration she had experienced in this last half hour, maybe in her whole life, was coming to the fore, and the only thing she could see was red. Red everywhere, flowing down his neck, into his hair, all over him. She swung and screeched insanely. I've got you. I've finally got you, you evil bastard. How does it feel? How do you like knowing that you're helpless and at my mercy? Do you enjoy it? Does it feel good, Ichimaru Jin? How do you like being the one getting tortured to death? Damn demon, you go back to hell. There was no grace or artistry to her form now, she swung like a woodcutter hacking at a tree. Jin was stumbling and flailing, but still alive. There was so much blood it was hard to believe he wasn't dead yet. Spitting and snarling, Rukia rained blows down upon his defenseless form, never forgetting to keep the mirror trained on him. He went to his knees now, hands raised above his head while sobs and silent cries fell from his lips. She felt no mercy, and brought the white blade down. Blood spurted from his sword hand, and 2 of his fingers came off. With an unheard wail, Shinso fell from his maimed grip. The sword hit the ground with a loud clatter. And then the screaming tore through her ears. Rukia staggered back, the sound and the sudden lack of tremendous spirit power almost causing her to lose her footing. The instant Jin let go of his Zanpakuto in the mirror, his Bankai deactivated. The great tower of spears disappeared, along with every other dagger mirror in the room, and once more the creature behind it all entered the world of light and sound. He was screaming loud enough to burst her eardrums, echoing all around this amphitheater. Every single wound he had received in Bankai remained on his body, right down to the missing fingers. Ichimaru raised his mutilated mitt before him and howled like a lost child. His staring, maddened eyes were now the same blood-red color as his clothing. Recovering from her shock, Kukiki lunged forth, sword extending. He saw her coming, and twisted aside. Unable to check her dive, Rukia's sword went right by him. The good hand crashed down on her arm, so hard it felt like he broke it, and so no Shirayuki flew from her grip to go spinning across the room. And then it all went to hell, as Ichimaru tackled her to the ground, straddling her chest. He was heavy, in spite of being so thin. The stink of blood was in the air, but no more did Jin cry out. Instead he made a fist and slammed it into her jaw. Rukia coughed and spit blood of her own. A backhand blow, and her head rocked the other way, leaving her dazed. The next instant his hands, slippery with blood, were around her throat. Panicking once more, she kicked and scratched, trying to reach his glowing red eyes, but to no avail. The girl struggled to take in air, but in spite of being maimed and horribly wounded, the mad dog atop her still boasted terrible strength. Her throat wouldn't open no matter how hard she tried. There was no breath in her for spells or anything else. She tried to pry his fingers off her throat, beating and tearing at them, but they remained stuck fast. There was no use trying to lever her feet beneath him to throw him off. The best she could do was drive her knees into his back. Desperately, Rukia's arms flailed around the floor, seeking a rock or piece of ice to try and smash his face with, but nothing came to hand. Turning her head she saw, only a few inches off, the fallen weapon Shinso. This too proved to be beyond her short reach. After a time, the girl's struggles began to diminish. Don't. Sensing her distress, Jin bore down harder, squeezing her ribs between his legs, trying to break her bones. They creaked audibly but held. Her mouth was gaping, and her eyes fluttered closed. Through his own tremendous agony, Jin found himself immensely pleased by this sight. Looking down at her, speaking through blood-stained lips, the purified Hollow spit his final question. "Do you know what I want from you, Rukia?" Her head was swimming, vision going red. Don't. Ignoring the state of his soul, the creature who had once been Riptide smiled. "Well, I'll tell you." A white dot was growing amidst the field of carnations. "Don't touch. I only want what's best for you." He laughed, crazy with pain and totally pleased with himself. The white light filled Rukia's vision, consciousness fading, life. "Don't touch my sister." And something tore into his back. Jin reared up, letting go of his victim with a hiss. His arms jerked behind him, clutching at a cold metal blade that bit into his fingers and numbed them like ice. Looking back, he saw Sode no Shirayuki sticking out of him like a flag. Rukia Kukaki opened her eyes, taking a deep, gasping breath. She looked up, and saw the man struggling above her. As she watched him, her body scooted over. The fingers twitched and slowly extended out, until they finally reached the knife. Then with a scream of her own, Rukia lashed out and grabbed the collar of his robe. Dragging herself up with it, she wrapped her arm around his neck, and without further thought, raised the dagger high and plunged it into his back. Just grasping the white sword from behind, Ichimaru stiffened and pulled it out with a convulsive jerk, sending the blade skidding out of reach even as his lungs filled with blood and steel. She was roaring in his ear, stabbing him again and again. In and out the razor-sharp weapon, his own, tore through his lungs, his ribs. Blood spurted out of him like an overripe persimmon. It gushed from his mouth and stained his murderer's robes even further red. He wailed. "No. Jin." The knife collided with his skin, and its blade snapped in half. At this his remaining strength left him, and he finally pitched forward. The girl fell beneath him, but hastily strove to extricate herself. Dragging her body out from under his, Rukia staggered upright, looking first at him bleeding and gasping on the floor, then at the handle in her hand. With a snarl she flung it away, and cast about for a more effective weapon. Then her furious eyes lit upon the white sword. Dashing over to it, kicking Shinso's blade away as she did, Rukia picked up her soul cutter. It felt so good to have it in her hands again, battered and bleeding though she might be. An unholy smile stretched her lips. Wait. With that she stalked dizzily on back to where her hated enemy lay. Jin was twitching and jerking, striving to crawl away in spite of his body's telling him to stop. His eyes were open, but what he was seeing was not anything in this room. No. No, not again. Please, I don't wanna die. Leave me alone, I don't wanna die. Someone came to stand over him. One frantic crimson eye turned, in time to see the Shinigami staring down on him without mercy. No. Jin suddenly howled, mouth thick with blood and sobs. Please don't. I don't wanna be here, I wanna go home. Please let me go home. The ghastly spirit raised its white sword over him. I didn't do nothing wrong. It was the wolves. They ate me. They ate me when I wasn't dead. Please, I don't wanna die. He attempted to crawl away, dreadfully slow, but the death god kept pace with him, aiming the sword at his neck. She was going to cut his head off. Just like before. The phantom pain was burning through his skin, making him sob with the horrible memory of it. His throat was raw from all the screaming, voice fading to a whisper. But still, he went on, trying to escape the pain and fear again, trying to get home. Somebody save me. Rangiku, mommy, please, anybody, I don't wanna die. His mind couldn't come up with anything else. Nothing could possibly be more important than that. I don't wanna die, please, no, don't kill me, I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die. His anguished plea filled her ears, sounding oddly like a child. And standing over him, Rukia prepared to swing. Wait. She paused. What? Don't do this. Why? Don't. I beg you. Why? Tell me why, damn it. Forgy. No. No forgiveness. Not for him. Don't you understand? He has to die. Him more than anyone, he has to die. He's unforgivable, you know that. Please, please forgive him. Shut up. It ends now. She raised her blade, taking aim at the silver-topped neck. No. Rukia. Don't. And then she was pulled into the snowfield. The stars glimmered down from the velvet black sky. Standing in the same position as before, Rukia found that her hands were empty. Before her, Sode no Shirayuki lay crumpled on the snow, her silk scarves and white ribbons trailing all around her. The slender shoulders shuddered, and though her face remained covered in her hood, she could tell that the spirit was weeping. None of that mattered. Send me back. Please. Send me back, now. Her Zanpakuto quailed at the shout, turning her head away. Listen to me. I'm begging you to forgive this man for all he's done to you. Never. He's done too much to me. What? What did he do? Please think about it. Yes, he tormented you and he frightened you, I know, but he never actually hurt you. Not until today, not until you hurt him first. Please. I'm your friend, I love you, you know that. Listen to me when I tell you. There's no point discussing this. And she turned her head, searching for an exit of some kind. Forgiveness, it's what I am, what I represent in your soul. If you'll only just. Rukia moved past her. No, wait, Rukia, listen. One samite-draped hand shot forth and encased her wrist. The master of this realm looked down on it perplexedly. What is the matter with you? Have you gone mad? While I'm trapped here, he could kill me. Let me go now. You have to forgive him. I told you no. Now release me or I'll. Please. The force of this plea shocked her into silence, and all she could do was watch as the snow spirit sobbed and begged at her feet. Please, you must forgive Ichimaru-jin, please forgive. What is going on? I don't understand. Because if you can't forgive him. The wraith let go, and slowly raised her hands upwards. A moment later, the white hood fell around her shoulders. Rukia stared in shock at her Zanpakuto's naked face. Then you can't forgive me. It was her own features, gazing beseechingly through tear-filled white eyes. Like looking into a mirror. But, different too. Understanding came then. Hisuna. The spirit cringed. Immediately, Rukia was down on her knees before it, grabbing its frail shoulders. Hisuna? Sister. And her twin looked up at her miserably. No. I'm not your sister. Don't you see? I'm her Zanpakuto. The words hit like a thunderclap, and she stared at this divine being. After a while, a single word escaped her lips. How? Sode no Shirayuki took Rukia's hands in her own. We abandoned you. I was a part of her soul, an infant Zanpakuto, unable even to speak to my wielder. I stayed inside her, growing stronger with time. But Hisuna couldn't care for you after the two of you died. Life in Inazuri was wretched. I tried to keep you both safe until I could manifest and make myself known, but there was just too much danger. Too much corruption, with no one coming to help. One day it all became unbearable for Hisuna, and in a moment of weakness, she abandoned you and ran. I came from her spirit, so the blame of doing so was mine as well. But in that awful moment, Hisuna's grief, shame, and most of all her love for you was at such odds with the desire to save herself that it split her soul. They were holding one another now, sword and master. She unknowingly passed me on to you, along with her desire to keep you safe. This fragment of a Zanpakuto went into your soul. You had no natural spiritual powers of your own to interfere with it. But from then on I was bound to both of you. Still Hisuna recognized always that you needed greater protection. Over the years, she unconsciously relinquished more and more of me over to you, letting you become stronger, and her ever weaker. My bond with her grew faint. I tried to protect her, to make her stop what she was doing once you had enough to live on. But she never heard me. Not even once. She just kept giving and giving, driven by her shame and self-loathing. Your sister believed that she deserved to be alone in the world for what she had done to you. Her spirit grew so frail, and I was hardly aware of her anymore, so much of me went into you, though neither of you knew where the other was. Then one day, a year before you joined the Shinigami Academy, I knew that Hisuna had died. There was no way for her soul to continue after she relinquished so much of me. I never knew what became of her, until Byakuya Kukaki finally told you. He made you part of his family, and after a while, it looked like you might really be safe. You made friends, and learned how to fight and defend others, and even how to love. You're happy now. And I'm so glad. But the White Maiden quaked in Rukia's arms. None of that would have mattered if you hadn't lived to see it. So no, Sist, what are you telling me? What does this have to do with? Look, look. Suddenly the landscape changed, reverting into something far less welcome. Dirty streets, dilapidated shacks, and tumble-down buildings. It took her only a moment to recognize this as Inazuri, where she grew up. Looking down, Rukia was surprised to find herself outfitted in Sode no Shirayuki's normal raiment of white silk draperies. It would seem that she was experiencing her guardian spirit's memories. Even more surprising than this was the sight of an infant wrapped in a bundle at her feet that she immediately recognized as herself. Her baby form was left in a small patch of grass between two houses, while she was hovering close beside her, anxiously observing the infant's spirit. And then a terrible presence came over her. Looking up, the Zanpakuto was horrified to see a strange being walking towards them. It looked like a boy, but smelled slightly off. The creature crouched before her ward, seemingly oblivious to the sword spirit's presence. When it trained its hungry eyes fully upon Rukia, her shock and loathing traveled through their connection and made the baby cry. The thing laughed, and stood up. We all gotta make our own way, it sneered, and left them there, alone and helpless. Rukia blinked in perplexity, coming back to herself. That was. I don't. And then he came back. Jinichimaru walked away from the baby, already forgetting about it. He considered how much time it would take to make it back to his lair, and whether it would be worthwhile to sniff around this district for anything of interest. Being dead could be so boring, he almost missed his life as a hollow. At least then you had a good chance of finding something interesting. Die. On top of that, it turned out the old saying, better off dead, really didn't apply to lots of these folks. Sure, they never went hungry, but that was just a drop in the bucket of their collective suffering. They lived like dogs. Wolves. In the street, shuffling about and whimpering, never looking you in the eye, just like a whipped dog. She'll die, be eaten. For some reason, he found himself turned around, heading back the way he came. Surprised, the boy stopped, considering. What was I going back for? When he failed to remember, Jin gave up and turned his steps towards home once again. It was really annoying, being in the city like this. He was better off not associating with anybody. Being alone was far preferable to. All alone, can't run away, too young, too small, she can't get away when they come for her. To living with. She'll die, they'll kill her, just like they did you, do you feel it? Jin stopped. What the hell was that? That baby girl, she's left for dead, an infant, and all the adults won't protect her. Whoever you are, you had better listen to me. I'm not. Wolves, the wolves, they're coming to eat her, don't let them. Stop it. I'm not going back there. I made up my mind. They'll eat her alive, like they did you, Jin. No, I was already dead. Don't talk to me about this, I don't care what happens. The wolves are coming, listen, do you hear them? Will you just shut? There. A noise came off to his left. Jerking out of the daydream, his body drenched in cold sweat, Jin spun about. In an alley beside him, a mangy dog looked up from a mound of trash. It had a bone in its mouth, and was gnawing and slobbering on the thing, chewing it up with its teeth. It ripped the flesh off the dead boy's arms and legs, swallowing it down while his ghost shrieked and pleaded for them to stop because he couldn't be dead. He didn't want to be nobody. Nobody came to save him. Oh please, I want to run away, let me get away. Ichimaru stared at the dog. Rage broke over him, his teeth bared in a frightful snarl, and his voice blasted out, unnaturally loud, get out of here. The cur panicked and fled, yelping forlornly. Jin watched its flight, fuming. He untied the cloth satchel he had hung behind his back, letting the food spill to the ground. Then he turned and went back the way he came. For a while he was worried that something might have already happened in the interval since he'd been gone. This in and of itself irritated him. Why do I care? Really, why? Because she's helpless, that's why. I mean really helpless. Can't so much as run away. Even I was able to do that back then. So that's it. I've made up my mind. Coming upon the derelict field, the silver-haired boy was surprised at how relieved he felt to find the baby still there and in one piece. Drawing closer, he knelt down, considering. She looked at him, and then away, and back again. He paid her efforts no mind. After a bit, Jin finally reached a decision. Taking his length of cloth, he tied two ends together to form a loop. He reached one arm through it, and sliding it around his back, did so with the other. The knot rested behind his neck. Reaching out, he picked up the baby gently. She squirmed a little, but nothing more. Maneuvering her back into the makeshift sling, Ichimaru pulled the cloth out enough to make a seat for her. She fit surprisingly well, but still, he reached one hand back to secure her, resolving to leave it there. With that, he stood up. The baby cooed, and he glanced back at her, keeping his eyes narrowed to slits. Hold still. He then walked down the street. After a while, there was a yank on his hair. Watch it, brat. A second later, another yank. His smile tightened. Better remember to cut it short from now on or I might wind up killing her prematurely. Jin traveled with the unnamed infant for almost a year, mostly through the outer hinterlands, but occasionally into populated areas like her home of Inazuri. It didn't take him long to pick up on some rudimentary parenting skills. Apparently his charge required regular cleaning and feeding. Whether this meant there was something strange about her soul or it was just how all spirit babies were didn't interest him. Since she had no teeth, and apparently no taste for persimmons, dried or ripe, he was forced to find other foodstuffs for her. Something soft, like the tender inner flesh of cucumbers, or just soft-boiled eggs. Those were her two favorite things. Keeping her healthy demanded he learn to raid chicken coops, something he found came easily to him. He hardly ever talked to her, because he knew it was as fruitless as talking to himself. Jin had little desire to pick up any bad habits from interacting with this little pink ball. As such, he had no problems killing in front of her, though he did make sure she was out of harm's way first. Whether animals or people, it made no difference. In their time together, he tried to encourage the baby to walk, usually by dangling food in front of her. Or when even that failed to get her attention, he used his own silver hair, which she was apparently fascinated by and would always reach for whenever he slung her on his back to go somewhere. She was active and interested in the world, and hardly ever cried. Ichimaru found himself to be more patient than he had expected regarding her care, but never once did he feel any sort of affection for her. And she was clearly frightened of him at times. Sometimes all it took was him looking at her to make the baby whimper. That was good. She was his responsibility, not his offspring. It was as simple as that. The girl learned to crawl, requiring him to keep a closer eye on her. Then a few months after that, she finally began to walk. Haltingly at first, but gradually with more confidence, until she could do so without falling. He refused to carry her around after that, which seemed to distress her. Something about heights seemed important to this whelp. Probably because she was so tiny herself, it was a treat to look down on things. He used this to end their relationship. One day, while teaching her how to climb trees, he waited for her to get up fairly high, and when she was busy concentrating on her ascent, he simply walked away. No goodbyes, no parting words of wisdom. She could make it on her own now. If the kid failed to survive, that was entirely her fault. Jin had done more by her than she had any right to expect from him. The words he first spoke to her remained true. They were all in charge of their own lives. Relying on someone else to always protect you was as good as giving up on life. He had provided her with the rudimentary means to get by. The least she could do was respect that. You can't kill him, Rukia. She sat in the snowfield, silent after what she had just learned. Sode no Shirayuki was sobbing in her lap. You were just a baby, you would have died on your own. But he saved you. He saved you, after we abandoned you to die. We left you there, but not him. Please, don't kill him, forgive him. Please. The girl stood up. Please. She listened to her partner plead. And then she was back in that chamber, holding a sword while Jin Ichimaru shuddered and groveled beneath her shadow. Sode no Shirayuki was pulsing in her hands. She realized then that her wounds were all gone. Not a single scar remained. Her Ryotsu had come back as well, allowing her to stand and breathe without effort. Rukia felt purified, like fresh fallen snow. She stared down at him then, in his white robe stained the color of death. With every breath he took, blood came out of his mouth. Jin was already grievously wounded, perhaps even fatally so. She stared at that form made pitiable by fear. I hate him. I still hate him, even knowing what he did for me. It doesn't excuse the man he became, or the crimes he chose to commit. He was a monster even back then. I don't understand what might have caused him to pick up a helpless child and raise her until she could fend for herself. He should still die. But the fact remains he did it. And because of that, I am alive. Thanks to this murderer. I exist. Rukia lowered her blade. I can forgive his crimes against me. Maybe, even forget. It remains for the others he hurt to see if they can find it in themselves to do the same. She gazed down, face calm and thoughtful. Jin had fallen to weeping softly, not even daring to look at her anymore. It's over. The hold he had on my heart for all these years is gone. What to say to him, to let him know how things have changed between us. Standing over the fallen demon, she finally settled on the right words. I'm done with you. With that, the Shinigami lady sheathed her sword. Stepping quickly over his body, Kukaki picked up the small mirror from where it had fallen. It wasn't cracked, thankfully. She could see herself reflected in it perfectly. Keep it, most beautiful one. It will be as graced by your visage as my own. And you never know when it might come in handy. That vainglorious narcissist. Thank you so much. When I get back, I'm going to wrap my arms around him and kiss him right on his shiny lips. She pocketed the disc, then glided over and retrieved her black robes, slipping them on and knotting the sash securely about her waist. After this, Rukia walked out of the room without looking back. With every step she took, it felt like all her fears were fading. I am a death god. He is not. I am victorious, while he has lost. But I chose not to kill him. I do not treat death lightly. Whether you live or die depends on you now, Jin Ichimaru. I have nothing more to do with you, nor you with me. I am going home. When she rose out of the well, Yamamoto regarded her strangely. Did you succeed, Lady of Kukaki? In response, she held the box out and displayed its contents. Yes, sir. The old warhorse studied it closely. He nodded approvingly before lifting his eyes to her face. Were there any irregularities? You seem different than when you left. You said a mouthful. I am proud of what I accomplished today, sir. He seemed to accept that. Good. You have every reason to be. Now, follow me. As reward for your service, you will bear witness to the unlocking of our victory. Chad using Rukia as a hollow-seeking missile? That's crazy. Who'd believe that? Oh, the gossip mongers were all afire about you and the other Ryoka for weeks after you left. You know your friend the Quincy? Well, the rumor going around about him was that he didn't really need glasses, and only wore them to look cool. That's nothing. I've got something wild to tell you. You know Captain Anohana? Yes, what about her? Did you know she has a glass eye? What? You're joking. No, I'm not. How can you be sure? My dad's a doctor, he runs a clinic out of our house. The whole family pitches in to help, but according to them I'm useless and a threat to patients when I try to tend to their wounds. Well, you are a little overzealous, I'll have you know. Yeah, very funny. But listen. It's gotten so bad that the only thing Pops lets me do is eye exams. You know, shine a light in their eyes and see how they react. So anyway, on the trip out of Hueco Mundo, Anohana was healing me, and I said something that made her open her eyes real wide. When she did, I noticed that one of her pupils dilated, but the other one didn't. It's because that one is fake. Incredible. I had no idea. Think that's why she doesn't do any fighting. Possibly. But you shouldn't go spreading rumors like that, Rukia-chan would scold you. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Hey, do you know if she dash? Oh, speak of the devil, look who's coming this way. Huh? What? I don't see. Ah, me, I have a feeling the fighting's about to start. Guess I'd better split. Yamamoto stood with Rukia at his back. They were in the middle of what looked like a planetarium, with a great rounded ceiling that reminded her uncomfortably of the room she had left only minutes ago. There were pictures of constellations painted upon it, with what appeared to be actual diamonds as stars and bands of pure gold connecting them. She had no idea where in the administration building this was. 3 tremendous doors leading in were spaced equally around the room, and there were no windows to be seen. While she was contemplating their position, the Commander-General began to speak in his gruff, deep-throated tones. I, Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, Commander-General of the Heavenly Host, do hereby renew and affirm my oath of office. In service to the King of Soul Society, I stand ready to protect his people and his authority, do swear to give my life for the benefit of those under my care, and vow to oppose evil in whatever form it may take. My word is my bond, and so I stand secure in it. The aged champion held aloft the king's key. In the name of our Lord, I command you to open. The 4 prongs of the key glowed yellow. A swirling vortex of gray smoke appeared at the apex of the ceiling, followed by a rumble that shook the whole room. This cloud expanded out until it covered all the mythical portrait of the heavens. Its center grew darker, and then appeared to collapse upwards, forming a small hole. From out of this fissure, a force began to emanate. All heads in Soul Society turned at that feeling. Over the center of the Godi I-13, where the 1st Division offices were located, a storm began to take shape. It swelled and expanded outwards, in much the same way that the hollow miasma was seeping in towards the court of pure souls. There was a resonance within the souls of the Shinigami forces then, and they looked to one another, feeling a rousing confidence that earlier had seemed as improbable as their chances of living to see tomorrow. They were aglow with the prospect of victory. Upon sensing that tumult with all the rest, one figure alone stood unmoved. I thought this unlikely, but not impossible. And so. With that, the white-shrouded soul opened its mouth and began to sing. The words came out softly, lilting cadences moving up and down in unusual warbling notes. So quiet, but filled with power, the song spread out from that position. The magic user clasped their hands before them, as if in prayer, and this served to amplify the spell. Backed by that supreme effort, it became as like bells in a monastery ringing out to echo across the land, reaching every ear, but perceivable only to a few. And in this way, the cloud over the moon was lifted. Drawing his sword and standing in preparation for battle under the shadow of his colossal black Bankai, Captain Komamura looked over in surprise. "Lieutenant? Why are you not at your post?" he asked. Zaraki Kenpeki immediately noticed how quiet it had gotten of a sudden. Looking over, he was astonished to see Yachiro lying in the dust. Before he could move to her side, someone beat him to it. "Enough. Let's do it," the Quincy snapped. "Excellent." Kuratsuka beamed. "Now, let us introduce you to your new soulmate. Allow me, Mayuri-sama." She then yanked the sword from his waist and drove it into his throat, and with a look of shock the mad captain exploded into green liquid. "Well, looks like our cavalry's on the way," Kiraku Shunsui spoke lazily. Then he turned his head. "Something wrong, Yukatake? You don't look well." Hinamori faced down the crowd of hollows buzzing around her and the fallen Hichugaya. "Leave him alone," she spoke authoritatively. "He's mine. Save her." Renji snarled, glaring at his horrified captain with slit pupil eyes that burned red. "Save Rukia." Aizen looked up, eyes shining, a smile of absolute joy spreading over his face. "That's it," he murmured, looking over at a shaken Kaname. "I know why, Tissen. I know who I am." Yamamoto lowered his arms. "So it begins. The portal will not open fully for another hour. Now is the time they will attack. We must hold out until..." Pain erupted in his chest, such that for a moment he could only stand in stunned incomprehension. Looking down, the old man saw the tip of a white sword protruding out of him. He roared, and flames erupted from the wound. She turned her head as the fire poured forth, gritting her teeth, eyes watering as she attempted to yank her Zanpakuto out of the howling man's torso. It felt like it was stuck fast, though, refusing to come out. "Miserable old bastard!" Rukia screamed at his back. "Try to execute me, will you?" She pulled with all her strength, so no Shirayuki screaming in agony inside her mind. Abruptly, the white blade simply melted, leaving her with only the hilt and an inch of steel protruding from it. But she was prepared. San no Mai. Shirafune. Even like this, virtually destroyed and blazing inside, her sister's guardian spirit remained devoted to her lady's commands. And so from the stump of a blade there sprouted a sword of purest ice. Without hesitation, Rukia located the right spot between the hunched shoulders of her bellowing enemy, flames still spewing from his back, and plunged the weapon in again. The fire that came out of him this time was so strong it flung her back. Her ice melted almost instantly, and the charred ruin of her sword clattered to the floor. An instant later, it was followed by the Commander General, who pitched forward and sprawled face first upon the ground, smoke rising up from his wounds. For a time Rukia just sat there, panting. He was right, she thought, hazy and triumphant. I really could do it. That smiling bastard was right all along. A whimper sounded in her mind, and suddenly remembering she jerked forward, snatching up the white hilt stained with blood and ash. "Sode no Shirayuki. I'm here. You're going to be all right." "Hurts. I know it does, I feel it too. But you're safe now. I have you." She struggled to her feet, cradling her closest companion to her chest, soul aching from the pain of the wounds they had received. But they had done it, all the same. A whisper of danger, and Rukia turned just in time to see Soifone lunging towards her, eyes flaring with hate and gold-tipped stinger extended. Her own wrath burned with the cold of an Arctic storm, and desperately Rukia reached for a spell, but too late. Suzumibuki's tip drove towards her eye. And then it went spinning into the air, along with Soifone's severed arm. Both of the women's eyes darted off to the side, just as a harsh voice intoned, "Bakudo 30, Shikatsu Sansen." The next instant saw the shinobi captain pinned to the wall by 3 stakes of yellow energy. Sealed to the stone, Soifone shrieked, "Hado! Bakudo 69, silver tongue striking ASP." Grey light shot from his mouth, wrapping around her throat and sealing the raging captain's destructive spell from emerging. Looking upon her rescuer, head still reeling from everything she now knew about herself, Rukia found it hard to believe this person was really who he appeared to be. But something told her this was no illusion. In spite of the impossibility involved with even considering him doing such a thing, the proof was standing right in front of her, in the form of her brother. Byakuya Kukaki. His grey eyes, troubled and more confused than she had ever known them, turned to the figure of Yamamoto lying crushed, then upwards, where the gateway to heaven was still slowly coming into being. And finally, he looked at her. Rukia stared right back, a 50-year-old fear trying to reconcile with what she had come to realize about this man in only a few short months. Byakuya held out his hand. Come. She hesitated, swallowing against the old instincts that had resurfaced along with her memories. Rukia, please. That did it. The old Byakuya never begged. This was her Nii-sama after all. Rukia reached out and slipped her fingers inside his. He still looked shaken, but determined as well. Turning about, the two siblings started for the closest exit. And then they stopped, fear falling over them both like a shroud. Standing in the doorway was a person robed in white. The eyes of this new participant to the tragedy studied them, then flickered around the room. Byakuya spoke first. Taeku, I. Move away from the Commander General. Now. There was no denying that voice, which was colder than any grave, in marked contrast to its usual state. The words were almost mystical in their command, and the 6th Division captain found himself compelled to obey. The two of them stepped aside, and the white ghost floated past them, bending over their fallen leader. Spells were spoken, infusing that crumbling spirit with life, seeking to stave off death and diminish the damage to his body. While the figure was so occupied, Byakuya placed an arm around Rukia's shoulder and began to move quietly backwards in an attempt to escape. Stay where you are, Byakuya Kukaki. He halted, only then recognizing the level 90 enchantment that had been cast around all three doors, preventing them from leaving. It would appear there was no way out. Less than a minute later, their captor rose, giving a satisfied sigh. He will live. The speaker then took a few steps to arrive at the spot where So-iPhone's arm lay. They picked it up, examining the cut and the Zanpakuto still fastened to it. Detaching the weapon carefully, this person held the deadly implement up to the light. Then they disappeared. Rukia screamed, Byakuya brought up Senbonzakura, and Suzumibuki thrust into her mistress' chest. It pierced the Hakyuzui. So-iPhone's eyes went wide with shock, her muted mouth hanging slack. An instant later, the weapon was withdrawn, only to plunge in again, at another spot close to the first. The Seiketsu. At that moment, the master assassin slumped against the wall, all the energy seeming to drain out of her. Staring in absolute horror at what had just happened, the Lord and Lady of Kukaki watched that sinister figure turn to regard them with sad, weary eyes, holding the blood-stained spike delicately. And then she smiled. Don't be afraid, my dears, Anoha Naretsu spoke, face aglow with compassion and mercy. I am here to help. And deviate, Ruriiro Kyojaku. Vines wrapped around Ichigo's limbs, and all the strength seemed to drain out of him. Zanjitsu fell to the ground, out of his reach. The substitute Shinigami slumped helplessly, staring up with total astonishment into a pair of glowing green eyes. I know, Yumi Chika sighed dramatically, running a hand through his shining hair. Not very pretty, is it? To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.